I'm so hyped. Welcome to Cricket 8 Watch-Along. Couple of games today. Couple of gents. The Rob Barron, the Jarrod Kimber are coming at you. And I'm the one, as always, who's making us late. So let's just go straight away with today's bets. 6 in the first over for Rajasthan, 5s. Rob Barron.
Huge. Suyvanshi hit his first ball over for 6. He hit his third ball over for 6. He hit 11 sixes in the game where he didn't get naught. And Jaiswal has hit the first ball of an innings for 6 4 times. He's an absolute gun. So stupid price. Back it.
Stupid price, back it. Obviously, they are batting second, so we don't need to worry about that at the moment. But we do have to worry about Rinku Singh's final score of under 21.5. Is that partly based on the fact he might not need to bat a lot, or just on how poor he has been batting?
No, I think he's been batting absolutely fine. It's because you can win twice, so you should bet. And they actually moved it to 22.5 after I backed under, so I backed it again. It's because I think his average length of innings in the last season was like 9 balls. Yeah. And it's quite hard to get 23 or 22 from 9. And so if he comes in with 2 balls left, you've won. If he comes in with 7 balls left, you've won. I mean, we know Romario came in with 14 balls left yesterday. 2 balls later, he was 1 off 2 and he walks off with 50. But that might happen. But 1.83 is a good price for Rinku's unders. So I backed it.
No, I think that makes sense. I don't mind that at all. Jofra Archer for top bowler. This seems fairly safe. At 4s, anything you need to add to this? He's good at bowling. They don't have a lot of good at bowling people.
Yeah, good at bowling. And I think he's been very unlucky not to get more wickets this season. But he bowls at the start and it's heat. And he's also bowling at Sunil Narine, who is going to give him a chance to get him out, you'd think. And then he bowls at the death as well. And this lot don't stop trying to wax. So I think top and tail against this particular team for Jofra. And Narine likes pace, but he doesn't like the extreme pace, which Archer can get going early, can't he?
Yeah, and I suppose looking at Rajasthan's lineup, like Hasaranga is the only real threat to that as a permanent wicket taker.
Yeah.
Yudhvir Singh is just back. Akash Madwal, Teague Sharma is more of a defensive bowler, so I get that. Next innings, Varun Chakravarti for top bowler for KKR at 4s. Why would someone do this?
It's a really bad price. I like it even more now he's bowling second. You want to be on pace. This has gone well because you want to be on pace bowlers first innings because you know that they're going to bowl at the death and at the start, whereas in the second innings, you don't necessarily know where they're going to bowl. The gun pace bowler. And for the chasing team, Chakravarti is going to bowl his 4 overs. So he's going to bowl in phases where he's trying to take wickets. It might be that the run rate's escalating and they have to go after him, in which case he's going to get poles. Or it might be that they're going well and he comes on to stop the rot. Anyway, 4's just much too big for a bowler of his A, skill, and B, wicket-taking ability.
Is there some value as well? Rajasthan are 2.36 at the moment. Gurbaz is coming out to bat with Narine against Jofra Archer. Is there some value within that as well?
So I quite like the angle of the team batting second has a better power play generally. Like you're more likely to win or score the most in the power play if you bat second, particularly if Team A get a big score and they're due 195 according to the market now. So we know that Rajasthan are going to come out firing. Narine will try and come out firing, but he'll probably get out doing it. And Gurbaz hasn't done anything yet. He's looked okay in one innings and pretty rubbish in the others. So I think the angle is probably backing Rajasthan highest first 6, and you can get. I got 2.1 as too big, and first over pretty good as well because Gurbaz faces up for this lot. If it was Narine, it would be you could be legitimately scared, but you've got Jaiswal at one end, and if Jaiswal gets off strike, it's even more carnage at the other end. This bet here is they've put the wrong side up. I'm on unders, under 19.
I was going to ask. I was like,
what's 19.5 in a row?
I just thought it was quite a lot. So this is unders. It says overs, but Rakshit will fix that later on. But we are. I thought it was a very optimistic one from Rob Barrett there on that. But under 19.5.
If you're quick, wicket first ball 25-1 is big.
But it's not Narine facing, is it?
No, it'll be Gurbaz, but it is Archer bowling. And he's
So
going to take
he
takes a wicket more than every 25 balls, and the first one is the one you're most likely to get out to because you're half asleep. So let's get the buttons in order, Jarrod. That means you're going to have a bet.
That's the bet one, is it? The orange one.
Bet is orange.
That means we've lost it, and that one means we've won it. Okay. All right. Gurbaz facing up. So he's taken over from Quinton de Kock from earlier in the season, and he's got a top score of what, 26? It was one washout, one failure, and he scored 26, I think. Was that against Delhi?
That's right.
Off 12 balls. What is he going to do here against one of the best first over bowlers in the history of the IPL, really? Probably anywhere, but he played a lot in the IPL. And that swings a lot. They've taken a single to mid-off, but Shawing.
That is big hoop. I fear greatly for Narine here. And
I fear for anyone who backed the overs before we explained that you were on unders.
Under 19.5, very good for Narine. I can also see 1.72 next man out. Presumably a trader has never watched Narine play cricket ever before. He's much shorter than that.
Next man out,
isn't he?
Narine. We're putting that in, right?
God, he's much shorter than 1.72. He's like 1 to 100%. He's 1.6. Yeah, get him out now, Joff. What?
He's defended this Sunil Narine.
Sorry? So somebody's come out wearing a Sunil Narine costume today because that, ladies and gents, was a defense. You couldn't call it a forward defense, could you? It was a
prodding defense. It was sort of on the pads, wasn't it? So within the crease, sort of standing there.
So Jarrod's going to moan all day, ladies and gentlemen, because he chewed up too many balls in a chase yesterday and cost his side a cricket match.
Don't make me put the scorecard on the screen because you don't want to see this either.
Barrett, don't make me tap the sign.
Narine sort of half leaves this, half misses this one. Again, a little bit of swing out there. Yeah, no, but I was sore. I can barely get my socks on, mate. I can't bend. So yeah, not my greatest physical effort.
Normally I'd be
but
saying...
the Neo Core works. That's all that matters. That's the important thing. Rob,
what's the Neo Core
works. That's the Gray Nichols bat that he gave me. Narine has a control percentage of 58 this season, the lowest for anyone with 100 balls. I think he might do that most years, to be fair. Yeah, it's lovely batting, though. On the pads, flicked away for one.
Yeah, well, what the hell is this?
He doesn't want to go at Archer, is my guess.
Yeah, that's really surprising because he goes at everyone. I mean, I've never seen him back away from anybody. And there, Archer's bowled well.
Has he not done it once or twice against Bumrah as well?
I thought he had massive swings and misses against Bumrah. I want to back Narine bowled, but I can't get a good price, so I can't back it. So I was getting like 6 and 6.5 for Narine specifically to be bowled earlier in the season, which was so big because he leaves his stumps alone quite a lot of the time. But I can't get a price. I can only see 3.3, and that's no good.
Gurbaz comes down. He does the big swing, and he's missed it. He was only ever going to hit that straight up in the air.
I mean, if we get any kind of delay today, I want to talk about the last over of the PSL game yesterday. It was one of the funniest things I've ever watched in my whole life. It's absolutely amazing, but we will come to that later.
I should ask you, how much rain are we expecting?
Oh, it's cleared up a lot. So completed match in this game is now 105, and obviously the weather looks super duper hot. So if anything does happen, it'll be a shower, and I think we're okay. The one later, let's have a look at that because defending. What are you doing, KKR? What are we? Hang on, let me look later. Completed match is 1.1, so 90% chance of a game. But that doesn't mean 90% chance of a full game. So it's probably going to rain up in those foothills of the Himalayas.
We've got to, for that game also, we've got to remember to back our threes.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Huge pockets depending on what field is set. But it tended to be day game, low scores, day-night game, ball flies everywhere. I remember doing one game at Dharamsala. It was just sixes every other ball because of the altitude, and it was coming on really nice.
So you one of the bets that you suggested was Rajasthan score more in the first over, so they now need to outscore 2.
Yeah, I'm quietly confident with that one.
How many wickets do Rajasthan? They need to lose both openers, and
no, they need 5 wickets is what they need.
Yeah, maybe as well. Yeah, Sanju Samson.
He's dead, Jarrod. He's not playing. Here's Yudhvir, and the respect that Narine had 4 minutes ago has completely dissolved, and he's back to the backing away from his stumps wild swinging. And he is going to hit a boundary in his next 2 balls, or he's going to get out. I don't see how any other outcome is possible here because he had no desire to watch the ball at all there. He just had a massive swing of the bat. That 4 for Chakravarti top bowler is still available if you go looking, and you must bet it because it is too big.
Another big swing by Narine. This time he gets it to mid-wicket for no run. Just looking at changing the field already. Yeah, I forgot. Sanju Samson, obviously, Kunal Singh Rathore is playing, who played 12 T20 games in his life, averaging 36, strike rate 138 so far.
Fine. He's in no form. Looking at his domestic numbers, I mean, he got a 59, but there you go. About 8 games
versus
ago.
Pondicherry, where all of our production team are from. I think some of our production team play. Another short one here, and this one's taken by the keeper.
Good bowling. So the old school tactics to Narine was just you aim at his head or at his toe, right? That you don't bowl anywhere else to Narine. And if you miss when you're bowling at his head, he can just pull you for 6. They've gone back to basics here to bowl at Narine. So Narine was, I think it's fair to say, he was a bit scared of Archer there, and he just blocked and left like every ball. But Yudhvir's come on, and he's had 2 big swings and a miss and a leave, and now.
Good shot. Whipped just over fine leg for short fine leg for 4. Didn't get a lot on that, but just managed to get it over short fine leg's head, and he'll pick up a boundary there. So a good shot, actually, to be fair. He got inside the line and whipped it away. It wasn't a slog. I think he was expecting the short one, and Yudhvir actually didn't go for it. And he's completely, have a look at that, Rob. He's completely on the back foot, waiting for the short one. Then he's like, oh, I can just glance this.
He's got unbelievable hand-eye, hasn't he? Because he's got no technique to speak of, but the hand-eye is incredible.
Oh, wide here. Bouncer. 137 kilometres.
If you had to bet at a line of 9.5 next over, where would you bet?
I think I'd go under.
I did too. Mainly because they respected Archer. If they hadn't have respected him so much, I couldn't bet at 9.5, because if you swing at Archer, as Rajasthan were proving when they were batting against other bowlers the other day, if you swing at everything, you can get 12 off and over by playing badly if you just edge it over the keeper all the time. But I assume they continue to respect him. Let's see what Narine does now.
Oh, he's got this one. It's the same ball again on the pads, but this is a much better shot. He was in position for this, and he's hit it for 6.
That will not be the last 6 of today.
You heard it here first.
He has basically bowled a leg stump half volley there, and Narine is very good at those. I thought the one that he got a bit more of a lucky for may have held in the pitch a little bit, but that one certainly didn't. That was just a lovely free swing of the bat. That.
He's got one more ball to get out of this over. They've got a long on and a deep mid wicket, and he's bowling outside leg stump. He just has to bowl at the stumps here, and he has bowled at the stumps here. Yeah. That's the ball that he actually wanted to do. That's a much better delivery than what he was trying to do with the previous ones. Narine went back to a normal sort of shot, and I think what happened was Narine was going to swing hard no matter what that ball was, and suddenly thought to himself, oh, they've got a long on and a deep mid wicket. I need to be careful here, and almost checked the shot a little bit.
Okay.
How many? Wait, let's go. Well, wait just 1 second. Top of, it's hit the bail between middle and leg stump. And as always, the The odds have barely changed when that wicket has come in. I think they were 260 when he took that wicket. They've come into 230, which is not like the same for a normal one. But let's just go through. So we got there unders on Sunil Narine. So that is Rob's first win of the day. We also got Narine to be next man out. Which one as well? Are they the only two? Oh, and I also told you to put money on early on. So if you did that, you would have a slight profit. What were they at the start? About 240? They're into 226 at the moment.
Yeah, we also told you I couldn't get a price myself, but Narine bowled again.
Oh yes.
It's such a good bet him to be bowled. So yeah, a good start, everyone.
That's 3 winners after what? 9, 10, 11, 12 balls, I think that is.
And he did a bit of a weird Narine innings because he left a few early, but then he did very Narine after that, didn't he? Very Narine after that.
Gurbaz has got a dot ball there. I mean, to be fair, he put away the bad balls. It was just, as I said, you look at that shot again, and I think he's thinking, oh, I need to whack this. Whereas actually, he probably didn't need to whack it. And also, he was only going to hit it to where one of the fielders was. He's going to have to hit it over their heads.
He has quite a big weakness with the ball that is on either his off stump or his middle stump. If it's on his leg stump, he can just flick it away. But the ones that are further across.
Another defensive shot here from Gurbaz.
What a good bet that next man out was.
Just also, you had Rajasthan to score first over at 2.1.
Mm-hmm.
What did you have? Did you also back them to have the biggest power play?
Yeah. 2.
What was that one? I forgot.
2.1 Rajasthan to score the most in the first 6. Hard to make a case for KKR being odds on like 1.85 here. I know they started pretty short, but Gurbaz doesn't look like he knows what to do here against Joff.
No, I suppose the market is waiting for Joff to come off.
Yeah.
Like I might come out after this over as well. This is wide down the leg side. Lucky to get away from that Joffer actually, because that's a 4 or a 6 quite often in this league.
Yeah, I think an informed batsman shoves that away for 4 or 6. As I weasel around looking for more bets.
Most dot balls this year has been Khalil. He's been really impressive in a horrendous side. Siraj has done well. I think Siraj is a very good dot ball bowler when he's in rhythm. Archer has been good. Hazelwood, didn't see who was 5th on that list.
That was somebody who has been very good. Prasad Krishna,
yes.
One of the most improved bowlers this
year. All
right,
I would go out and say that he's the best dot ball bowler this year. And I'll tell you why I think that, Rob.
Yeah.
He hasn't bowled in the power play as much.
Right. So that there's 2 reasons why that is true. You've got reason number 1 because he bowled outside the power play, and it's literally twice as hard to bowl a dot outside the power play as it is inside the power play. Like mathematically, it's twice as hard because of the way the field is and what statistics tell us. But the other one is with Khalil bowls 1 or 2 awful balls every single over, and he can go for 10 in an over and bowl 4 dots. Whereas Prasad isn't bowling the crap balls. He's not bowling one gimme ball every over, is he? So I agree. He is probably the best on that list. Hazelwood would just Archer appeals for caught behind, which nobody else does.
Didn't think he was anywhere near that.
So Rahane, very good form this season. One thing that I've noticed about him is somebody else noticed this and told me. Is he has got a 6 in his first 10 balls in every innings apart from 1. So he's a much better 6 hitter than people think, because historically he wasn't regarded as one. And then about a year ago,
historically he wasn't one.
Sure. But about a year ago, Chennai used him as more of a hitter, didn't they? When he played for them. But since he's come into this team, so in the SMAT, the what is it? The Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, the Indian domestic T20, he got the most runs out of anybody, Rahane, and he got absolutely loads of 6s. So that was the big clue. And you look at this side and you go, well, they've got Narine and they've got Rinku and they've got Andre and all these amazing 6-hitters. It's not going to be Rahane that hits the 6s. He's killing all those hitting 6s this season. He's got like 3 times as many as Venki, who cost £2.5 million or whatever it is for this season. He's actually a very good 6-hitter these days. So that's something to look out for.
Archer, last ball of his over. Defended again. I don't know if Varun's taking notes at the moment, but it feels like to me a lot of defensive shots from Kolkata in the first 3 overs. They're still 17. They have lost Narine, of course, but they got the 2 big hits and a few wides. Well, what were we up to? 3 or 4 wides, I would have thought as well. There was an interesting ball just before the end there, Rob. I don't know if you saw it, but it was like an off cutter that was just outside off stump and came back in. So we've seen movement in the air early on and some movement off the pitch.
Yeah, and for I very rarely bet on runs before I see the ball do anything. I might do some pre-match stats and have a look and go, okay, Chennai, I'm going to be on unders for total match runs or something. But as you've seen by the last couple of games at Chennai, you can be made to look really stupid if you get tucked into stats-based pre-match runs bets, because they go, well, here's an absolute road. So what are you going to do about that now when you've backed under 160 and you see the first ball like absolutely murdered for 6 off a length? You go, oh shit, I've definitely done my dough here. But that line of 195 at the start, you might go, well, it's a day game here. They're absolutely fine. They're a good batting team, blah, blah, blah. Rajasthan have only got 1.5 bowlers. I get it. But you've got to watch. And if you have, that should have been, like Gurbaz looks bad here because that was a hit me ball and he hit it straight to fielder. Gurbaz has missed 2 or 3, so I'm looking to find if I can get a line where anyone's giving Gurbaz more than 20 more on one of back unders, I think.
Varun's come up with Rahane averaging 96 with a strike rate of 166 versus pace this year and 18 versus 124 for spin. What's incredible about that, if you look at young Rahane, he absolutely dominated cricket in Mumbai when he went up against a million great young spinners and older spinners. And since the older he's got, the worse he's got against spin, as he top edges this over the top of the keeper's head for 4.
And somebody who bats for KKR tried to field that. I'm not sure who's going to bat next in this order. You never know, do you? Raghavanshi, maybe. Venki, maybe. See, they've got Ramandeep is allowed to play again today.
It was a big... I mean, you're right with Gurbaz. He just looks all over the shop here.
Yeah, I think that I can see that they're giving Gurbaz another 22. Nope. So under 29.5 for Gurbaz. Looks like a bet to me.
Is that evens?
It's 1.83, as all the ones I can get are. Again, that was a ball. That's the one I'm going to press, aren't I? Have a bet on under 29.5 for Gurbaz, because he has had 3 balls already in his 10 balls that he should have hit for a boundary. The last one, he should have hit that straight down the ground for 4. And he's lost his shape completely and played some sort of weird tennis-y, baseball-y forehand, like bit messy. And rather than getting it straight, he's hit it to mid-off, which was a long way away from where he was trying to hit it. The one boundary he has scored has been lucky. I think a good ball.
Another one here. And this is a good shot, the pickup shot. Absolutely beautiful there. Over the top of mid-wicket. Finally, finding some form. What's that? His 11th ball. And I'd say he's middled 2 of them. One was a defensive shot.
Yeah, that was, to be fair, I talked him right back into form, didn't I, then? That was a really good shot. Who is going to bowl the next over?
That was going to be my question to you, because I was still in on Rajasthan because I had a slight profit. But I'm not, after watching this over, Yudhvir has looked like throwdowns. And if Gurbaz was in good form, I was kind of betting on Gurbaz being out of form to keep my bet in, hoping that Jofra would come back on.
Yeah,
that's another bad ball. He's been hit again into the offside for what?
So I think Parag is going to bowl at some point in this innings, because having seen... So they've basically got, if you don't count Parag as a bowler, they got 5 bowlers here. And Madwal and Yudhvir are no locks to bowl 8 overs, are they, between them? You can't say that they're going to bowl 8 overs between them. So Parag is going to have to bowl again. He's not been that bad this season with the ball, I don't think. But I'm pretty confident that they go Theek next. Looks like Raghavanshi is going to have a bat next.
He's got the helmet on, doesn't he?
Yeah, I really like him. I think he's a really good player.
Throw down from Yudhvir, length ball outside off stump, and whip for 6 by Ajinkya Rahane.
There is your Rahane 6 in his first 10 balls. Just listen to what we tell you.
Oh no! Well, we didn't bet on it anyway, did we?
That was slot, but very well dealt with. Like,
Yeah. Oh,
10
no.
years,
Very good
10
shot.
years ago, that's cover drive for 4. Do you know what I mean? The slot ball outside off is cover drive for 4 all day from Rahane. And now it's the pickup across the line for 6. And it's such a good shot. That's straight out of the middle of the bat. Watch that shot, everyone. Proper good shot. But he just didn't play that 10 years ago, or even 3 years ago, he didn't play that shot. But now he's practiced because he's really good at cricket, and he is now a 6-hitter, and he didn't used to be a 6-hitter. It's really good because he's not. There aren't many that reinvent themselves. Be interested to hear what Athapa thinks about that sort of change.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
His record.
We have Tikshana on. Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is where Bold and LBW come into the game because he will target Gurbaz's stumps here. And as we've noticed, Gurbaz has played 10 bad shots out of 12 here. So let's see what he does to the spin.
Oh, well, he's tried to smash this on the offside. And I think that's the toe of the bat. And it's gone down a long on for a single.
That's bad cricket from everyone. Because that ball, if he bowled that ball to Rahane, it was 6. It's just outside off. Sat up really nicely to be murdered, and Gurbaz has gone too hard at the ball, hasn't he? If you watch that Rahane shot before, just a beautiful free flow of the bat off the middle 6. Thank you very much. Like clear, massive 6 with no muscle behind it. Not like they're just showing it again now. Unbelievable. Just timed free swing. Whereas Gurbaz has gone really hard as if he's trying to, smash the cover off the ball. And he's got 1 instead of, he probably should have got at least 4 off that last ball.
This one is overpitched by Tikshana and is hit down to long on. Again, this time on purpose. Rahane's hitting everything where he wants to hit it. Gurbaz is hitting almost nothing where he wants to hit it, if we're being honest. Right at the moment. Crick Info says this is a 50-50 game on their win probability.
Okay, they'll be all in. 2.4 then, won't they?
Oh, is this a full toss? This
is a really bad start from Tikshana. Really, really bad.
Well, it's not a particularly good start from Gurbaz. Why didn't he just get up and under that over fine leg?
Yeah, so
backward square leg.
What you're looking for when you bet player runs, and
he found
already on under 29.5. I'm quite happy to go in again because they're giving him another 21.5 from here. So sometimes when you place a bet on unders for somebody.
All top edge from Gurbaz. I don't think you're going to get this one though, Rob.
Lucky. So
that's a 6.
Cricket.
Wow. I thought he hit that straight up in the air. I thought he'd get it over the fielders' heads, but that was about it. Just have a look. Yeah, he's come across. He's gone for the sweep. Yeah, I don't think he was really trying to hit it there. It was more off the middle than I thought. I think he was trying to go a bit squarer.
That illustrates the point I was making. So sometimes, right, you back somebody's unders and then they play a great shot. And you go, oh, shit, I'm off that train now. Like I take my medicine, I backed under 20 or whatever, and he now looks good, and that's fine. So I'm stopping. I'm not going to just keep backing unders because that is throwing good money after bad. As Gurbaz gets another full toss and gets a single off it.
He's got a 6 off this over from the 1 ball that landed. The 2 balls that haven't landed, he's got a 2 and a 1.
So what I'm thinking here, as Gurbaz, I mean, that was a rank full toss that he got 1 off. He got 3 balls in that over that were appalling, and he got singles off all 3 of them. Or did he get a 2 off 1? And the 6 that he did get was really lucky. So what happens here is the trader is just sat there with 21 runs more for Gurbaz in, and he hit a 6, and the number goes up by 6, right? Whereas if it was Rahane's 6, where he's timed the pants off it, I am moving that up more than 6. I'm like, that's a great shot. I'm giving him 7 for that 6, or I'm giving him 8 if I really thought it was good. Whereas Gurbaz's 6, sure, he's got 6 more runs. I'm not arguing with that. But the computer, the model, just goes, that's 6 more, add 6. The trader that's smart, and there are very few of those in existence anymore, the trader that's smart goes, well, that wasn't as much as a 6 because it was the only good ball he's got in the overs. It's the only time he shouldn't have played a shot. He played a shot. He got a top edge. He got lucky. It went for 6. So that was less than a 6. If he now smokes one straight off the middle of the bat for 6, I'm not going to say you can't be giving him another 21 because maybe that's fine. But right now, as Madwell comes into the attack, this is where Rajasthan struggle because the difference between their first 2 bowlers and the others is just way too big, isn't it? And this is if you're betting on overruns, how easy a time have you had this morning? You just go, all right, Archer's on unders, everyone else is on overs, basically. Let's see if Madwell can land it today. He's got talent, Madwell, but he doesn't tend to string a good spell together.
Well, again, if he's bowled that to Rahane, we'd be picking that up from the crowd. Instead, Gurbaz has mistimed it to short fine leg for one. Okay. Have you gone back in on Gurbaz again?
Yeah, so I tried to when he hit the 6, but I missed it. So I'm now on under, you can bet right now under 44.5. And
are you giving that as a bet, though?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, back under 44.5 for Gurbaz because
nope,
he's looking gradually worse, isn't he? That's the one for a bet. We'll get there in a couple of years. He's looking steadily worse in this innings, isn't he? And he also, that last shot, if you picked up on it, he looked extremely frustrated as Rahane gets off a good ball that is on a Yorker on middle and leg, gets the single. Gurbaz got the absolute pie, only got one off it, and then was slamming his bat down at proper angry. So usually when you're picking up on these things that algorithms and models can't pick up on, when somebody is shown that amount of anger, somebody that plays like Gurbaz, the huge shot is coming, you would expect. Like, he's going to have a swing soon because he's pissed off at how badly he's playing, right? So, sure, if he middles it for 6, we can get off the unders train, but he might just whack it straight up in the air.
Or he might hit it straight to mid-on and be dropped and almost run out his partner at the same time. It might have gone short. Well, actually, now I think it's dropped because the fielder's saying he's broken his finger, and that usually means he's dropped it.
Watch it again. So you said it. No, it bounced short of him.
Just bounced short.
But
what a dog hump! Look at the bat there, Rob. The bat is completely twisted in his hand. He could not have dog thumped that anymore. And you're right. Oh, it was well short of the fielder in the end. He still almost ran himself out.
Unders could easily lose here because of Gurbaz and the way he plays and everything, but I am very confident that it's a good bet because the bat is turning round in his hand. He's going way, way too hard at the ball. And he's clearly fed up with how he's playing now. And they didn't run the single there because, oh dear, if Madwell has to go off here, Rajasthan have to make the sub.
No, it's not Madwell. It's Rathore that hurt himself.
Oh, well, that's
it was the fielder at mid-on, the wicket keeper, who I think got hit on the wrist, if I'm not mistaken there, Rob. I assumed it was fingers the way he first came up, and now it looks like he's holding his wrist. So they're just going to have a look at it. He did look in some pain.
That's unfortunate for him.
It's his first game, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you take gloves off a wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he got himself into a bit of a tangle there. Now, what's Gurbaz going to do with this ball? Because he is an angry, angry man.
He's almost scooped it to a short fine leg again. I'm not even sure if he hit that. It dribbled so much, Rob. I'm not sure if that did just hit his pad on the way through.
That ball should be 6, shouldn't it? It's drifting down the leg side. It's basically thigh height on 2 stumps outside leg, and that should be helped on its way over square leg for 6. And he's clothed it off his own pad for 1. Yeah, he looks awful here, Gurbaz. So
you're on under 29.5, which is a wicket very, very soon, or under 44.5. 24 off 19. Rahane is 8 off 6. Madwell comes in. This is a beautiful shot. Just eases this down the ground. I think that's gone for 6 as well.
Oh, my God.
He backed away just a little bit to give himself room and then just played the most beautiful straight bat shot back over the bowler's head. Absolutely incredible. We're not going unders on Rahane, but the spinners are about to come on, of course.
So you're looking at somebody in prime peak form, because that is such a good... Again, watch that one. What's Rahane's 2 6s here? One of them was a bad ball. That was slightly overpitched? But what a shot. He's just no muscle at all, just pure technique, straight out of the middle 6. He looks unreal here, Rahane. Makes me want to bet Rahane to outscore Gurbaz at a big price. Again,
and flick this one away for 4.
Have they ended up with 56 off this power play?
You didn't need that, did you? That's a bit more than you wanted.
I need 10 off those last 2 because Rajasthan will probably be, their line will probably be, depending on how many they get. Let's say they get their line, which is late 190s. Then Rajasthan's line will be about 60. And I'll be on overs because Rajasthan do all their power scoring at the start, and then they bugger it up in the middle, and they tend not to do anything good in the chase right at the end. So yeah, whilst basically for that bet, I want KKR to score as many as possible. But look at the difference in form between these two bats here, Jarrod.
It's incredible, isn't it? It really is. It's you look at one guy looks like he's batting on rails, and the other guy looks like it's his first time. But we keep going in on the unders. We haven't quite got them over the line yet. Just have a look.
Different type of test here.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just going to look up the leg spin stats of the last 3 years of these guys. So it's Gurbaz facing the leg spin. That's a bad ball from Hasaranga, and that's 4. So Rob's going to lose one of his bets today.
Did he hit that?
I thought he did. I thought he knocked it on top of its head on its way around the corner.
You have to watch it again. It's 4 anyway. Yeah, that's. I don't know what part. I don't know whether that's come off bat and glove or something, because he's not trying to sweep it that fine, is he? Look, let's watch this again. Do you know what I mean?
When it's that far down the leg side, though, even if you're not trying to hit it fine, it can't. Yeah, no, you're right. He didn't 100% get it.
It's glove, but fair enough. Bad ball, deserved 4, got 4.
Hasaranga in again, top of middle stump, turned around the corner for 1, and they think of 2, but there's not 2 there. So is that
1 down?
Gurbaz on 29. No, you're still okay. You still, if you get a wicket in the next ball.
Okay, let's do that then.
So we haven't lost a bet yet, everyone.
We won 3, haven't we, so far?
We've won 3, and you also got what, a little 3% return, 4% return on backing Rajasthan early on.
Yeah, going okay.
Rahane turns this into the leg side for 1. So just having a look at these two guys against spin, against leg spin. Last 3 years, Gurbaz averages 19 and Rahane averages 23.37. So it's a bad start from Hasaranga, because I think he just needs to put the ball in the right area here.
Yeah, he's not landing it, is he? Where he wants to. It's a bit better, but Rahane
that should have been stopped by whoever that is out on the boundary as well. It was a good sweep.
That's a good shot from Gurbaz, to be fair.
Yeah.
He didn't stop it. The cameras are all acting like he did stop that from going for 4, but he didn't.
Again, though,
Hasaranga is line and length out here, Jarrod.
Yep.
And that is the 700th misfield of this IPL.
It was funny playing in a club game yesterday where like most of the catches were taken, and you just by 45-year-old men who hadn't prepared for the game. And the ball was turned out the leg side.
It's not that hard, is it, catching? But
there was one. There was actually a miscatch in the game yesterday, which is interesting because it comes back to my theory again. The ball went up and it went so high that 2 fielders could get to it, and so they both put each other off.
We had that in the PSL.
Oh, this might be out though. Oh, I like this. This is straight on the stumps. It's not given.
That looked really close to me. That looked really close. I'm just going to.
Are they reviewing?
Yeah, that's out. That's out. I'm giving that, Jarrod. So what you do here, if you think it's out, is you lay the 1.55. Have they reviewed? If they
I don't know.
Mental.
My screen is just cut off. It's gone to add.
I don't think they reviewed. That's Parag being dumb. Wow. To be fair to Parag, Hasaranga is the one that knows there, isn't he? Like that is clattering leg stump. Wait till you see this again. Again, betting people. You want to have, like, if you can get hold of the fast streams, great. If you're betting on Betfair or exchanges, you need a fast stream. But you should also, if you're betting the stuff I bet on, the fixed odds, the bookie stuff, you need a good screen as well. So I've got a stream here and a good screen here, and I've got a massive screen over there. And I can see things like, is it spinning? You can't see if a ball is reverse swinging off a tiny little stream on your monitor or on your phone or whatever. Gurbaz looks all right now. He's
Well, you've lost one of your Gurbaz unders. Let's just have a look at this LBW again. Okay, so the ball pitches on leg stump, and it's going to hit leg stump. That is the worst non-review. Did they think he hit it? He hasn't hit it, so
that was out. It was just
well, I mean, we would have made a fortune off that because we both went all in at 285s.
Yeah, nice,
and then they didn't review it.
Hey. Yeah, absurd. I mean, Rinku got away with one last time that he caught behind. There's been a couple of those as well in this IPL that caught behinds that no one's heard and no one's reviewed.
So I had a 4.5% profit. That's been cut to a 3% profit for an absolute plum LBW that they decided not to review.
Yeah, that's mad. I mean, we thought it was out first time, but the second time I saw it, it was like that.
I just went across to Quick Info because this is out though. Slog sleep from Gurbaz. So he's lost you one of your Gurbaz bets, but the man has brought you back your second one as well, as this one is hit out to deep mid wicket and is caught. Just on the previous one, Barron saying that Sticko shows a spike. Well, no, it showed a spike when the ball hit the pad. The ball's way past the pad at that stage.
But
anyway, we'll have a look at it again later. But that's not what I saw.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes you back unders and you go, okay, I've lost. He's playing too well, it's fine. But Gurbaz he gave too many clues that he was going to get out. So I had to go in again. But I didn't go in a third time because I thought his sweeping against the spinners was fine. He's just picked the man out there, hasn't he? He's actually got that somewhere near the middle of the bat. But that was one of the luckier 35s you'll ever see. He looks like quite an angry Gurbaz now walking off.
Who was it? Was it Rickleton who made it? Was that against Rajasthan the other day when Rickleton made runs and I think he hit like 2 good shots. Steve Finn, I was listening to the BBC and Steve Finn was just like, this is one of the worst 50s I've seen. In fact, it was Finney. He maybe never quite went that hard, but
I mean, we can talk about the worst milestone innings that have ever happened and why everyone else is second to David Miller in the World Cup when he got 100 and celebrated for hours when they lost. That still makes me angry, that.
So just on this, so Barron and Crick Info both say that Ultra Edge shows there was an inside edge. I only saw it once, right? When I saw it, with my eyes, I was 100% sure that had hit the pad and not the bat.
Yeah, bollocks. They're all talking shit, particularly Barron.
But either way, doesn't matter. Raghavanshi is in. He's facing Tikshana.
I love Raghavanshi. I backed Raghavanshi to be top KKR for the season at 14-1 because I made it 7 and a bit to 1. And he's not going to win because Rahane is. But he has played really, really well.
Oh, a 3 as we get an overthrow there. So he pushed this into the offside for 2. And they got buzzers.
Literally.
Well, it's not that one, is it? It'd have to be. This would have to be for overthrows.
Okay.
Let's just have a look at where this throw comes in. Oh, it's a wicketkeeper trying to paddle back onto the stumps.
Unnecessary.
When there was no chance of a run out.
Let's see where we stand with my Raghavanshi bet at 14s. It isn't going to win. So he's not that far behind. Raghavanshi has 244 runs so far and averaging 40. And Rahane averages pretty much the same, but he's had an extra innings and he's got 317. That's a big lead. Looks
like a completely different player now, Rahane. They're going to bowl a lot of spin here. Can you give me some unders on Rahane, please?
So what dismissal method am I looking for right now, Jarrod?
You're looking at bold or LBW?
Yeah, I'm looking at LBW because they've been quite short on bold, which is frustrating. Actually, they're big enough. 6.5, that's big enough. So he should have been out LBW. They'll show. I mean, some people that can't see very well think that he hit the ball when he didn't hit it a minute ago.
Well,
anyway,
so
to answer your question, you want a Rahane line. His line is.
So I'm just having a look at the Ultra Edge. The ball is past the stump, past the bat when the spike comes. And it looks like to me it's hitting the pad when the spike comes. But I think what I got tricked on is that his front leg was out the way. But it's an interesting one because the ball is past the bat a little bit. But I'll give that to Varun and Crick Info there. I think we were wrong on that one, Rob.
No, never been wrong, and continue my 100% unwrong record. So everyone else must be wrong.
But it is important to note in these situations that we're only going to be able to get the information that we've seen. We didn't see as many replays as we wanted of that because they didn't review it to begin with. But also, like, you're supposed to get the majority of those right, but you're going to get a lot of them wrong as well. As Rian Parag is coming on, that is not what I expected.
Well, I think he sort of has to, and if he's going to bowl, so like I said, you can't expect Yudhvir and Madwell to bowl 8 overs between them, and it's already gone a bit wrong for both of them, really, but Yudhvir particularly. So Parag then has to bowl because no one else can, and he has to bowl now because the spinners are on, and it's the new bat. So if he's not going to bowl now, he has to bowl later, and he's bowling at bloody Andre or somebody who's going to cart him for 6 every ball. So I don't really agree that Parag should be one of your bowlers, but in this team, the team that they picked today, if I'm captain, I bowl Parag now. Do you know what I mean? He wouldn't be one of my bowlers, and I wouldn't pick Yudhvir and Madwell as 2 of my 5, but they have. So this is what they got to do, and we'll see whether Raghavanshi goes after him or not.
To be fair, this is where, when you're betting, you have to change things. You and I would have, in the old days, had Parag's bowling about as low as you can get.
Yeah.
And we would no longer have that.
He's very unthreatening, though, isn't he? He's unthreatening as a bowler. I'll tell you a bet that you're going to like here, Jarrod.
All of them.
There's no question.
Wait. What did you get me on Rahane's unders?
This is what I'm telling you right now. So you can back Rahane not to score 50 at 1.91. That is big.
I'm in.
That's a big price, isn't it? Because what's happened here, and I get it. So when you're trading player runs, and this logic applies when you're betting on player runs, you move people up and down depending on how good they look. So you might have given Rahane 22 at the start, absolutely 23, 24, 25, no problem. Absolutely no problem. Then you see him time the pants off that one for 6. And then that straight drive for 6 was unreal, right? As good a shot as we've seen.
God, he's almost gone out there from an absolute pie. He just scooped that up to backward square land.
So the Rahane that hit the ball, this is 14 balls without a boundary now, and KKR get twitchy when that happens. The Rahane that hit that straight 6, I would rate as 10 out of 10 Rahane form. Okay? Like as good as you're going to get for him. But since the spinner's come on, he's looked shit, hasn't he? He's been out plumb LBW,
and we've got the stats that suggest that this is normal.
So, what if I'd upgraded Rahane to 10 out of 10 form? Amazing, because of that straight 6, and it's easy when you're betting and trading to go, what a great shot! He's in unbelievable form. I want to be on overs. Get me whatever I can get on Rahane top bat to outscore Gurbaz, overs. Fine, totally get it. Looked amazing. But if you don't spot the fact that he looks crap against spin right now, then you're not watching the game well enough, and you're not going to make good betting decisions. So what's happened there is the trader has quite rightly spotted that Rahane is bossing it and has hoofed his line all the way up to give him another 27.5. That's a lot. Like Kohli starts on 32 some days. But then they haven't brought him down when he looks crap against spin, so we're betting. And you can get under 50.5 right now. It's too many. So it's unders. What price would you back KKR bowled out here, Jarrod?
Bowled it out. No, it's hard to get bowled out against Rajasthan, isn't it?
Really is.
From here, they're 2 down. 20s?
Yeah, there's some awful prices knocking around. I think I'd bet 20, but I don't think I'd bet 10. So this is where bookies
certainly wouldn't bet 10. 10. I mean, they're 2 down after 9 overs. Yes, I know they can batch a lot of wickets together later on, but
so you're telling me you're not backing the 5.5 that's available. Now, this is what shouldn't be allowed, is that bookies say, here's an example. I'm watching them now. So they've got both teams to score 180, 2.25. Okay, what's the other side? What's no? I can only back yes at 2.25. Where's the other side at 1.6 or whatever? Both teams to score 200, 7.5. Don't want it. Both teams to score 160, 1.25. Where's the other side? Why can't I back no? That should be illegal. Like that should be, you can't just put a price up for one thing happening and not allow anyone to put any money on the other side, because it means thieving, robbing bastard bookies put up prices that you couldn't possibly back if you had a brain in your head. and they can only get money on that side, the side that they want to lay, and no one's allowed to bet on the other side. That's not fair, is it? Like if me and you are sat in the pub betting with each other, we're not going to say you can only bet on one of these things. I'm only giving you a price on this, and you have to back it. Like, it's just nonsense. When I'm in charge of the universe, that is the first thing that I'm going to ban, is people offering one side for prices. Offer both, you swines.
We're just at the end of the timeout here. So they are, Rahane is 23 of 16. Raghavanshi is 6 from 4. As Hasaranga comes in again, and this is an absolutely mangled pull shot by Rahane out to deep mid wicket for no run. For 1 run, sorry. Almost caught at mid wicket again. So his last 2 is just scooped up in the air. Really 100% sure what he's thinking at the moment. I suppose Raghavanchi's in. Maybe it's just normal Kolkata thing of we need to push on, because they're only 79 for 2 after 9. This ball just dies in the surface.
That makes me want to back unders, Jarrod.
Wow.
Yeah, that's enough evidence to back under 191 for me. That rolled, didn't it?
Just got stuck. So he sweeps this next one.
Good shot. I think that this pitch isn't as good as the market thinks it is, based on the fact that they haven't scored a boundary for a week. Like this team does not go this amount of time without scoring a boundary. The last boundary was 6.4. We're now 9.4. If they don't get,
he's almost played this on again. How is Rahane still in? Should have been run out as well. Oh, that's lazy by Hasaranga. Hasaranga was screaming for them to throw it to the bowler's end. He then doesn't get behind the stumps. They get the run.
It's a miracle that didn't bowl him. It's shaved, and it should have been run out if Hasaranga is a cricketer, which he is. He's played loads of games internationally.
He's the captain of his international team.
So
that's
bad.
poor. Raghavanshi sweeps this in the air again. Has he kicked that for 4?
Oh my God.
Is that Yudvir down there?
Right. This is what happens every time I've ever backed unders in the history of the world. Is there should be a wicket in the next ball, but some calamity fielding nonsense happened. So there should have been a wicket twice that last ball, and they contrived to do a load of nonsense and not run him out. And then the next ball is hit area and you think, oh, there's a chance for a wicket. And then the fielder runs exactly to the ball, forgets that he has to use his hands to stop the ball from going where the ball wants to go, and just falls in a massive heap. It hits him in the stomach and rolls away for 4. However, I do think that that unders is a good bet here, because the pitch is not the pitch it was 5 overs ago, not when the pace was on.
This might be out, though. He's gone for appeal. This might have spun a bit too far, I think, Rob.
Too much?
Yeah. It was doing a lot, that ball. And Parag is saying I bounced a bit too much. But I'm not even sure if it was hitting the stumps in the end, because it did turn quite a bit. Good delivery, though.
I just seen it again. I think he's probably done on height. Why aren't they reviewing anything today, though?
Well, Parag said it was too high straight away.
I'm going to watch it again.
It was high, and it was spinning. So the combination of those two things. But we've had one in this over keep low, and one in this over pop up.
Okay, I've just watched that again. When it hits him, and when you freeze it, when it hits him, it looks out. I agree that he's probably going over the top, but I reckon that's probably one of those umpires call worth a roll. But the Rahane one was out, and they should have reviewed it.
Except for the fact he hit it.
Yeah,
and we missed it.
Minor details.
Really interesting over that as Rian Parag stays on. This one is down the leg side, and Raghavanshi turns it around for a single. So you are on under 191. Is that where you got on?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I know it's gone quite badly since. What price would you back Andre top bat? Andre hasn't scored a run all season, by the way. But what price would you back him top bat here? 35 is the highest so far. Oh my, that's a bad ball.
7, 10?
Okay, you can get 23.
I would probably back him at 23s.
So this is where models can't handle. So what the model says is that Andre Russell is number 7 or maybe even number 8. So he's got no chance of winning.
Yeah.
And good shot, Raghavanshi, off the practice pitch for 1. And
They can
What
make
the
for
model
two,
doesn't
though.
know is he could bat.
running.
Oh, very good running, and slightly lazy fielding from Jai as well, who just assumed they were only going to run one to him and did a full 360 with the ball for some reason. Threw it in like me. Absolute spaghetti arm that was. Well run though. Yeah. So this is where the models can't cope with it. So the Andre Russell Price will just keep going out and out and out and out and out. So 23.
Bad ball here by Rahane Parag. This is when he's been bowling fine off spin, and now he's just trying to experiment a little bit. And I think he went for the fast full one outside off stump, but he's ended up with a half volley outside off stump, and it's just been forced away for a boundary by Raghavanshi.
They have let them off the hook a bit here, because at some point they have to go back to bad pace. I don't think Parag can bowl again now.
No, but they've still got Teekshana, don't they?
They do.
He's got 2, and Hasaranga's got 2. So I would assume they bowl 3 of the next 4 overs between those two.
The angle for me, Jarrod, is looking at overs when the bad paces are on, which they do have to bowl, unless they keep bowling Parag. They've only got 6 bowlers here. They've got to find They've got to find 3 more overs out of the bad pace, and this is a horrible over from Parag, isn't it? He's missing everything here.
That was a half tracker that should have been. If Raghavanshi was facing that, that's just a boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd think that most informed people get that away for 4 or 6, because he's got miles to aim at as well. There's a 35-meter gap there that he didn't quite find. Interesting game, this.
97 for 2.
I think a good spinner should be, I'm expecting Narine and Chak to be an absolute nightmare on here.
Yes, agreed. It's interesting that Kolkata's 1.55 because they're not tracking for a massive score here, mate.
No, I think there's an element of the market just seeing what I've just seen, or making that, well, how the hell do they chase these against if they do get the 195?
But you say that it is 196 the run line as well, so there is a bit of confusion here. Yeah, 196 from here. That's 100 runs off the next 12 overs, 11 overs,
9 overs.
9 overs. I'll get some of these right eventually. This does spin from Hasaranga.
Yeah. I want Rahane facing Hasaranga for my unders Rahane and unders total, and I've just backed bold at 7 for Rahane. I think you should back that. I think you should back that because he nearly got bowled in the last over, didn't he? Like, it was an inch away from being bowled, and he's obviously
he's come down the wicket and slogged this away for 1.
I think Rahane is showing the signs of somebody. He's also quite a selfless cricketer, Rahane, which you can't say about some cricketers. Like, for example, if Virat Kohli is struggling to time the ball in his innings at this stage, you can pretty much guarantee he's going to get singles until he gets to 50, 1s and 2s, and just trust his natural ability to dig him out of the tough situation. The umpire's having a look at something here. Don't know what. But Rahane is selfless, and Rahane knows that if he's chewing up balls here, he's just going to hit out. He might even walk off. Like, he's one of them. I think he is chewing up balls right now. So I'm expecting Rahane to go all guns blazing right now.
He's almost got bowled around his legs here. So we've got him on bowled at 7s. What is, just on the retired out thing?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to retire out, although he's currently pulling his hamstring and doing all sorts of things.
Looking at, okay.
But what is the odds on any other kind of dismissal right at the moment?
Doesn't count.
You can't do retired out as a wicket anymore?
Nah, because
we could last year.
It's from an intake. If anyone has got that rule, it's wrong. So Rahane's taking treatment here. But if Rahane goes off injured,
we still get our under.
You win your unders.
I think he's hurt his knee here. I mean, it's weird because he's kind of stretching his hamstring, but he's clutching at his knee.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one where he legitimately might walk off because
there's certainly it's his knee. Well, it's still hard to tell because the physio was touching something just behind his leg. So it's either the bottom of his hamstring or it's his knee. But the way he's stretching out his leg, I think it might just be his knee. He just went for a sweep shot, but he got himself in a bit of a tangle. He looked brilliant earlier, Rahane. Barron put a message up earlier saying should Rahane open with Narine rather than Gurbaz?
Why
And
not?
here we go. And I get that, but I kind of feel that they think that Rahane is opening. He's just the secondary opener for when Narine only makes 7.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think they picked 2 guys in De Kock and Gurbaz that they thought, well, one of them will be in form, so it's fine, and they're both out of form. So
big slog sweep attempted here again by Rahane, and he mistimes this. And I think there was probably 2 on offer there, but he can't run. So for those of us with our many unders bets on Rahane, it's going to come quick or finish, and it's going to come quick, a win or a loss, I think.
Yeah, I don't see how Rahane gets his run line here for a number of reasons.
Ragavanshi hits this up in the air, but he's found the gap between mid-wicket and long on. That's a good shot, actually. It was a bit back of a length, and he almost played a straight bat shot just to find the gap. He's a very good player of leg spin. I don't think he's gone out to it much at all, but he's got a high strike rate against it. And yeah, that's just clever. That's just good placement.
He's really good, Ragavanshi. Big fan.
Yeah, same. And he's tried to sweep this one. It's a bit too full. And he's hit out to deep square. Again, I don't think there was 2 on that one, but I reckon earlier they were pushing for 2, and they're not pushing for 2 anymore. So Rahane is very much hit or get out, I think, here.
Yeah, so makes me want to back next man out Rahane. You know the golden rule of next man out betting though, fans, and that is you can never bet next man
over
out
and over again.
when the other fella is on strike. So we have to wait for Rahane to get the strike back. Rahane doesn't have the strike now, does he? Because that was a single.
That was a secret, yeah. 17 off 6 versus pace, Rahane, and 12 off 16 versus spin.
There you go.
They might have to slip in another over of pace here, though.
I'm just watching now. So the other advantage of having multiple screens is when your fast stream is going for an advert where there's a dancing polar bear drinking some sort of milk.
With it, that's fire breath? Milk and fire breath or something?
Yeah, that works. I mean, wrap your head around that one.
Oh my God, it's 3 on Parag again.
Okay, you're expecting 6 or out here from Rahane, aren't you? So there's your single. Now you bet Rahane next man out at 1.91. Jarrod Kimber.
Next man out at 1.9. So Rahane next out.
Yeah, that is available and is a good bet. So we're backing Rahane next out because we're fully expecting him to try and
this
light
across
up.
the line, and it's
no, that's a replay.
Oh, that's the wicket. I was like, I thought that felt. He's hit this. He's got a full toss. This is almost as bad as my commentary. This one. He's got a full toss next ball, and he scooped it up to long on, couple of bounces. He's mistimed that, and if he did time it correctly, I think he just hit it straight to long on anyway.
I think Rahane is his wicket is really imminent here, one way or another. I think his wicket is really imminent. I think the only way Rahane, if they can't run 2 here, he's costing his side runs. Do you know what I mean? That was a 2, wasn't it? Yeah. That last shot, and he's hobbled 1. I think if Rahane doesn't start hitting boundaries now, this second now, he's going to have to walk off because he's chewing up too many balls here. As he leaves a wide, which is an underrated cricket skill. That
I don't think that's a wide. I want to see that replay again. Parag's the captain and the bowler. I just didn't think that was a wide. Anyway. Oh, is this out?
Oh my God. There you go.
Rahane, he's done exactly what we said he was going to do. So we've given you the wins. In fact, you can gone on him a couple of times there. He's gone for the big slog sweep, got a small edge through to the wicketkeeper, and he is gone. That was, unfortunately, with the injury as well, I think it was even more likely. We didn't think Rahane Parag would come on. It's the old UFO ball from Rahane Parag.
Isn't it?
The undercutter, the slow one. And I tell you what, that has been caught of Juve Jarrell's sternum. That was not great wicket keeping. That was not great bowling. That was not great batting. I love all of it.
I mean, that was really good, wasn't it? Because, I mean, the only bad thing, though, he wasn't bowled. He was nearly bowled. But the next man out was amazing because he was out 2 balls later. And all the unders was great because he gave so many clues there that he was going to get out, didn't he? So many clues that he was going to get out. He couldn't handle the spin. So we're looking at numbers and we're watching the cricket. And it's like, well, your eyes tell you that this guy's going to get out soon. Then he's injured. You're like, well, is he going to walk off? And he didn't walk off. You go, well, he's definitely going to slog then. And he slogged and he missed and he didn't run that too. And you're like, unders. Next man out and bye, gone. And guess who's walked in, who were on top bat at 23?
Dre Russ.
Is not 23 anymore.
So just to go through that, Rahane no 50, 1.91. Rahane bowled at 7 was a loss, but Rahane next man out at 1.61 was a win. So you would have won easily there. You didn't get your bowl. To be honest, if that was on the stumps, he wasn't hitting it. I'm surprised he edged it, if we're being honest.
Yeah, and we're on Dre Russ top bat at 23, which is a very nice spot to be in. Okay, so now what Andre Russell does against any kind of spin is it's either a block or a leave or a massive swing at it. And so far he's blocked one and had a massive swing at the other. So if you bet it on balls and a spinner is bowling at Andre Russell, it's either going to be a dot or a boundary. There are two outcomes really. If he slogs, mistimes it and whatever, he might get a single, but the overwhelming majority of balls that Russell faces against spin are dots and boundaries. So his strike rate might be 200 against it, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't get many dot balls. I think there was an over in the Big Bash that just summed it up. He got 18 off the over and 3 of them were forward defenses. That's how he plays against a lot of the spinners.
I'll let you know that I couldn't find the no 50, but I went on unders for Rahane because it's basically the same thing and the odds were almost exactly the same. And I reckon from the time I put that bet on, for the next 10 minutes, he made about 3 runs. Like he just...
Yeah.
Like sometimes you put a bet on like that, you're like, oh, we could get a 4 or a 6 here. And I was just like, he's quite clearly he could bat for another 20 minutes. And unless the theme has come back on, he's not getting another run. Ragavanchi pushes this on the offside. So Tikshana's back on. So they have gone with the extra over of Rian Parag. So let's just look at the spread of how their bowlers have...
It was good captaincy in the end because Rahane was struggling that much against spin. So he was like, any old spin is better than having overs of Yudhvir and Madwal later, which is correct.
So Yudhvir and Madwal have bowled 3 overs between themselves, and Rian Parag's bowled 3. So they've got 2 overs left out of the Yudhvir, Akash, Parag triumvirate.
Good.
Oh. And we just got a stupid chat up, which was I was going to talk about, but it's disappeared. We'll get to that in a minute. 21 dot balls and 7 boundaries and 33 balls versus spin for Russell this season. He had a couple of sixes in one of the games, shouldn't he? Vibor says, and thank you, anyone can send us through a super chat during the day, of course. Shouldn't they bowl spinners from the start to Rahane? Probably. I mean, they did. When did they come in with Rahane? Rahane would have faced the spinner in the 4th over, off the top of my head, was Tikshana, who bowled a shocker. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, it's a valid question. Shouldn't they bowl spinners from the start? And there are some players that you're just like, well, we really should. Tim David is a prime example of that. It's like, well, you must hold an over spin back for him because he can't hit it. But Dhoni. So yesterday, when Chennai were playing, Jarrod, they were cruising to a chase, and Jadeja was smacking it absolutely everywhere. And then he got 12 off his last 10 balls, which is interesting, against the slightly bad pace. But they had an over of spin left, and they needed 11 and over or something. And they had Dubé, right? Sat down in his, with his feet in tubs of concrete, getting ready to be placed on the crease so he could bat. And Dhoni went in. And they just went, all right, spin then. Like, it's done. Like, we've won. They just went, okay, spin. Because Dhoni can't hit it anymore. And his strike rate against spin now isn't 100. It's lower than 100. And it's like, well, obviously, we'll just bowl the spinner, then it's done. And why the hell didn't Dubé bat? These are the sort of questions that remain unanswered after the game. You're like, well, why the hell haven't they done that then? It's so obvious. And
how is Andre Russell still in?
Right, let's back Russell bowled while he's still there, because he's going to get bowled in a minute. Oh, no, I'm not. Bollocks. So I'm not getting the 7 that I was getting at the other end, because to be fair, the trader thinks, well, look at him, he's going to get bowled any second here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we lost on the bold. I can't remember if I gave that one. I think I did, but
yeah, you did. Yeah.
We've got 1 run off this over, and Russell is not yet scored off 5 deliveries. They've got almost a straight hit fielder. So where's he going to go with this one? He finally gets away, but it's a very good over. Shreyas Iyer averaged 129 and 150 with the 152 strike rate versus spin last season. Even before high intent Shreyas, did KKR underrate his usefulness versus spin? I think they had quite a few guys who could come in and whack spin, and they had quite a few guys. I just think they batted him a little bit low last year at times. But he'd probably earned that from being a little bit. They wanted to play a different style of cricket to what Shreyas Iyer was doing. So I would say that was probably the issue there.
Yeah, I think Iyer is in the conversation for best player of spin on planet Earth. I genuinely think he's that good at it. You watched him in the Champions Trophy, and it's a joke how easy he finds spin when he doesn't have to score at 200 against it. Like, you can almost rule out the possibility of him getting out when there's a spinner on in 50 over cricket. This is slightly different. Like, I think he overvalued his form in those first couple of games where he got 150 not out at strike rate 200 or something. And he probably, after the Champions Trophy where he got 60 every game or whatever he did, he got 40 every game, didn't he? Because he was coming in a bit later. He probably thought, I just don't even know how I get out now. I don't even think it's possible for me to not be amazing every single game. And in that, when they lost a wicket first ball against Rajasthan and Archer was bowling absolute heat, he came in and just swung the bat at everything, which is a huge surprise. And Archer cleaned him up bowled. And then he had a few games where he wasn't getting any scores because he still maintained. He was like, no, I'm playing amazing. So I'm just going to take advantage of this form. And he forgot that you got to look at where the ball's going, right? You got to behave and not leave your stumps open and just have huge swats at everything. But then the last couple of innings, we'll come on to a bet in a minute at the end of this soliloquy. Last couple of innings, he's reined it in slightly, because scoring at 180 is really good. But if you're trying to score at 250, you've got to balance. You've got the risk reward, right? And that we're all trying to do every day. He's got to strike that balance. He's so good at cricket. But I think the last a couple of games where he's got his 70 odd again, he's shown that he's frightening, and his 6 hitting against spin is awesome. And you can back him at 6 to be the best 6 hitter for Punjab later, and that's a really good bet because he's back in good form again.
No, I do think that's a good bet. Andre Russell, I'm going to give you a bet here. I can find 10s on Andre Russell to be out caught by the keeper. If he faces Tikshana again, he's going to get an edge on one of those.
Interesting. I mean, that's something that I very rarely back, particularly at this phase of the game.
He played a miss 3 times in the last over.
Good matchup, isn't it?
He doesn't know what shot to play against Tikshana.
Yeah,
he's not. I wouldn't usually bet him to be out caught keeper either. But just the way he played Tikshana, if he faces Tikshana again, I'm gonna drop the hammer. What do you do?
Yeah,
throw the anvil.
I like drop the hammer. Nothing wrong with that. Getting the sledgehammer out is when you're having a proper bet on something, which we should have had on that Rahane unders because he was a walking wicket.
That's just the Neil Wagner, the sledgehammer when he's trying to fix the pitch. All right, it's Hasaranga versus Andre Russell, and he waits in his crease and knocks this down. It's an interesting time because we still have to get 2 more overs out of that triumvirate we talked about before: Akash Madwal, Yudhvir, and Riyan Parag. Jofra has
Andre's
2 left.
Waiting for it. Andre is waiting for those bad overs, isn't he? So that's what I'm just trying to get through this minute. Runs in over is what I'm looking for, because Raghuvanshi is playing great here again, by the way. What I'm looking for here is trying to work out, and by overs left, we can work it out, or hopefully we'll better work it out soon, which overs those clowns are going to bowl, right? The ones that are expected to go for runs, and hump the over 9.5 or whatever. Because those overs are due 14, those 2, whoever bowls them, Yudhvir or Madwal. Whereas these spin overs, they're really struggling to get it away. There
is a possibility that Riyan Parag bowls again. He just
it would be a
himself.
But
yeah, well, I mean, I don't mind it though.
I don't mind it because if you think about it, his over is more likely to get a wicket than Yudhvir or Madwell. And
what a shot by Raghavanshi here, he's been moving the field around beautifully and basically picking that gap between long on and mid wicket. And he's moved long on very wide, and then he's just smash one straight back past him for 4. I tried to do that all day yesterday, by the way, Rob, and I couldn't get one ball straight. I moved I moved mid on to like really wide, but I just couldn't hit one straight. Every time I did, I missed it. It was such a pain in the butt. Anyway, Raghavanshi slightly better batter than me. Who would have had it? That was probably evens, wasn't it?
I used to move the field every time in the Gibraltar Gambling League because I used to walk out swinging the bat like this and giving it the, Chris Gale, I'm going to absolutely hoof everything to the boundary. So they would then move all the fielders back because there's not many different types of batsmen in the Gibraltar Gambling League, as Andre plays the forward defensive with 31 balls left again. And so what would happen then is the captain would see, big fat man wielding big bat, swinging it like I'm aiming to hit it into Africa. And they would move all the fielders back. And then I would just score in 1s and 2s and until they worked out that I can't hit the ball.
I remember, so my walkout is always looking up at the sky because Ian Chappell always said you had to adjust your eyes to the light as you get out on the field.
Good advice.
And so if you look at me coming out, I'm just looking in the air the whole time. I don't know what mental picture that gives. I don't know if it helps or anything either. But anyway, that's what I do when I come out to bat. Yeah, I do do the arm waving thing as well. I feel like it just loosens up your shoulders a little bit.
Yeah, my shoulder's constantly bloody frozen anyway. But enough about my shoulder. More about winning.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting to see. You might have on the other screen, although at the moment it's Madwell coming back on. All right, well, I'm not going to put on that caught behind bet that I had my finger hovering over. So that's caught us by a surprise.
So we think Jofra 17 and 19 now, right?
Yep.
So I'm looking for anyone daft enough to be 12.5 next over and back in unders. Because this over should go. Like Russell is going to have a go at this over. He's in bad form though, right, Andre? As he nearly gets run out.
Yeah. So Hasarunga's finished his 4. So Teakshuna's still got 1. So when does Teakshuna bowl? If this is the 16th,
I think you have 17th. To bowl. I think you have to bowl Jofra 17 and 19 because if you don't, you've got to bowl. You've got to bowl one of the clown overs too early. Right, you might as well push it all the way back and try and get Jofra to get you a wicket. I think Jofra bowls next. It's very hard to predict what captains are going to do in franchise cricket, by the way. Just because I would do it doesn't mean they're going to do it. Like, would you do it? Are you bowling Jofra next? Or are you going Theek?
I probably would have bowled Riyan Parag in this over because Raghavanshi hasn't looked like he's about to hit 4s and 6s yet consistently. This one. What happened there? Did he try? Was that another potential caught behind off the keeper?
No, he thought it was wide, so he left it. But he left it in a very dramatic way. Andre Russell is 2 off 9 balls.
Yes, and
his strike rate will not remain there for very much longer. As we see a nick. Who was that? What ball was that?
That was the Rahane one.
Wicket. Yeah. Oh, okay. Don't know why they're showing us that. That was hours ago. So Andre's got to do something right now. He can't be 2 off 9. So massive hooning, great big shot is coming here. Could easily get out.
Sickett. He goes for the 6, but it's probably a little bit fuller than he thought, and he's ended up just clubbing it for 4. As Rob Barron,
excuse me,
drowning himself, waterboarding himself there. He went for the 6. It was just a little bit fuller than he thought, so he just swung through to hit it as hard as he could and finds a boundary on the leg side.
Yeah, the market knows. The market knows how many runs are due from the next 3 balls and the bad 6 balls that have to happen somewhere. It's a gamble bowling Theekshana at the end as well. Like he's
not if Russell's batting.
Yeah, so you would go Theek next.
Well, I just think while he's there, why don't you? He didn't look like he was going to hit him at all.
No, he didn't.
Oh, and this is a big hit. He's got under this one. The last one was just a little bit too full, maybe a little bit too straight. This one is more in the slot and also more maybe off stump, middle stump rather than leg or at his pads. And he's just smashed this a mile.
Okay,
we all saw this one coming.
Here's a bad price. Over 3.5 for the 6th ball. That's the 4th. And bear in mind, the last 2 balls have been 4 and 6. To be more than 3.5 runs at 4. That's a rubbish effort. Back that.
So give me that bet again.
A boundary off the last ball of this over is apparently happened 1 in 4 times for the man that's just gone 4-6. No, it doesn't. Madwell's bowling. He's clearly the weakest of the 5 options that they had for this over.
And they're going to go. They have to go. What
yeah, Russell's either out
from this one? It's a slow one outside off stump. He just throws his bat at this, and he's got it away for another boundary.
Like, so when Andre Russell has just gone 4-6-4 to a bad bowler, how can the next ball be 1 in 4 to be a boundary? Because
So what are the odds? What are the actual odds on this one?
So it was 4. Like when I said back it. You can't back it now because you have to bet 2 balls ahead.
No, I know. But we told everyone, so everyone got in.
Yeah.
Everyone's got the mortgage on it.
It can't be bloody 4, can it, Jarrod? It's more like 2. It's 1 in 2 that he hits his ball to the fence. It's not 1 in 4.
Well, you were trying to hit it for boundary, right?
And you're
like there is no doubt. It doesn't matter who is facing this. You were trying to hit it for a boundary, right? So if that's the case, how can it be 4?
Well, yeah. It's Andre Russell as well. He's quite good at hitting boundaries.
Even if it wasn't Andre Russell, if Raghavanshi was facing, I'd still be saying this is the ball they were going to have to go for. And of course, he's missed it. It was a short one outside off stump. He's looking at the wide.
He's nearly caught behind, Jarrod.
He was nearly caught behind. He's got away with that one. So there's a loss for you, everyone.
Yeah, sorry, but that coin landed the wrong way around.
To be fair, in that case, that wasn't the worst. It wasn't the worst ball from the bowler there. Went for the short one. I don't know if Russell was expecting it, and Russell kind of wanted a wide, but didn't review. So if that is a wide, what happens to your bet?
Interesting one. So bookies need to be uniform with this. There's a difference between what ball is it and what delivery it is. And working for Decimal, we have different. We provide odds to lots of different places around the world, and the 100 is a really annoying one because in my head, the 100 is pretty easy to work out which ball you're on. I mean, that's kind of why it exists, isn't it? There's 100 of them, but there's a difference between the ball and the delivery because if you back first ball to be,
they have reviewed it. So sorry, we went to an ad on our feed, which is
Andre's. This is really close.
A lot of these Asian broadcasts, I do feel sorry for them because they do have to fit in so many ads, but they do go to an ad so early, Rob.
Yeah, I've just seen it. It's really close, but it's now done empirically, isn't it? It's done. Andre is a certain height, and it has the ball gone over that height. End of story. Yeah. So you can't really argue. Excuse me.
He is 190 centimeters, and that looks like he's off the ground. It's 184 centimeters.
So on we go. Yeah, I saw a LinkedIn
post by someone who doesn't know much about cricket the other day. He was saying, surely it shouldn't be on your height. It should be on like the shot that you were playing and like, where you were in that stance. And then the first comment was just someone who did know a lot about cricket going, every batter would just play a sweep shot.
Here's Jofra.
Jofra is back. And defended by Raghavanshi into the leg side. He wants 2, though. He's been good with his 2s today.
Yeah, Russell's not having that. Russell wants to fire right now. And
Russell's not misfielded by Hetty as well. Hetmeyer up, misfielded that on the way in, but it was a tight.
Just to wrap that delivery thing up, if you back 4 on the first ball with 100 and it's a wide and then a 4, what is the second ball? Is it? And this is some clients say we want that to be the first ball. So the first. So the delivery is what it is. And you've got to know that you're betting on a delivery and not a ball. But that's a boring and long conversation, so we'll leave it there. Dre Russ is going to go after Archer here.
He has, and he's got him. And that is a 6. Now, when do we start to... Oh, geez, I say he got him. He just scooped it over in the end. It was hard. He really had to up and under that one, down the ground. There's a lot of toe in that, but he's got it over long on's head.
He's so
and
strong.
It is 6.
It's not the worst. But he's missed his Yorker by 4 inches. And
when do you start to look at your 23-1 shot on Andre Russell?
Yeah, well, we gave you a 70-1 top bat last week, so we're only giving you a 22-1 top bat this week. He can easily win from here. He's 16 behind Raghavanshi, and he told Raghavanshi basically, "I'm taking these 5 balls," didn't he? Yep. When he turned down that 2.
This is full and straight from Joffrey. He's just missed the Yorker, and that is a brilliant shot. Straight back over his head. 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, if he misses it again, he's only going to deal in boundary. Basically, if Russell is not out at the end of this innings, he's 1 top bat. I'm supremely confident of that.
It might be if he's not out by the end of next over.
Or this over. I mean, his compatriot last night, Romario, my word, that was some power hitting. I don't know if you've seen that. I
saw the highlight. I mean, look, that's the thing with Romario, isn't it? It doesn't come as consistently as some of the other guys, but it's not an issue with the power.
It's outrageous power hitting that. Let's see if Archer's
again
got any
Andre Russell, and he clubbed this out to deep with wicket, and he'll just take the 1 to his national teammates.
So next over, who are you bowling? Theek? Theek at the death? It kind of has to be, doesn't it? So it's Theek, Jofra, and then Clown over.
Whoever.
So the 20th, if they don't get the wicket now, the 20th is due bundles of runs.
Yes. Jofra coming in again. It's a good ball, and Raghavanshi is just playing for Russell though here. It was a slow ball. He was beaten a little bit, but he was never trying to hit that hard. Okay. So that's another single. So you backed under 192.
Yeah, that's under it, isn't it? It's about the line now.
It's exactly the line now, I think.
I think the problem with that bet.
Could you just get out of this bet if you're not sure? Because if Andre Russell's there, I just think to myself, if I would probably just get out of that bet. I didn't go in with you at the time.
The thing is, I'm on the Russell top bat thing, so I don't care if he smokes it everywhere. I think Raghavanshi has got to the stage where he's almost. I am surprised at the leave from Andre there, because if he wears that, he can get the single.
I just think what happens is that sometimes when it's a bit like sometimes when you premeditate so much where the next ball is going to be, you just get yourself in a bad position when it's the surprise short one at your body. And so your reflexes take over. Let's call it the Mitch Santner effect.
Yeah, that's quite a famous delivery, that one.
For those who don't know, I know that's a very random reference, but it's the 2019 World Cup where the last ball of New Zealand's innings, Mitch Santner ducks a bouncer and forgets to run. And people blame umpires and Trent Bolt and bad countback rules, forgetting that Mitch Santner had a chance of getting an extra run and didn't take it.
Well, this season, you know the game that Rajasthan tied with Delhi and ultimately lost because they didn't open with Jaiswal in the super over and they didn't let Jofra Archer bowl it because everyone's dumb. But in that game, Sanju Samson retired out hurt. And we haven't seen him since. He was properly injured, right? As Theek Sharma gets the ball for the 18th. This is a carnage over one way or the other. Let's just see what happens first ball.
Big slog sweep and miss.
What happened there, Raghavanchi's wicket percentage on this ball is extremely high. What happened there was Sanju hit the ball to long off. Now, Sanju's got some sort of abdominal injury or rib injury, I think. And he hit the ball to long off. And it took ages to get there because it mistimed it. And then he walked off. And what he could have done, ball 2, is...
scooped up in the air and missed it. It's a catch.
This is so annoying when you're on Russell top bat, is when they drop. So basically that either should have been out or 1. Those are 2 outcomes that are acceptable from the fielding team there. You either catch it because it's come off the edge. It should have been caught. You either catch it or you stop it from going for 4. And he did neither of those things. He ran in too slow. Got his dive very wrong, dived at it sideways, and then dropped the catch. Like
I think what's happened there is, I don't think that was an edge. I think he sort of sliced it, and I think it's just swung away from Parag, who wasn't just, as you said, just didn't judge it perfectly, and then made the wrong decision perhaps in the end.
He's got that one, I think. No, he hasn't. He's hit it straight up in the air, and he's got away with it again. So he was high wicket percentage, but the fielders don't have functioning hands. But anyway, Sanju hit the ball to long off, and he could have walked down the other end and got the single and then walked off. But he didn't. He just stood there and said, ow, my stomach hurts or my ribs hurt or whatever. Didn't take the easiest single of all time. Now, his legs worked. He could have walked the one, Jarrod, and he didn't. And he just said, no, that hurts. I'm retiring. Never mind. So they didn't get the single. They tied the game and they lost in the super over. And they haven't been able to make the playoffs. And little tiny things like that make a big difference. This
I
is
am
going
on
to be 6 or
Andre
out.
Russell, caught behind. This one's a 6. He has swung across that. Teak Shannon bowled beautifully to him before. This isn't as good. It's a bit wider. It's a bit flatter. Maybe slightly dragged down and a good hit. He's just got to get back to the top of that off stump area where Russell's not sure what shot to play. But that's a very good outcome for your top bat bet.
Yeah, keep going then, Andre. He's 11 behind. So he should be 7 behind with Raghavanshi out. But Parag is being a swine. What we want here is Raghavanshi out and Rinku to come in and face like 4 balls. So that
Do you need Rinku to bat? He's going for another one here. Yeah, this has gone straight up in the air, but I think he's cleared the rope. Oh, it's cleared it by a long way. Wow. It's so high.
Like he mistimed it, and it's gone 40 rows back. So
incredible hit.
The recent balls here, my word, there's a lot of boundaries going on. Yeah, one more of those, and he's ahead.
He's just bowling too wide. He had him before, trapped it off stump. Do you remember? Because Andre Russell didn't know what to play. When it's wide, Andre Russell is just going to free his arms and swing. He's got to get this back in at the stumps here.
If they don't get Andre out now, the 20th over is due absolutely boatloads, like 20. Not 13 or 14, it's due 20.
Russell's strike rate 3 4s, 4 6s, and he's up to 205 with his strike rate. And he was what, 2 off 9? 2 off 7?
2 off 9 he was, yeah.
55 off 31. Raghavanshi completely played for him this partnership, which helps if you backed him at 23 to 1. 23 to 1? 22 to 1. 23
to 1. So 23 decimal price. I mean,
which we gave you before.
He's probably slight favourite to win the top bat now, Andre. If Parag could catch, he would basically be home. But Parag can't catch. He's done some vile things to me, this IPL Parag. When I was all in on over his performance line, and he dropped 2 catches in the field, which would have won him it. Either of them would have won him it. He then had 2 catches dropped off his bowling, which would have won him it. And then he needed to score 1 more run with the bat, and they took a drinks break. And he then proceeded for no reason in like the 8th over to slog the very next ball straight up in the air, and off he went. He's been an absolute swine.
He comes around the wicket. Again, he's bowled too wide. Again, he's allowed Russell to swing his arms, and another 6. That is poor bowling from Teak Shannon.
But how strong are these West Indian power hitters? Like, bloody hell. That's gone a long way back. So that's 18 off the last 3 deliveries of that over from Theek that looked okay when he was bowling at the other bloke. Nearly got him out. Dot ball. Nearly got him out. This is all Parag's fault. Parag's cost his side about 20 runs there because it was new bat on strike against Theek Sharna if he'd have gone and caught Raghavanshi then. Instead, he ends up mucking it up for his team. 4 runs, single. What does Raghavanshi do here, Jarrod? Because he's going to face Jofra now. Does he just
get Jay Rush back on?
Play for Jay Rush, you think?
Yep. That has to be the conversation. At this stage, once you get a guy in this kind of a mood, if you get the bad ball, you hit it for 4, right? So if he gets the short one down the leg side that Joff bowls every now and again, if Joff goes for a Yorker and gets it wrong, you can swing through the line. Anything else, you just get off strike. So that one's the one down the leg side, and he's hit straight up in the air, and he's been out. Well, that's a bonus wicket there. I think that's fair from Raghavanshi, though. It was down leg side.
20. Listen, people. I cannot keep giving away these massive prize winners with nobody sending me suitcases full of money. Last week, 70 to 1. This week, 22 to 1. In successive games on this thing, if you don't mind. I'm not saying any more words for the rest of the day. I've done my bit here.
What if Rinku Singh came in and hit a 6 every ball? No, it's very unlikely from there. So there it is. No issue there from, but yeah, just on the winner. Great work. Another 23-1 shot. So if you just like the outsiders from Rob, he's giving you some juicy outsiders in the last couple of weeks, and they've come off. It is worth saying that the vast majority of Rob Barron's outsider bets will not come off. Like, these are the rarity rather than the rule, but they come from cricket sense, and it makes a lot of sense. I also gave you Denver Nuggets at 30-1 last week to win the championship, as this one is bunted out on the leg side. They've gone through to the second round after everyone in the basketball press said that they wouldn't get out of the first round. So that's worth watching a little bit longer. I actually backed them at 80-1, Rob, when they were 2-1 down.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Back in the hand slow ball from Jofra too. We don't see him bowl that as much these days. Raghavanshi went for the right one, but Rinku's got Andre Russell back on strike, which is the best decision. Jofra, good Yorker, dug straight back out to the bowler, no run.
So the Jofra Archer top bowler bet is back alive. However,
yes,
bloody Parag's going to win it if Archer doesn't get a wicket, because Parag only bowled 3 overs and went for 21. Even though Archer has a better economy, he is going to go for more runs unless he gets Andre out, because there is not
You don't think Rahane will bowl the last over?
I do not. I do not think that. Although it's due the same amount of runs as Yudhvir or Madhwal. He can do whatever he wants, but he's not going to bowl himself for the 20th, is he? You just wouldn't do that.
Full toss down the leg side, flicked away for 6. That's good batting from Andre Russell, because he got himself cramped and he's just been able to flick that away. It was a terrible ball, but he was in the wrong position to do it, and he still managed to hit it for 6.
Yeah, the only way Jofra can win top bowl now is if he gets a wicket in the next 2 balls. However, Rinku is batting, and we're on under 21
50 as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was 2 off 9, Jarrod. He's 51 off 22.
Yeah, catch-up innings. Rinku under 21.5 for his final score. Just remember that, because that's another bet that's still active. Short ball. And that is going to go for 4 as well. So for those of you who got out on your run line of 192 from before, you've done well. But I'm pretty sure they're going to go over 192 now. 1 ball to come in the penultimate over. Yeah, he's gone for the short cutter. Andre Russell is just timing the ball so well at this point.
He's a hard man to bowl at, isn't he, though? Like, this is the first good one he's done this season, Andre. Yeah. And when he was 2 off 9, you're like, what's happening here? But he knew he was going to get some hittable stuff. And didn't he? He was like, no, I'm not taking this bait. I'm not going to get out to the spin right now. You have to bowl some rubbish at me, and I'm going to murder you when you do.
He's hit this up in the air. This might be caught at long off. Is that dropped? It was dropped.
Obviously dropped. Stop dropping catches to lose me bets. It's bloody Parag again, I think, or Rana. Why can't they catch?
All right. Okay, so the run line at the moment. Tell me what the run line is, Rob.
I'm just watching that drop catch again.
Why?
Why do they keep dropping catches? Stop dropping catches. Definitely lost my runs bet on the under 191.
I thought you got out of that bet. Did you not get out?
Nah, because I thought if it loses, I'm going to win my Andre money, which is loads. So that's fine. So that is hit. That is a very easy catch again, and it is Parag. Parag, stop costing me money.
Are we saying over 198.5 here?
Yeah, I think so. I think we are.
Over
114 and a half. Yeah, fine.
And over, so 198.5. We have Madhwal coming back on. He's gone for 28 of his 2 overs. And of course, we'll get to why Rob was upset after this next ball. For those of you who haven't been with us for the entire broadcast, starts with a terrible wide. Oh my God, that's almost a no ball, actually. It might be a no ball.
Cut straight.
This is why Rob was upset. He was on Jofra Archer for top bowler. That wicket at the end there would have given him Jofra as top bowler, but because Rian Parag went for fewer runs, even though he didn't bowl as many overs, he actually wins top bowler. So Rob has lost out on that one.
Parag is just an absolute agent to try and make me lose as many bets as possible this IPL, because he's won the top bowler. And he's stolen it off Jofra by throwing another bloody catch on the floor. So, yeah, only 2 drops.
Another wide. Oh, Jesus.
If you're on the over 198, it's a good start. It's going to be difficult for Rinku to get his 22 from here. So I don't think Andre is going to want to give him too much strike.
I reckon if there's a 4 or a 6 next ball, Rob, I actually think it might be a worthwhile bet to go under and just take a middle and not take a loss.
I think these balls are all due so many, and he's terrified. He's terrified. Another wide. He is terrified of bowling to Andre here, because he's trying.
Are they reviewing
bowl,
that?
Well, it's ridiculous. It's wide. He's trying to bowl on the wide line so that Andre can't muscle him, right? But he's too scared. Andre knows what he's doing. Like, it's not difficult to work out what he's trying to do here, and he's just too scared. This is being outwitted, what's happening here from Madwell. So Madwell needs to the captain needs to go over to him now and say, listen, mate, you're shitting yourself. Calm everything down. Bowl a good ball. You might get him out.
Is it this up there? This could go anywhere. It has.
Madwell, to be fair. He executed then, and he bowled it on. I think Andre probably could have left it again, but Andre actually went through. I'm going to watch the ball again. Yeah, it would have been another wide by a foot. But Andre got ball.
I think Andre was outside off stump though, wasn't he? So slightly different. Anyway, that makes our overs a little bit more shaky, because I almost think if I was Andre, I wouldn't have run then. But anyway, we've still got a lot of balls to go in this over. We need 199 or above. 15 fours, 10 sixes. Madval to Rinku Singh, who's on 1 from 1. Gets a short ball, gets a top edge, goes over the bowler's head. There should be 2. I think Dre Russ wants the 2, doesn't he?
That's surprising.
He does.
I am surprised that Andre ran the 2. And if anybody can get his 22 run line off 4 balls, it's Rinku at the very end against bad pace.
Yeah, so just a reminder that we are on under 21.5 runs for Rinku Singh, partly on the basis that he bats so far down the order, and him just scoring that many runs doesn't always happen. Well, mostly on the basis of that.
I've got a question for you. It's a difficult one to answer, and I also don't feel particularly...
It's short. He's hooked it away, and it should... Oh, no, it's found the gap. Wow. How has he managed to get that so straight?
Good shot.
I thought that should have been fielded off the bat, but he's miles from either of the fielders. Because that looked like a hook shot to me that went to deep mid-wicket.
Very good.
Let's just have a look at this again. It's a short one. It's outside off stump. It's halfway between a hook and a pull. But yeah,
he's trying to hit the ball there. The graphic now is showing us where he's hit it. And he's got a big gap between 2 fielders. And he has bisected those fielders. That is right in the middle of them. That is proper good thinking and execution from the square-headed Lego man.
7 off 3, Rinku. Remember, we're under 21.5 on him, but we're also overs for this over. So
we're conflicted.
He's got this one away. This is a full toss on the pads that's swept for 6.
Okay, there's your overs done.
Overs are done. With 3 balls to go.
We're fading 2 balls left.
2 balls to go.
We're fading 9 off 2. So we're fading we're allowed 4-4 for Rinku here, but we're not allowed 6-4. And the 6% of this ball is extremely high. He'll probably bowl another wide before he gets it for 6. But this over was always due load, and we were trying to plan, like, how do we make money off this? Yeah. How do we get on? But because it's gone wide, 1, 2, 4, 6, and this ball is honestly this ball is in for like 3.9. You can still back over now. You wouldn't be able to back it.
I'm not sure that Andre Russell's going to be caught behind now.
I'm not sure he faces another ball, Jarrod. I think this ball... The only way he faces another ball is if they run the bye off the wide.
I also think they've done well to get 200 here. I know Andre Russell's played a big part of that. This is a full toss on the pads. It's swept for 6. This is not what Rob Barron wanted.
Unreal.
Well, we certainly didn't have to worry about our overs.
Said the ball was due 3.9. It was actually due more than that. The next ball is due 5. It has hit the rope on the full. Why do they never fall 1 inch short when you're on unders for somebody? Yeah, full toss again, which is not the correct answer, Madwell. And the market thought this over was due, what, 14 and a bit? And we said, no, it isn't. It's due 20.
And that we thought Andre Russell would face more of them as well at that point.
22 so far. So we're not allowed 4. And it's an absolute certainty that he gets a boundary off this ball.
Oh! It's a play and miss! It's a play and miss! Somehow Rob Barron has pulled out that bet when everything was going against him. And we've got a Rinku under 21.5, which we did not deserve, but we will take anyway because we don't care about what we deserve. Because we did have a drop catch off Jofra a minute ago that also should have cost us. That also should have given us that. So under 21.5. Look, we had a huge. I'll just rattle through these bets because there's so many of them. We lost on Jofra top bowler because of the drop. We had Narine next man out with 1. We had Narine under 19.5 that won. We had Narine bowled that won. We're not sure how many of you got on that one, but that was 7s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. Rajasthan, no, these are for later. We'll worry about these when we come back on. We had Gurbaz under 29.5, which lost, but we had Gurbaz under 45.5, which won. We had Rahane no 50, which won. We also had Rahane unders, depending on how much we're listening. We went with under 192, but we did actually give you a chance to break even on that one. Rahane bowled at 7s was a loss. Rahane next man out was a win. Boundary off the last ball of the first over, which was at 4s, was a loss. I had Dre Russ caught behind at 11s, which was a loss. We had over 198.5, which was a win. We had Rinku under 21.5, which was a win. But the big one was that Rob Barron said quite early on in that innings, I like Andre Russell at top bat here. He was 23 to 1. I said it should have been what? Did I say 12 or 14s or something around there?
You said you got back 10 at the time.
Oh, there we go. And he's come home at 23 to 1. So we had a 70 to 1 winner last week. And we have a 23 to 1 winner this week. But there were actually quite a few winners all the way through. A lone quester says, ain't no way Rob is complaining about being unlucky after the Kruno and Russell bets. You don't know Rob Barron at all. You just don't know Rob Barron at all if that's the way that you think his mind will work. We're going to take a break, but just before we do, we have Rajasthan, in case you come in, a 6 in the first over at 5 to 1, if you can find it. And we also have, where is it? Varun Chakravarti for top bowler at 4 to 1. I think that's a very, very good bet now, by the way. I think there's Kolkata at 1.29 at the moment, Rob. If I was going to say anything to the fans, I would say that it's probably worth maybe putting a little bit of waiting, not putting any money on the game result and waiting for the 2 spinners to come on and then having a go from there. Anyway, we're going to have a 7 to 8 minute break. We'll be back after that as Rob Barron goes off to count his money. You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com. The thing with Mike Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right?
I do have to agree a bit with Crunk in that when I saw him for the first time, I was like, wow, I am genuinely excited to watch this guy. Whereas I don't get that very often from Pacers. No, I didn't feel like that about Josh Hull when I saw him play. Who's playing test matches.
Yadav, the Josh Hull of England, of India.
But if he is fit, kind like India are a bit of a cheat code because that's not fair, that attack, because they actually have spinners. They've already got the head and shoulders best bowler in the world. And if you add in a fit Mayank Yadav, who is as good as that guy that turned up and played a couple of times in the IPL, they don't lose. They can't lose to anyone with that attack.
Yeah, I think he's a really, really fascinating player. I mean, when you say he's the most talented bowler he's seen, like, there's not that much difference between him and Pat Cummins when Pat Cummins came on the scene. Pat Cummins was bowling, 150, 155 outswing and is taller than Mayank Yadav and probably has a higher release. So the Pat Cummins we see now is, dare I say it, kind of boring, right? Like, consistent and accurate and doesn't swing it and, isn't that kind of player. But if you think back to what Pat Cummins was in that first test match in South Africa, you were seeing literally very similar to Mayank Yadav. And of course, we then didn't see Pat Cummins for 6 years. The next time I saw Pat Cummins, I interviewed him at the SCG, and he'd just come off a machine, Rob, that allows you to run without putting any weight on your body. It's like, I don't know, some sort of moon-like machine. So you do the cardio, but you don't actually put any impact on. And I was like,
it's called a swimming pool.
No, that's what they do to horses. But yeah, it's a bit like that. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, we're never going to see this dude again. Like, if he's 22 years old and the only way for him to do cardio is with a machine that Cricket New South Wales or Cricket Australia had to like ship in from overseas, it's not likely. And to be honest, I think he missed 6 years of international cricket, and Australia had 4 prime ministers. So it was a big stint out of the game at that point. And when he came back, he wasn't that kind of bowler anymore. Right, like he had changed, and then obviously the wobble ball played a big part and everything else. So you can, Crunk, get very excited about a young bowler, and then a couple of years in, that bowler is very different. I mean, it's not just bowlers, of course. Remember, David Warner, when we first saw him, was flat batting Dale Steyn back over his head.
Yeah, good.
And when was the last time that David Warner could play a shot? Like David Warner, if you watched a video of that, would get a pain in his shoulder now, right? Like, age wearies you and everything else. The thing with Mayank Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right? Those are 2 one-dimensional players. If they are not bowling at 90 miles an hour, like, what is the point in them ever being in a cricket team? Because I look at Mayank Yadav and I'm like, do you know what? He's accurate, especially for someone of his pace, and he can move the ball. There's a couple of different parts to him, right? So if something falls off, and hopefully not literally, because that would be leprosy or something, or he's been or he's been dismembered. I don't understand how I got into this analogy, but if something falls off from him as a bowler, I think he has other things to build on. Whereas if you look at that with some of those other, Umran Malik, as you just said, is a perfect example of, well, he's not accurate. He doesn't really move the ball sideways, and he doesn't seem to understand what he's doing. The little bit that we're seeing in Mayank Yadav at the moment, he does understand all those things.
Because what happens, and TV is mainly the biggest guilty party in this, is when somebody comes along who is fast, everybody gets very excited, and they look at speed guns and they don't look at anything else. And speed guns are obviously extremely doctored anyway. But when Umran Malik came along, you're like, bloody hell, that is genuinely really, really fast. And then fast forward 4 games, you're like, yeah, but it's really, really fast in the slot every single time. And it's like his power play numbers are abominable, Umran Malik. Like, he turns up and he goes at 12 and over in the power play consistently. And whenever he gets an over in the power play, it's just scrambling as hard as you can to get on overs and back boundary every single ball, because it's really, really fast. But how good are good players at really, really fast balls in the slot? The ones that are going to hit them directly between the eyes or in the neck, they're the ones they don't like. And Malik didn't work it out. Whereas Mayank is a totally different guy. Like, he's a completely different cricketer. So you have Shamar Joseph, who put it together in a test match against Australia and won a test match nearly by himself when he had a bad foot or whatever. And you're like, that is incredible and it's exciting, and how good is he? He goes to T20 with no experience of bowling with a white ball. And has to suddenly go, right, here's the IPL, let's see how you get on. It's a totally different ball game, like, literally. And he got found out in about 5 minutes, but they didn't persevere with him. KKR, wasn't it? Didn't persevere with him, just like immediately, see you later, like, this is the IPL, you can't bowl like that. But 3 very different yet all very interesting cases there. Mayank Yadav is the one that you think, blimey, he could be anything, but it doesn't look good for his long-term prospects, and he might have to come back. I mean, but it's not like he had his action knackered like England tried to do with Jimmy Anderson, for example, where he had to have a load of time out of the game because his team tried to break him in half. We've not had that. I think it just looks like he's unlucky. But he's only 22, Mayank Yadav. They do have time to, do what they need to do with him. But what may happen, and Pakistan do this with their guys, is they go, well, we've got this great commodity, let's bowl him all the time, and then he breaks and we never see him again. And we don't want that to happen. So don't do that, please.
No. Kronk said, Cummins was not as fast as Mayank. I've seen the clips. He was more 145-ish, not 155. He was 155 when he was 18, 19. He was absolutely lightning when... The first time I saw him, I think might have even been live. I was just like, I cannot believe this guy is bowling the way that Pat Cummins does. He bowls 145 now, Kronk, and I promise you, if you talk to Pat Cummins, he'd say he's nowhere near the pace that he used to be. He bowled 145 in the last IPL. Way quicker when he was young.
Cummins is a guy that is top 3 test bowlers in the world right now, I would say, Cummins. Yeah. But until very recently, where he's worked out that he's a very limited white ball bowler, particularly T20 bowler. I think that is because he bowls like he was the guy that had the massive pace in his locker, the 155. And he actually bowls it near a 140 and he gets carted all the time. So he is somebody that he was like, well, I'm going to be really good as a power play bowler. And again, KKR spent all the money. And then SRH, I'm going to be really, really good as a power play bowler. And he wasn't. And he was like, well, maybe I'm the guy. And he's kind of worked it out now. But the amount of cash that he got for being the guy that could bowl 155 when he was bowling 140 is very different. Pretty rubbish.
He hadn't bowled 155. I think when he first came back, so what would he have been, 24, 25? He could still get up to that speed if he needed to very occasionally. And I saw some very fast spells. But he hasn't bowled anywhere near 155 certainly in the last, 6, 7, 8 years. And I think you're right. It's quite interesting when you think about him. He's basically developed into a very, very accurate 88 mile an hour seamer, right? Who can occasionally ramp up slightly. And that was in red ball cricket. And in white ball cricket, he never developed any extra skills for a long period of time, partially because he didn't have to. But the point is that Crunk, people were as excited about Pat Cummins, and now we see Pat Cummins as almost a very good stock bowler. But like, if you had a choice of watching, I mean, you named it before. If you had a choice of watching Rabada or Bumrah or Cummins, like you're from an entertainment point of view, you're always going to pick the other two over Cummins. Now that was not the case back in No,
it wasn't. I remember
2012
watching
or whatever it was when he started.
I remember watching Bumrah's first couple of games in the IPL. And it wasn't like that. His name was the funny thing for me because in Thundercats they had Mumrah, and so I was just shouting Bumrah all the time, and that's what I remember about him starting. It wasn't that. And yes, his action is very interesting, Bumrah, but it wasn't like, oh my god, this is the guy. And it was for Cummins. To be fair, Rabada in Test, when I first saw him in Test matches, that was very exciting. You're like, bloody hell, they found somebody here because he was awesome. He was instantly really, really good. But so was Cummins. It took Bumrah some time, didn't it, to get good? But Cummins was like, and also Cummins can bat.
You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favourite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favourite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com. Welcome back to Cricket 8. Jarrod Kimber, Rob Barron here. Rob Barron, who's sitting on a toilet seat made of gold after his 23-1 bet on Andre Russell there.
MC Hammer style.
I didn't actually have any money on that, but I won so much in that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? I had so many other bets that came off there, so absolutely no issue from there. But yeah, let's see how the second innings plays out. As I said, if you're looking some value around the match situation, I think one of the best bets here is to let the seamers bowl early and wait for Varun Chakravarti to come on.
Right. So different teams approach these sort of chases in different ways. And the way Rajasthan are going to approach this is by going as hard as they possibly can early, because that's how they've done it all season. That's how they do their best scores and play their best cricket. As we've already mentioned, these two are monsters early, particularly first over and first ball and all the rest of it. Aurora will try and get it swinging, and Jofra got it swinging a bit. So it wouldn't surprise me if this was a, beat the bat or a wide or whatever. But 6 in this over at 5 is absolutely enormous. I don't feel comfortable betting on a 14-year-old kid, right? But he's 5.5 to hit 360.
We had to find the one thing in your life you didn't feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I think, well, like running would be another one. I meant one thing in your life you didn't feel comfortable betting on. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable.
It's this and the BPL.
Doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. I won't bet on the BPL because it's awful. But I mean, what is the number that you would back him to score the most runs for Rajasthan? And I would say that number is lower than 7, which is available. You can back him to score the most runs to be top bat here at 7. That's too big. He got 100 2 games ago. Sure, he got 0 the game before. He's one of those. But they're going to go hard early. I really like the over 59 first 6. I'm already on over 56 at 2.1 because that's how many KKR get. But I think Raj don't mind if they lose the wicket. They're going to keep going in the power play because they're a rubbish team at getting on with it in the middle overs. And they're also a rubbish team if the chase gets close because they buggered up 3 of them. So they're going to go hard here early. It's the only way. What might happen, the angle is later in the power play, is if they do blast the first three overs, then Chakor Narine will bowl the 4th. Or if they blast the first 4, then one of those will bowl the 5th. And that's the angle for the runs per over stuff right now. But anyway, here's the first ball. Hope it's 6.
Here is the first ball. Does it swing? It does swing, but kind of into the middle of the bat. And fairly athletic fielding from Moeen Elliott out there at point.
Unacceptable good fielding from Moeen because I want runs off this over.
Oh, yeah, we should say. So we actually have a running bet from earlier, if you're around today, which was for Rajasthan to score more than KKR did in the first over, which is 2. So we need 3. Am I right in saying that?
We need 3, but I want 12. I'm also on 6 in this over at 5, which is
yes, we do have that one as well, don't we? This one, here's the first one. It's still stolen single there to short third.
So now we have Suryavanshi on strike, and I really hope that the duck hasn't done anything adverse to his brain. I really hope he got spoken to properly about the 0 that he scored, because they should have been talking about the 100 that he scored the game before where he hit 11 sixes. And I don't want him to change how he bats, because that happens to some people, doesn't it? It's like they have a bad score or a couple of bad scores and they change and they think, no. He got all his success, and the reason why he's playing in this IPL at 14 years of age is because he has unbelievably quick hands. He grips the bat in a different way from other people. I saw somebody talking about this the other day. It's really interesting. And he just flies full body weight through the ball.
Was that Avinav Mukund was talking about how his bottom hand is like almost completely turned around on the blade?
Very interesting, that. Let's see what he does.
Well, he just plays the normal cover drive here and hits it for 4. But that is 1 win already. So another one, we had that early on. Can I bring that? Oh, no. Do we have that? Yeah. Oh, no. That was 6 in the first over that was here. But the other bet that we gave you at the start of play was on KKR versus Rajasthan in the power play, and for you to go on, in the first over, and to go for Rajasthan there at 2.1, didn't you get, or something ridiculous?
Yeah. That was nice. That was a dumb price, wasn't it? I would still like more runs this over, though. I just want loads of runs at the start. I want my 60 plus to win for the power play as well.
And he slugged this up in the air. This could be out.
Yeah.
So it's gone really high. And it is. That's not what you wanted.
Catch. No, I wanted the 6. But to be fair, he went for the 6. And I wanted him to go for the 6, but he's mistimed it. And once again, like the Rashid Khan one yesterday, that was or the day before. That was a really, really good catch. That's Rahane, isn't it? It's a top draw catch, that.
Rahane, some of the best hands in the business, running back with the flight there. Those are the sorts of catches we've seen drop time and time again. It is more of them have been dropped at night, though, to be fair, Rob, I would say, than in the day. It just swung away a little bit. The shot was on. It was into his hitting zone, but he just got under it a little bit because it swung away and it got the toe end of the bat. And Rahane running back and catching it low to the ground, Rob.
Good take. Like, you don't, in this IPL, if you've watched this IPL where the catching standard has been utterly atrocious, you feel unlucky if you're on runs or Suryavanshi or whatever. Moeen mate of mine, Tomo, messaged me. He had 60p on Suyvanshi top bat at 5.5. Now he should have been back in the 7. He said, "Is my money safe?" No, your money is unsafe and it's gone. Yeah, he's like our age and is having 60p's on the cricket, but sometimes he gets the sledgehammer out and has a 5 on something. Also wastes all his money betting on horses. So
do you
here's
know what I've
thought.
noticed about you guys though, you betting guys, you actually respect the little betters as much as you respect
Yeah,
the bigger
well,
betters.
who am I to say how much money somebody should have on stuff? Like it's
Yeah. I never, because I mean, there are a couple of betting people who are a little bit less like that, but I found that like if you know, I've been in rooms where people have bet $70,000 on something, and I've bet $1 on it, and we're both, you know, they're respecting my bet as much as I'm respecting their bet. It's a really interesting thing that I wouldn't have thought from the outside. Left.
Yeah, okay.
We saw him get hit early on the hand trying to take a catch. I was actually well short of him in the end.
Okay, I've seen one ball of Rithor this season, and he's already my least favourite. No, Parag is. What is that? I'm not accepting any leaving from this team in the power play. But yeah, the good point you make is like there's why does anyone else have a right to cheer more or moan more than somebody else because of the stakes? I know people that I talk to during games that are probably exposed for 50,000 quid on this game, but they're not worth any less. Like, why can somebody not enjoy it? Block. Bloody hell. Okay, Rithor, I am not a fan of your work with the leave and the block for Rajasthan. That was not.
But we got our bet, which was over 2 runs in that over at 2.1. That's quite good odds as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2.1 that was for Rajasthan highest first over score, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't see Jaiswal is going to have to do something utterly mental
to get you over 56.
If they're going to, I don't see how that wins. I don't see how they. I do see how that wins because they can still blast this power play because that's what they have to do. Because there is no way you can leave yourself 14 and over required off Chakravarti and Narine on here. Absolutely no chance. Moeen is going to bowl the second over, which is probably a good move. I expect Jaiswal to go after him, but if they're going to win this game, and they're only 5-1 to win it, Jaiswal is going to have to do something extraordinary, or Hetmeyer is going to have to get 80 off 30 or something. Hetmeyer is going to have to do what Andre did.
Can I give you? As this is slogged across the line by Jaiswal, it's got nothing on it. Oh wow! And Andre Russell's going to save it, and they'll come back for a couple, I think. Yeah, he put a lot into that Jaiswal, and it really didn't go anywhere.
I don't think we need to worry about rain, although somebody's put on there. The par score would be 54 for 1. But there must be rain about because you can back completed match, yes, which is only 5 overs required for the game to be complete. That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
At 101, you can actually put 1,000 quid on to win yourself a tenner. And that would simply not be there unless there was some sort of rain forecast here.
Just single as Jaiswal gets himself off straight. Who is that waving in the top right photo of Rob's video feed? That's John Candy, isn't it?
That is John Candy, who Mega identified as umpire Dave Shepherd once. John Candy, one of the greatest actors of all time. Life tragically cut short at about 43, which worryingly is my next birthday, and I'm in similar shape.
I've just lost my feed for a second, mate. So if anything,
LBW appeal that hit him a mile outside the line. But Rathor is not the number 3 that I want for this team. They're talking about the review, and they've gone for it. Now I'm going to watch it again. Actually, I mean, I kind of want this out. I'm bored of Rathor already. He keeps missing and leaving and blocking everything. So they have reviewed an LBW here. Gurbaz had a chat with Moeen, and Moeen had a chat with Rahane, and the knee bone is connected to the shin bone, and it is now being reviewed, and it looks closer than I thought initially. I thought outside the line initially, but now I think only height is going to save him. I don't think he's hit it.
Does that touch the bat on the way through?
It's really close to the toe of the bat, so it's a bad shot. Yeah. It's missed the glove, and then it's ended up. It's going. Obviously, the ball is traveling north.
I think it's hitting the stumps. So I don't think height is the problem.
Do you? I think that's going up quite quick. It depends. Like Hawkeye's a bit random for me. You're saying it's out if he's not hit it, are you?
I didn't see where it pitched, so you'd have to give me all that information.
No,
My screen hasn't come back up.
I think it pitched okay. I don't think it's turned that much.
If it's pitched okay, then I think it's hitting the top of middle and leg.
Not given on the field, remember?
Yep. Bit of a delay while we just wait for the machine to...
Actually, I think I cheer this for my first 6 bet. I actually think I cheer Rathore to be out because he's shown me absolutely nothing to suggest he's going to try and get on with it. And Rajasthan have not done this all season. They've gone hard at the power play no matter what. So I know Rathore, if I'm mispronouncing that, apologies, was listed 3. But this is them not having enough bats again. So the reason why Rajasthan haven't qualified for the playoffs and why they're battling with Chennai for bottom is they don't have any cover in these areas. So when they lose, they've got one overseas bat who faces an average of 9 balls a game. They don't have any cover. Like, they were lucky that Suryavanshi has come in and been what he's been because he was the opening batsman cover. Then Rana goes down and they've got Rathore comes in who can't get it off the square. And they end up with a bowling attack that's got 2 absolute gun overseas, 3 if you count Theekshana as one of those. Like, Hasaranga's awesome generally, Jofra amazing, Theekshana fire, and then they've got 2, guys that have collected enough bloody serial voucher tokens to bowl the other 8 overs. Pitched in line, hit in line.
Top of leg. Oh, umpire's call. Well, it was hitting the top of leg. I was right on that bit, but not enough. Not quite enough. Was that umpire's call on height or on height and width? It might have been sliding more than both of us thought.
So, yeah, the replay said that is clipping off pole, right? Or leg, is it? Was that his leg stump?
Because he's lefty, isn't he?
Yeah. That's a shame because he's being really boring. He doesn't strike me as somebody who is suddenly going to blast a 6 here, so I would like him to prove me wrong.
And he's tried to blast a 6 here, and he's hit the ball straight up in the air, and he should be out next ball. And he is out next ball.
That was an atrocious innings. He was lucky.
First game, remember he got hit on the hand before. Not saying that had an impact, but that did happen. But yes, very ordinary innings there from young Rathore. First game, no reason to over worry about that at all, but good off-spinning delivery from Moeen Khan. That would have been wow. That's a throwback, isn't it?
That is
not bad for a wicket keeper from Pakistan as well. Good ball from Moeen Ali on off stump, straightening a little bit. I don't think there was much purchase on the wicket, but essentially he tried to hit that over mid on, I think, and then ended up just getting a top edge straight to mid on. But anyway, he is gone. And Rajasthan go out to 7s.
Yeah,
there might not be that good bet that I was talking about before, Rob, where I thought maybe the openers would hit a couple of boundaries and change the odds and make everyone believe again.
So to be fair, Jarrod, they've done it every other time, and even when they have lost the early wicket, Rana's come in and hoofed it, or somebody else has come in and given it a whack. Like last game or the game before? Like Parag has gone hyper mode quite early. It'd be interesting to see what Parag does now, because this team are out, don't forget. So there's no point in them trying to avoid the net run rate loss, is there? They might as well try and chase these runs. And the best way to do that is by hammering people that aren't called Chakravarti or Narine. Because if you need 14 and over off those 2, they're going to get bowled out here. So we're already thinking of our second innings run line, Jarrod. That's what we should be looking at. And
well, I was going to tell you it was 154, but there was no money in the market. So you might have had to have gone with the bookies. No, it's 160 now. How is it more?
Okay, I think rain might scupper the run line, but I mean,
you don't think we'll get the full 20 in?
Not looking at the forecast as I'm looking at it now, but I am one of the worst judges of a forecast in the history of mankind. So another radar and all
you
that.
And every weather person.
Yeah, I mean that is stealing a living, isn't it? Telling people what the weather's going to be. Bloody hell.
Okay, so let me just have a look here if there's anything on any of the other markets for this one. I can't. Yeah, Yeah, I can't see what the total run line is on any of the bookies, mate. I don't know if you have any of those there.
No, and to be fair, I wouldn't. I can understand why they wouldn't offer right now because of the weather, and it's a nightmare trying to put innings lines up when there's weather about, because the rules that the bookies have generally are 80% of overs must be bowled for your bet to stand. So when there's rain about, it's a tough offer. Like, I wouldn't really offer it here because.
So, but what about on the exchange?
So on the exchange, the reason why I assume why there's no money up there is, let's have a look.
Oh, half volley on the leg stump here. Parag's just like, well, I'll just whip that for 6.
Shot. Let's have a look.
You can get under 160 for a decent bet if you want to put it on.
I think the real line would be somewhere in the middle of. I think the line would be somewhere like 170 if they were offering. But I think that's a market I don't want to go into too much because of the rain potential. Do you know what I mean? I think we might as well find something where that we're not going to be bothered about them wandering off in 5 overs time, which according to the radar is pretty likely.
This one swings back in, top of off stump. Parag just pushes that out to point, no run.
But again, Suryavanshi should not change the way he plays with a couple of low ones. He's already given us, all the watching public stuff that we never expected to see from a child. Like, that was unreal, the 100. And the first shot in the IPL of the blast out 6 over extra cover, that was almost up there with. You remember when AB did it to Dale Steyn, where he bowled a really good Yorker and AB just hoofed it over extra cover for 6? Which I think, that logo that we can see, if you're watching
chapter's
this,
in my book, by the way. I talk about that knock in my book.
What, that shot?
The over, the whole over.
So if you look at the IPL logo at the top left of your screen, wherever you're watching this, you're going to have that logo on there. That is taken from AB's shot over extra cover for 6 against Dale Steyn. That's literally his body position was.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you go. Not just here for bets, Jarrod, or the obviously pretty face that I've got, also here for pointless trivia.
Yeah, they do that a lot, don't they? That's all taken from. Is it the NBA or the MLB? I know the NBA did it with Jerry West. Jerry West dribbling is their logo, and I think from there a lot of leagues around the world started doing similar things. We've got a couple of questions. Past White Winger says, Coley said people have forgotten the importance of creating partnerships in the IPL this year. Is he right with GT's success and Sunrise's failures, or is he right in the context of a Coley-esque 160 chase? Coley just likes, that's how he likes cricket, so he's always going to say that. He wasn't saying it last year, was he? Like, I don't think there's anything difference between this year and last year other than the pitches are not quite as easy to score on.
Yeah, I think Coley's a different beast, isn't he? Because he is unbelievably good at chasing and he winds it right in. But as we were talking about,
who just went off the field then?
Rahane earlier. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to see it again on the bigger screen. I couldn't tell from here. Hold the line, caller. That is Venki.
Oh, and this has been smashed down the ground. It's half volley outside off stump. And Jaiswal heaps this away over the top. And it goes for another 6.
I think it was Venki who walked off.
It was Venki. Interesting. Andy said before, thoughts on Matre and his knock?
Brilliant. The fact that him and Suryavanshi could play, they won't, but could play for India under-19s in 2 years' time is pretty frightening for the rest of world cricket. But yesterday, I watched every ball of that innings. I thought he was superb. It was quite uncomplicated, but it wasn't Suryavanshi who was basically just trying to blute every ball for 6. He played some good cricket shots in that knock. They ultimately failed. I think possibly the pressure of the match situation of where he got to where he got to. Do you know what I mean? When he was like 90 odd and all eyes were on him to do it. But the Brevis thing was where that chase completely derailed. He came in and I don't know if you've seen it. He came in and got hit on the pad as Harshit's going to bowl the 4th. Got hit on the pad and it was going 18 inches down leg stump. umpire triggered him. He then set off for a run, which he couldn't possibly have got a run anyway, because as soon as the umpire's finger's gone up, the ball's dead, right? So he went for a non-existent run and nearly ran himself out of the non-striker's end. In all that kerfuffle, they forgot to review the very clearly not out LBW. And the umpire was like, "Are you reviewing this, lads?" And they sort of looked at each other for 4 or 5 seconds, by which time the time had expired. And then they went for the review. Didn't happen. Sorry, lads, you're not quick enough. Then everybody saw it was missing by 18 inches and they lost. But to answer the question, Matre, if that is how you pronounce it, was super duper yesterday. He did get some bad balls, but
beautiful shot here by Rian Parag. He's looking incredible off his pads. It's the second boundary off his pads. This one angled into him a little bit and just flicked over short mid wicket for 4.
Do you think that this team, who often do in the 5th over, do you think they go to one of the wily spinners for the 5th? Or do you think, well, they're 2 down and they're way behind the rate, let's just keep bowling the pace? Or do we go Moeen again? There's lots of options here for KKR. What would you do, Jarrod Kimber?
I would probably wait to bring my gun spinners on until the 6th over, because I'm so far ahead of the game at the moment. So I definitely don't want them bowling the 5th over. Maybe Moeen next, just for something a little bit different, just to see what happens. Steal another over, but I suppose what I would say is you either steal an over from your seamers or your quicks. Here, you don't steal it from either of your 2 gun spinners. You wait for the field to be out, because what do they need per over at the moment, mate?
Yeah, the run rate required now is already 10.8.
It's at 11, right? Yeah. So if it's, as long as you can keep that above 10 with 6 fielders out and Varun Chakravarti and Sunil Narine bowling, good luck.
Exactly. We saw the odd one stay low, didn't we, for Hasaranga, which makes, and the market thinks it as well, to be fair, it makes everybody think that they've got a massive job on their hands to chase these.
Over third man. Another boundary there. It's giving a little bit more value in the market.
So this is one of those where the market really doesn't think they're going to chase it until it does. And with this very, very poorly assembled squad that Rajasthan assembled, right?
Did that go for 6?
Did it?
My script.
Yeah.
Oh, it might have.
Yeah, it did, by 2 feet. And it looked like it had gone 5 yards short before. Anybody following with metric measurements in their head is having a horrible time with me talking about feet and inches and yards. But a cricket pitch is 22 yards. It's not measured in anything else, is it? It's a chain.
It is a chain. We don't use chains a lot in modern life, though, do we? I was doing a piece the other day, part of the promotion for my book. I don't know.
You got a book coming out, Jarrod.
I don't know if you knew I had a book coming out, Rob, but I do have a book coming out. And I was doing promotion for it. I was writing a piece about all the different lucky things that sort of happened with this with cricket. So, for instance, it's farming and it's 22 yards, which ends up being a pretty good distance between the two, right? It's the fact that the muck spreader comes along the fixed pitches, which means that we make a lot more runs with batting and everything else. There's another one down the leg side. He's got a little something on that, and that's gone for 4. This is a big over, actually. They might have to bring the spinner on now, Rob. Bob Willis, last in the pace. Yeah, it's very similar to that book.
Sorry, mate, go on.
No, and so the if you think about it, let's forget about cricket for a minute. Let's say you put a hockey goal in football. Mm-hmm. It would be a very weird sport, right? If you made a basketball ring 11 foot high or 9 foot high, it would be a very odd sport. If a tennis court was twice as wide, and you think about cricket, all the things that happened in a very, very weird period of time where the chain was the easiest thing to mark a pitch on because everyone had that measurement in around them at that point, right? That was how people measured their properties, by the 22 yards. As Harshit, who's gone for 15 runs in 5 balls, bowls another one down the leg side. This should have gone for 4, and he's gotten away with that one.
You've got to stop missing those, Parag.
So you've got that. You've also got the fact that cows play an incredible role in cricket because the cow manure, obviously being so readily available in the south of England at that point, meant that the pitches could be grown correctly, right? Then the ball is made of leather from the same animal again, and then later on when, hey,
And they taste great, cows.
Yeah. So, all these different things involving cows, and then the muck spreader comes in later to do it, which if the muck spreader doesn't come in, maybe cricket doesn't become as popular. Do you know what I mean? Like if there's, if it's more of a if people can't make any runs, because that's the thing. It's a bit like all these other sports. There has to be that give and take between the two, with those. And if you look at basketball, sort of before the slam dunk comes about, like basketball wasn't really it needed the slam dunk as well. Before that, it was just a bunch of 6 foot guys. Varun Chakravarti is on though.
Interesting.
And Jaiswal has flicked this away to short mid wicket. No run there.
Such a good point about how cricket needed a certain type of pitch to flourish, and the IPL last year, I think particularly, kind of forgot that you don't have to just produce mega road every time. We do get a bit bored of that nowadays, don't we? Sometimes. Good shot, Jaiswal. Yeah.
And this one's hit for 4. There is a conspiracy theory that I've heard some IPL players talking about off camera, off mic, that the balls were juiced last year for extra runs. But I don't think it can just be the balls. It has to be the runs as well. And also, I'm just not sure that Kookaburra are that much on top of their game.
Yeah, I don't buy into that one. There was a lot going on, wasn't there, last year to promote run scoring? The impact sub changed the game as much as
a 4 with a cut shot and a 4 with a reverse sweep. As Jaiswal's making a late play for your other bet that we I wouldn't say we'd abandoned, but
you never abandon it. Yeah, we want 60, but we'll take one more than however many
56
KKR
they made.
56. So yeah, 57 would be nice. If he gets another boundary this over, then we're back in the game.
Also, it'd be interesting to see here. The odds have changed quite a bit. I'll explain it after this next ball. Varun Chakravarti comes in. This time it is a good ball, and I wouldn't even say defended. I'm not sure what shot Jaiswal's ended up playing. They're back out. What did they get down to, KK? About 1.15, perhaps?
Yeah.
And they're at 1.41 at the moment. And we did say that they probably didn't want to go with the spinners at this stage, or the 2 gun spinners, and they've had to bring Chakravarti on, and then Jaiswal's got him away, beats him outside off stump. That might have, well, I'm not sure if he dropped that. That was the fast ball outside of stump, 112 kilometers. I can barely drive at that speed.
10.5 feels like 10.5 is quite low for the 6th if they don't lose a wicket here, because they're not going to go Narine, are they, for 6th if they bowl Chak in the 5th? Like, it's not happening. So I think 10.5. I'm pretty confident the market will have it in for more than 10.5 if we watch the first 6 lines. So the bookies think next over is 10.5. Bad line. I would like him to get this over away to have a chance for the first 6 bet to get this ball away. Sorry.
So you're going over 10.5 for the next over.
Yeah, I just backed it. Yeah, I think that's a bad line. Let's see if Betfair agrees and makes it 11.5. What's the score, Jarrod? 46 right now.
46 for 2. Yeah.
So the market is saying it's 11.5 if you want to back overs, which I agree with. So yeah, over 10.5 with the bookies is value. If you're quick, you will still get over 10.5 when the market is saying it should be a run higher than that. These aren't great bets, but they are slight value. And when Chakravarti is just bowled, sounds reasonably straightforward. He ain't going to bowl the next over. You're not allowed. So unless it's
the only professional cricketer to have done that.
Oh, is it modern? Is it an era that I'm going to know, or is it one of you bloody talking about something from 1859 that I'm?
It's not 1859. It happened in the last century, but early in the last century, to be fair.
Let me see if it's in Eric Parker's The History of Cricket.
It will be in Eric Parker's History of Cricket. It's the sort of story that will definitely be in Eric Parker's The History of Cricket. If you look up, because I have to give you the guy's name to look it up, though.
I've opened the page and it's talking about a game in 1827, which is nice.
That's slightly earlier. Jaiswal is facing Harshit again.
Yeah, let's have absolutely stacks of runs this over, please.
Or let's smash the hell out of the ball after it be misfielded, but into the ground for no run.
Yeah, that's an absolute hit me 4 ball.
Just to say, the Harshit's last ball was a slow ball. It was 118 kilometers an hour. In the last over, Varun Chakravarti bowled a ball at 112 kilometers an hour. They are almost bowling the same pace, these 2 men at the moment.
That's incredible. Yeah, Chak came back very well that last over, having gone for 2 4s. This is where runs and wickets are very, very likely, these next 5 balls, because Jaiswal ain't going to leave any.
He's not left this. He's done exactly what he did last ball. He's just picked the gap. He slashed it away through backward point, and he has picked up a 4. Remember, Rob's got bets everywhere here. Rob needs 7 more runs, and 7 more runs twice, don't you?
I just want loads, mate. I want him to keep bowling there, and Jaiswal can actually, if he keeps bowling there, Jaiswal will stop picking the gap and just smash it over square leg. I'm not sure what so Harshit will bowl a slower ball at some point here, like he did the over before, because that's what he goes to when he gets hit normally.
It is a slow ball. It's outside off stump, and Jaiswal humps this. It's a weird shot. It's over cover, but it's a bit of a sloggy over cover shot for another boundary. 116 kilometers an hour. He's getting there.
It was outthought, because the thing is, Jarrod, I knew he was going to bowl a slower ball, that ball. And Jaiswal is, this may shock some of you, a lot better at cricket than me. And he knew he was going to bowl the slow ball as well. And he was onto that. He just waited and was like, he's going to bowl slow ball, because whenever he gets hit for a 4, he bowls a slow ball. What does Harshit do now? Probably a wide, miles outside off. But I think this is where Harshit struggles. The bit of the game that he struggles with is when he's getting hit, is to think of something else to do.
It's come around the wicket, and this is over the top for 4 or 6? 4 again. And is that it? Is that?
Yeah, that's good.
That is a lot of bets here. So we got the Rajasthan 2.1 to score the most in the first 6. So 56 in the power play. That one is 1. And we also got our over 10.5 in the 6th over here.
Yeah, that was a bad line from the bookie. So the exchanges, Betfair and everyone, told you it should be 11.5. But when Chakravarthi is bowling the 5th, if you don't think it's Narine, which when we watch this team play, how many games have we watched together, Jarrod? It ain't going to be Narine bowling the 6th. You're like, who are they going to? What's it due? I still want another 4 to get my 60 plus in. Has he picked the gap? Nope.
No, straight to cover.
So he's been bowled 5 deliveries that he could have hit for 4. Harshit is running out of ideas now. So I'm hoping that he changes the line completely. What he hasn't done so far this over is bowled the bouncer. Was that, or do you think that the last ball was an attempted bouncer that went wrong?
No, I was expecting a bouncer. I don't think the last ball was a bouncer at all.
But getting the highest first 6 in is a good result, because that wasn't looking great after 2 overs. Come on, Jaiswal.
This one is cut.
Boo.
Out to deep point, and they will take a 1 run.
A good power play. So that power play.
So you got through 2 of your bets in that over. You got over 10.5, and you got the higher power play score between the 2 teams. But did you have another bet that didn't win?
Yeah, I was on 60 plus first 6, which I placed before. I placed.
I don't think we talked about that one on air, because I don't have that one written down.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we only give you the winners on this channel.
Apparently.
Just a reminder that we gave you 70 to 1 winner last week, and then the very next game 22 to 1 winner. Anyway.
23.
You don't get that stuff. All these shyster tipsters out there that are snake oil salesmen that are trying to make you subscribe for a load of money and give you prices that you can't really back. Those 2 winners that I gave you are available through a company called BetRadar, and they provide to loads of bookmakers in the UK, and I assume worldwide as well. And their model isn't looked after very well, so it spits out nonsense prices on top bat sometimes. But what a lot of these clown tipsters do that make you pay money, and I'm sure some of you watching subscribe to these clowns, is they say, right, you pay me, $10 a month or 400 rupees a month or whatever it is, and I'll send you all these tips. And then it's like the ones that actually are accountable, as in they list their profit and loss, or somebody else does it for them. What they do is they pick off weak bookies. So they say, right, there are bookies around where you can't really get a bet on. And they put up stupid prices, right? They go, oh, well, this thing, you can back this at 20 to 1. Try backing it. Try getting any money on it. You can't. It's like the pub that's called Free Beer Tomorrow, right? It's never tomorrow. They just put up prices that don't really exist. And these tipsters claim, oh, look at this great price. Harry Kane to get a shot on target. Evans, have 500 points on it to win. It's a bookmaker's marketing tool. You're allowed £1 or 10 rupees or something on one of these markets, and they class it as a legitimate win. We're giving you stuff you can actually back here with real bookies and angles that we're looking for to actually make you cash, and that's what Cricket 8 was originally designed to help with. But we are going to start charging £10,000 per watch along because we're giving out such big prize winners, and I think that's fair.
Moeen Ali, 63 for 2 is the score. One's down the leg side and flicked out. So they need 10.72 from here. Interesting to go with Moeen Ali on this over. Parag and Jaiswal. I think if Jaiswal has a flaw in T20 cricket at the moment, it is sometimes he does, after the power play, rein himself in a bit too much when he's set. And Riyan Parag, I think, likes to knock the ball around as well. As this is given a wide, and it is in no way a human wide. Just review that. It was never outside the tram line at all. I don't understand why that was called a wide. You could see where the ball hit the wicketkeeper's gloves.
I'm going to watch it again. Yeah, the gloves are directly over the blue line, and if Parag had, I don't think Parag is this fair? The smartest, most thinking cricketer we've ever seen. I think,
yeah, but he was the one batting. He got the wide, didn't he?
I think what I mean by that is I think Parag kind of showed them that it was a wide. No review is baffling. They're back in this game, but they've still got a hell of a lot to do. And I think...
Oh, this is humped down the ground. And is this... he's claiming the catch. It's very close to the ground. It was an interesting shot because, yeah, they hadn't really attacked this over yet at all. He gets a full one outside off stump, Jaiswal. Just after I said he can knock it around after the power play, he kind of makes a half-hearted decision. Let's have a look.
Very good catch.
It's full. Yeah, it just muffles the shot. It was certainly a great pickup. Oh, no, it's as safe as houses. It was just the angle that we saw originally from behind. And they did actually ask the umpire, to be fair, as well, just to be 100% sure. But yes, wow. That is not what I was expecting. They just got themselves back into a good position, and they've lost the wicket to Moeen Ali, who you did not have for top bowler, did you?
I did not. I backed the Chak. Moeen has done quite well here. I'm surprised how well he's done, but I think that was a wicket more of we got to attack Mo. That looked like a premeditated whack, didn't it? Rather that ball wasn't there to be hit there, was it? I think Jaiswal was like, well, I've got to get on with it against Moeen, because this is why when KKR are defending big totals on pitches that are offering something for the spinners, which we saw in the first innings for Hasaranga, the ones that stayed low and the couple that did grit, it's so difficult to chase against them because you're playing cat and mouse the whole time about when are they going to bowl, what's going to happen. We've got 4 Narine overs left and 3 Chaks, haven't we? It's going to be bloody hard for them to chase this. Whereas what Rajasthan have done with their team composition, and KKR are always going to be in a position to win games because they've got 3 guys that can blast the ball into the middle of next week, and they've got those 2 spinners that can defend big totals as they go back to Chakravarti to try and get rid of either Jarrell or Parag here. Whereas Rajasthan set up, Andre showed you, he just sat there and it wasn't really cat and mouse. It was like mouse and mouse. They were just like, well, we're going to have to bowl these terrible overs at some point here. And Andre went, yeah, I know, I'm waiting for you. And they didn't go for 12, did they? They went for 25. And that's probably the ball game. 23 and 22.
Inside edge past the stumps here. Parag, very lazy shot. This is something I am an expert of when I think he's seen the ball quite well, and sometimes you think to yourself, I can hit this anywhere. And that's kind of what he's tried there. Got the inside edge, back past the stumps. He's gone for 4. How far away was that? Was the wrong end? His foot wasn't. He didn't even fully set his foot. It was interesting. Anyway, it's missed the stumps by maybe a foot in the end, but between him and the stumps, and it's run away for 4. Next ball is clipped out on the leg side, and they just take the 1. 70 for 3 after 7.1. Oh, have I lost Rob's sound?
Sorry, I was being asked if I would put the alarm on for the office, which I definitely will. I will not
Aren't
leave.
you in your office? This is a different office.
So my office is part of an office building. This isn't fun or interesting, but it is. And I must lock it up when I come in at the weekend. And I've just been reminded to do that. Who bowls
Varun
next?
Chakravarti comes in and he's bowled him.
What
wow, Juve Durrell, first ball. It's just a half-hearted defensive shot, really. And I want to see how that beat him because his bat and pad was together. Did he play the wrong line?
He's been bowled inside blocking. If you get bowl blocking, something has gone horribly wrong. It's turn, but not turn that much. It's an off break, I guess.
Yeah, did he? I think he's played out. I know it has gone through the gap. It's a weird shot looking back on it. He's brought his bat down very late with what looks like an open face, and the wrong one has just come back through the gate and bowled him. Wow. Well, that you needed something of Varun, didn't you?
Yeah, nice. That was, I don't know how good a ball that was. It didn't seem to do all that. I guess the thing is, first ball, everybody is mega vulnerable, and when you're playing against really high quality like Barron is, that can happen. But that was quite a big gate there, wasn't it? As Hasaranga walks in with a massive job to do, because you don't want Hetmyer coming in the first 10 overs. So what I'm expecting now, even though the rate is high still, a bit of knock it about, but it's very difficult to predict what Rajasthan are going to do here, because reminder, they're out. So there's no, if this was the first game of the season, they might be with the long tail that this awfully assembled team has got, there might be some thoughts here about damage limitation, and let's not let the net run rate take too much of a whack here, guys. Whereas the team that's out can do whatever the hell they want, and they still should try and win, obviously. So don't know what they're going to do. So my betting hands are being sat on at the moment. Do you know what I mean? I'm not diving in thinking, oh, well, they're definitely going to rebuild here, because I don't know what they're going to do.
Varun Chakravarti, Hasaranga likes to hit the ball. What will we see? There's a slip in place, and you don't need a slip when you bowl a wrong and you hit off stump again. That's and suddenly Rob's bet of most of top bowlers looking a lot better. Rio Parag looks disgusted at the other end. Disgusted at what he's seen. Two guys, one pushing and one blocking, have both been bowled to the exact same delivery. It's the wrong one. It's just outside off stump. That's just loose. That's just a loose shot. To be fair, Rio Parag was almost bowled at the start of this over as well.
I mean, two identical dismissals. Like same
different
ball,
shots, same ball.
Same ball landing in exactly the same place with the same outcome. What a bowler Chakravarti is. And that's the thing. When you've got a team that has been, they've been a bit unlucky that both of their overseas openers have been, other than one to cock innings, pretty crap, KKR. But they had cover if one of them was bad. They had the other one to bring in, right? Does the same job, wicketkeeper, bat, opening, gets on with it. Whereas if Hetmyer gets injured here, Rajasthan don't have anyone. They don't have any overseas bats. They can't do anything. Like they haven't, as they're just putting the measuring thing over his railway sleeper, but he's fine today, is Hetty. Like you just do not want Hetmyer in over number 8 in a chase, do you, when you're chasing 200? And they have absolutely nothing to fall back on in terms of the batting. I mean, who is it? It's Jofra and a load of proper rubbish to come. So again, what are they going to do here? Are they going to rebuild, or are they just going to fall in a heap? I think the most likely outcome of this game is all out for not many.
Well, yeah, you kind of talked me out of my unders bet when it was, what was the run line? 164.
The rain.
And because of the rain and everything, and I kind of wished I'd gone in on that. But having said that, they were batting okay moments ago. They were batting okay 6 balls ago, Rob.
It's been a really weird game. Like the number 3 threw me a lot. Rathore getting 0 off 5. That's just not Rajasthan. That's not how they've been set up. The one consistent thing they've had this season is hoofing the power play. The other consistent thing is they've been terrible in this phase. The whole season long, Rajasthan have lost games because they don't know how to bat in these overs. And they
look at this field, by the way. slip and a short leg.
That's a Pollard field, isn't it?
I was going to say the Pollard field.
They've messed up a lot in their. We spoke about this before the season in how they assembled their side, but for a team not be able to bat in the middle overs and then have a load of bottle jobs when it comes to actually chasing games, they're just set up badly. But they used to have Ashwin, who when they did lose a couple early, he could come in against Chak and be fine. I'm not saying he'd whack him for 10 and over, but he would be fine. He elongated that batting order, didn't he? So he made Hetmeyer's entry point delay. So Hetmeyer can come in and do what he did a couple of years ago. He was brilliant, Hetmeyer, at being an out and out, finisher or end of inning smasher, whatever you want to call him. But now they're in the shit so much because they don't have anything to do and they don't know where to turn. Like, look at them today. Yeah. What are they going to do now? Like, what can they do here? How are they going to chase it? They're going to score another 130 runs. Parag's going to have to get 100 of them. And here's Narine, all the best. What price can we get bowled here? Because he's going to aim at the stumps.
Yeah, he should attack here. He hasn't bowled an over yet, and they're 72 for 5.
I mean, what a wonderful thing to be able to have in your attack. So okay, we'll bring Narine on then.
Outside edge from Hetmeyer, in fact, out to backward point. No Ronda there.
How can bowled, Jarrod? How can bowled in this world be 6.0 to happen next? How can that be when we've just had 2 clean bowled that were pretty standard off breaks on the stumps?
And an inside edge past leg stump for 4 in the second over.
Yeah. Okay, so you want to be on bowled at 6 here, ladies and gents. It's too big a number.
Bowled at 6 to 1, is that right?
5 to 1, so 6.0 decimal wise. Yeah, it's too
not
big,
decimal. The company you work for.
No, exactly. So Rakshit has asked me for my lock of the week, which
yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Yeah, I wonder what your lock of the week might be.
I don't know. I think it's too hard to say that, or it's too lame to say. Oh, it's already happened. I'll tell you what I like. This can be the lock of the week, and you can back it, but you've got to look around. Simon, the housewife's favourite from Cricket 8, he managed to get me on this. There are a couple of quite big bookies that are hanging this price out. Now, what about this for a price, Jarrod? So Lucknow are a terrible bowling team. So they pick loads of bowlers that were injured, which is never a good plan. IPL teams, if you want to construct a team, have fit players. So all the bowlers were injured. They called Shardul up, who got a few in the first couple of games. He hasn't got a wicket since.
And was dropped, wasn't he, eventually?
Yeah, Bishnoi has just not landed it this season. I thought he was going to get the most wickets for them. And obviously, the guy that we were most excited about in their attack is Mayank, who came back last time. They've had nearly a week off now, so I think he plays again, to be honest. I think he'll play again today. So he's had a week's rest. He was really rusty last time, but he still got top bowler. And he managed to play 4 games last season. 2 games, he got man of the match. The other 2 games, he didn't finish his spell and walked off injured, right? That's what you're up against when you back.
Oh, you almost got your bowled there too. That might have ended up being a drop catch, but it was, I think there was an inside edge.
Yeah, that's close.
Narine can't understand how that is not a wicket. And we're going to have a timeout here. Do you want to, was I right? Was it an inside edge onto the keeper's hands?
I'm going to have to wind it back.
The keeper was shaking his hand. It was very close to off stump.
Yeah, I'm winding it back. Again, this is if you can get access to a tally where you can rewind things, it really helps for betting. Bloody hell, I nearly said a bad word. That has ragged, absolutely ragged. So it's pitched in the same place where Chakravarti got those 2 bowled. It has missed off stump by that much, not quite 2 inches, and it smashed into Gurbaz's fingertips and no wicket. What was I rambling on about then, Jarrod? Jarrod's definitely betting when he goes quiet, ladies and gents. Jarrod.
No, I'm trying to think of what you were saying. I was looking for a bet, but I don't know. What were you talking about?
I don't know. Who cares?
The score
Rajasthan.
is 75.5.
So Mayank Yadav is what I was talking about.
Mayank Yadav, that's what you're talking
So
about.
he got 2 Man of the Match awards in 4 games last year, and he got top bowler in both of them. And in the other 2 games, he hobbled off injured. Right? He's not played all season because he's been injured. He played 1 game. He was incredibly rusty. He got smacked around a bit. He went for 40, but he did get top bowler. He got 2 wickets because nobody else takes wickets for Lucknow. No one takes any wickets for Lucknow. Look at their numbers. It's awful. Bisnoy isn't landing it. All the rest are crap. So what price is Mayank to get the most wickets for Lucknow today? That price should start with a 3 decimal wise. It should be 3 point something. It should be 3.5 to 3.8 in that range. Obviously, there is the danger that he walks off injured. There's a danger that he's really rusty, but he is a wicket taker, right? He's so exciting. He's really, really fast. He didn't bowl that fast. He bowled loads of slower balls last time, which suggested to me if he was a horse, he would have needed the run, right? He's come on for the run, hopefully. The price that he ain't for top bowler is 5.0 or 4 to 1 in old money. And that is readily available. Like I say, Simon got me on that. 5.0 top wicket taker for Lucknow, Mayank Yadav, is a wonderful bet, and you should go away and back it.
There we go. We're also... that's for the next game. Have we got...
Yeah.
I don't know if we've got graphics for the next game, do we? No, we don't have anything at the moment.
You can also...
75.5 here? With the
Simon absolutely loves this bet, Jarrod, and so do you, is Mayank Man of the Match at 26.
Whoa. Hello.
Remember that he got it 2 of his first 4 games. And the only two games where he's actually managed to get through his overs in the IPL without being injured, he won Man of the Match. 26. So I don't see how he can be 26. He's just too exciting.
Okay, I can see him at 18s where I'm looking here. Varun Chakravarti is back. Yeah.
Chak is back.
So what was I've now forgotten. What was your lock of the week though?
That's it. Mayank top bowl. That'll do.
Mayank top bowler. Lock of the week. If only we had our graphic for that. Oh,
that's my favorite thing. At some point, like they're not going to chase these, I'm afraid. At some point, I want to tell you about, because I always moan, and I do get called out for that. I always moan about losing bets. It's funnier that way. I think they don't affect me that much. But I want to tell you about the luckiest bet I've placed in the last 5 years yesterday. And it was amazing. So I had a bet in the PSL and I traded the last, because the IPL finished and the PSL was on, I traded the last hour of it. And it was actually really, really, really good game, really funny. The last over was the single funniest last over I've ever watched in any T20 game. They buggered about and they scored, I think, 2 of the last 5 balls in the 19th to somehow leave them needing 15 off the last. And I think his name's Hassan Nawaz. The other Nawaz was the batsman, the only batsman that was in. Wasim got out, Mohammad Wasim. So they're 8 down. There's only one bat can do it, and he's on strike, needing 15 off the last over. As Chakravarti gets pushed away, and for some reason Rajasthan are trying to nudge their way back into contention. First ball, he slogs it to the moon. And I mean to the moon, right? It left the stratosphere. He absolutely hoofed it straight up in the air. Now, what you have to do as the bat there, when you need 15 off the last over to win, is run the very easy 2, don't you? You run the easy 2 because the ball's in the air for hours. And you also, if you watch any franchise cricket, you know that ball is going to be dropped. You know it's going to be dropped. So anyway, he slogs it to the moon. The bats don't run the easy 2. It is dropped. Drop catch. Okay, so 15 required off 5. Next ball is hit directly into third man's hands, directly into his hands. He goes like that. The ball clatters out of those hands. They scramble 2. Next ball is a massive 6, of course. The next ball is hit straight up in the air. And this time the wicketkeeper says, all right, you stupid fielders that keep dropping every ball, get out of the way. I'm going to catch it. So he obviously drops it. They get another 2. And then the fifth ball is a massive six, and that's the end of the game. It was so funny. It was so brilliant. And I was cursing all the way through this because I had backed Nawaz to be man of the match at a really stupid price, 35-1. Now, the Nawaz I know and love is a guy that bowls and can hit a bit. And he'd bowled really well in that innings. And I thought, considering he'd bailed them out in the first innings by getting a really good 49 not out, that he was going to win. And then I checked my betting slip, Jarrod, and I'd backed the wrong Nawaz. I backed the guy that won. They gave it. I backed the incredibly lucky batsman that kept getting dropped every ball in the last over and somehow scored 15 off it. And I picked up. And that is the luckiest bet I've ever had in my whole life at the age of 42. And I moan all the time about my losers. And I've got much better stories about losing bets than winning ones. But it is the single luckiest bet I've ever had in my life. I backed the wrong horse and it ran like an idiot for the whole game. And then it just suddenly beat everyone on the line. Absolutely amazing.
Do you remember that one I had where...
Yes, I do. I was on a train.
This was a ridiculous one where I was, as people will know, and we've talked about it today, and I should have bet on it today again, but I love second innings run lines in games where it's quite clear that the team isn't going to win, right? It's Hetmeyer just blasts one down the ground for a boundary here. And Delhi were playing, I can't remember who they were playing, but they were chasing 240 or something.
That's
and I was like, well, the chances are they're going to get bowled out for less than, I think it was 199 or something was the run line. I was pretty confident with that. And do you remember Fraser McGurk came out and made 80 off 12 balls or whatever it was? And of course, from then on in, they just started around, but they had such a head start that my 199 just looked stupid, right? And then I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 wickets left. But Rishabh Pant started smashing the ball around, and they got to. I was at 198. The score was at 198, and I was on 199. I might be getting some of the details wrong with this. With 3 wickets in hand and Rishabh Pant on strike for 1 over to come, like the chances of them not scoring another run at that point was impossible, and they lost 3 wickets off the next 3 balls, including I think Rishabh Pant going out. And somehow I stole that one. I still feel uncomfortable about doing run lines based on that one game. And I won.
I think I found it.
Here we go. Sukant said it was...
SRH?
Yeah, he said SRH. So we're chasing
267. Hetmeyer's had another massive slog that he'll get 2 for. If you like betting on balls, by the way, Hetmeyer is the best 2s runner in cricket. He is so fast. He doesn't look like he should be as fast as he is, but he is so good at getting 2s. If he's batting with a partner who's up for running, which Parag refused the second there, so that is something to consider. Anyway, Jarrod, you needed under 200. I remember this. At the end of the 18th over,
it was the 18th. I didn't even get the details wrong.
At the end of listen to this, sports fans. Lucky Pants over here was on under 200 second innings runs. They're chasing 267. And I agree with the theory behind it. I think you were on under 210 and then you reloaded under 200 after a good start.
That also sounds right. I think I had about 9 bets. I just kept going in.
This, but I remember it really well. It was so funny. So Captain Lucky Pants here, who by the way, had started his betting career. When I first met Jarrod a couple of years ago, he said he doesn't need to bet because he's too big for it and all this. Now he bets more than I do. End of over 18, the score is 199 for 6. They have Axar Patel, who's quite good at batting, 6 off 7. He's on strike. And Rishabh Pant is 44 off 34 at the other end on a clear road that the other team scored 267 runs on. Jarrod needs 0 more runs. There are 4 wickets to go. He needs 0 more runs. Let's list. So Natarajan, who goes at 10.2 and over in the death, is bowling at the death. The first ball that Jarrod needs, he needs 12 balls. He either needs 4 wickets or 0 runs or both. First ball is a knee-high full toss. Jarrod needs this to go for 0. Axar tries to get under it and lift it over cover, but fails to clear Cummins. A second wicket for Natarajan. In comes batting hero Norkia. Gets bowled by Natarajan. We are now 8 down. Rishabh Pant is saying, lads, can I please do some batting? I really want to score some runs. Then Kuldeep comes in, who has, go and look at Kuldeep's numbers. He is one of the absolute best cricketers in the world at not getting out. He is so
very
good at hitting balls. He's
the new Matthew Hoggard.
He's like 35 balls a test or something. He's awesome. Like, he's really, really good at not getting out. He gets out first ball on review. On review, LBW, cool. So Mukesh Kumar faces the hat-trick ball, blocks it, and then blocks the next one, leaving after the triple wicket maiden to get Jarrod's bet a chance. The triple wicket maiden is now got Rishabh Pant, 44, not out, on strike, facing famous, scary wicket-taking 20th over bowler Nitish Kumar Reddy on an absolute road, and gets an absolutely terrible ball, and he smashes it straight to a long leg, who takes the catch, and Jarrod wins. So
There are just so many ways I should have lost that bet.
7 balls, like 7 dots is impossible in a T20, but 7 dots.
With 2 set batters at the crease and 2 guys who can actually bat.
So good. Against bowlers that don't take wicket.
It really was. And I remember I had given that up so many times because I was so... when Fraser McGurk started to smash it, I just kept lumping in because I was right. It's just that Fraser McGurk played such an outlier innings that it changed the entire scope of that game. I'm not sure I'll get much luckier than that. All things considered,
an all timer that. As Parag keeps whacking these quite bad balls from, is it Aurora bowling again, straight down the ground, and there's no fielders there. So stop bowling that ball or put a fielder there. It's up to you. But he will get 4.
They need 109 off 51. These guys have been batting together for a little while now, but the steam is out of this game at the moment. Well, we will definitely focus in a lot more when it re-steams.
I mean, there's 1.16. Like, somebody thinks they can chase it.
Yeah.
So percentage fans, somebody thinks it's a 14% chance that they win here. Or a number of people do. That's quite a good ball on the stumps that Parag.
So you have Mayank, player of the match at 26 to 1. Is that right?
25 to 1 or 26 in decimals. Yeah, good price.
25 to 1. And you also had there's another bet that you talked about before, which I've now forgotten, which was it Shreyas Iyer most sixes for
that's really good. I'm a big fan of that. Iyer most sixes for Punjab at 6.0. That's too big. That is definitely too big. So you should be on that.
6.0. So just a couple of bets for you there for the next game. I don't know if you have anything else or you can send anything through to Rockshit for later. I think we could probably, all things considered, maybe sneak in a cheeky little podcast after this game finishes, because this seems to have gone really early if we don't get any rain.
Let's see. Yeah, it'll be about past it will finish.
Yeah, so Rockshit, if you're listening, I hope you are. If you could set up a podcast for us on there that we'll get on and we'll have a look at this game. And then we'll have a break and we'll come back for the next game as well. Hetmeyer's on 16 or 14. I can barely read my screen, actually. I think it's 16 or 14. As full toss outside off stump, hits this straight to point, who lets it go through his legs, and they take a single.
Yeah, it's quite poor standard of cricket when the non-spinners are bowling. The thing is, if they are to chase this, they've got to go absolutely berserko against the pace. And Andre showed them the way. Like, you can belt pace on here because it's not doing much for the pace, is it? And there's no highly skilled pacer. Like, even Jofra got on the end of some whacking at the end. Obviously, Parag was throwing catches on the floor at the time. But you can really go after the pace here. So KKR showed them the way, but you just think that Narine and Chaka got too much about them. They've got Moeen to throw the ball to again if they want to as well, which I would do right now if I was the bowling captain.
Interesting. Well, the thought being that you might get the left-hander to swing across the line, hit one up in the air.
Well, yeah, because the rate's high. I don't want to bowl all my paces. They need 13 and over now.
It is Moeen, in fact.
Right, there you go. That's so now we know finally the IPL teams are plugged into Cricket 8.
5 wickets this year for Moeen Ali, all left-handers.
Yeah, I don't buy into this whole Kishore wasn't allowed to bowl, was he? Was it against Axar for a whole game?
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't get it. Like, if you got a good bowler, he knows that batsmen are allowed to use either hand to hold the bat with and has experience against both. And sometimes, like, I think that Moeen is a better option now than bad pace. And they've got lots of over to bad pace to get through, which they don't have to get through if Moeen bowls them, right? Moeen's bowled 2 overs, 2 for 11. He's doing fine. He is shouldn't then be, just because somebody picks the bat up with a certain hand, it shouldn't then be that Moeen doesn't get to bowl again and you have to bowl loads of overs of Harshit Rana and Vaibhav Arora. So what this does now
is that's gone for 6 because he shouldn't have brought him on. It was a bad mistake, and he shouldn't have bowled him to a right-hander. That was to be honest, that was a really good shot by Parag because it's brought up his 50 as well. But that was darted in at the bottom of leg stump, and he somehow managed to get up under it for, I think, was that a sweep shot, or a slog sweep. It was kind of halfway between, but it's a good hit.
Riyan Parag is so talented, isn't he?
It's more of a, it's almost like why I said it wasn't a sweep shot. It's almost like he didn't sweep it. It's almost like he whipped it across the line.
Yeah, he's going
to go again here, and he's flat batted this down the ground. And now we got a little bit of juice in this game. Rob Barron's captaincy is atrocious, and here comes the Royals, the double R's. Sorry, everyone.
Thank you, Danny. It's
we just lost all 200 of our viewers in one go.
The 200 million. So last season, Parag, that was his breakthrough year. He came third for the orange cap, or whatever it's called. He got 573 runs at an average north of 50 and a strike rate of about 150. Bloody brilliant season. He batted number 4 basically every game, didn't he? This season, his main problem is not that he's not been able to score runs, because he has in nearly every game. He just seems to get 30 and then
he's got to go again. This is more of a sweep. It's almost a stand-up sweep that he's playing. And he's gone for another 6. Six, all into the heart of Roberto Barron.
They should never have bowled Moeen here. That is crazy. I don't know what they were doing. You should never, ever give them what they want. This is the right-hander, of course, making...
Yeah, he shouldn't bowl a right-handed. He should have bowled leggies. Where's Liam Livingston when you need him?
I mean, what's that team doing with all their players? But so the game was dead
one more 6 here.
Now it's 1 point. You know, they had a 14% chance a second ago. That is now, what is it now? 1.57. So it's 60. Bloody hell, 37%.
Is he going to go again? Is he going to go again? He is. It's a faster ball, and he has just swiped this away. He hasn't got a lot on it. As far as some of the other hits, although he's almost hit the car, he hit it so high, I thought he might have just cleared the rope, but it's cleared the rope by about 10, 15 meters. So no issue with that again. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, Roberto Barron.
They were 14% to win this game, and then
they're almost favourite.
As we told you, the captain made a catastrophic error. And now, having got 24 off the last 4 balls, they are now 45% to win this game.
You know what Jeffrey Boycott always said? Just add 24 runs to the next 4 balls.
Yeah, and as Shane Warne said, all they have to do is add 3 wickets to the score, and it's a completely different score.
Is he going again? It's a wide.
So Moeen has now lost his head. What this has done, though, this appalling captaincy that I told them never ever to do, what this has done is it's made Chakravarti a much more likely winner of top bowler, unless this is a wicket, this ball. This is,
he's hit this for 6 too. I thought he might have, it's not covered long off by a long way, but far enough. Another 6. Wow. And are they favourites? They're favourites. Rajasthan are favourites in 5 hits.
Off the last 5 balls of that over. 31 off the last 5 of that over. That is stunning from Riyan Parag. That is an absolute heist that he's pulled off there. And what they should do now is not bowl Moeen.
I would try Moeen for one more. I don't know, Rob. I think you were on something.
That was really good. That's really good. So you can look like a judge on these things when you're live saying words, and you can also look like a massive idiot. And I think it's important to acknowledge when you look like an idiot. Jarrod, you should.
I don't think you can hide from this one, to be fair.
You should not have said that they should bring Moeen on there. He went for 31 in 5 balls, Jarrod.
He was 45 off 26. And he is currently 75 off 31. You got to love that. Absolutely got to love that. Now, they're favourites, I think, which is the bigger thing, Rob. They've gone from a 14% chance of winning this game to favourites in 5 legal balls. There was a wide in the middle of all that. Varun Chakravarti's come back on. There's now plenty of value in Kolkata if you want to put a bet on. He says as he looks to put a bet on.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. I've asked one of my modelling friends what he thinks. And his reply was, that over cost me £80,000. So I've probably not picked a great time. Probably not picked a great time to ask him what he thinks. So I assume that means he was all over the defence, and then he's had to close because he thinks that this is about the right price. That's what my guess is. Now, one thing you shouldn't do if you've got friends that have bets is when they're under it is start winding them up and saying, well, you shouldn't have done that. I told you that they shouldn't bomb away and all this sort of thing. So I will leave him alone having asked that question. But yeah, it was a strange, the market just doesn't know what to do with that information when it's just been given. And
he's reverse swept this. Rampark's just going to keep going, and that could be another 6. I think it is.
Who do you think is favourite, Jarrod Kimber, to be out next?
It has to be Rahane Barron because Hetmeyer is so smart in this situation. He's just going to play for him now, isn't he?
There are bookies out there that think that Hetmeyer is favourite to be out next, so we're going to punish them by backing Parag at odds against.
That's insane. Why would you think that?
Odds against 2.05. I'm just pressing the button at 2.05.
Whoa! Stop the presses. Dot ball. He's not hit this ball for 6.
2.05. Press. What we doing here? Parag next out at 2.05 is a very good bet. Now that might change in an over's time because Hetmeyer might light up, and then it's not a great bet. But at this second now, Parag next out at odds against is a very good bet.
Well, he's defended one now. Now he's trying to make a mockery of you.
What an interesting. The thing is, they're 1 wicket away from Jofra.
Have they done their impact sub? I can't remember.
Who can it be today? They don't have any players left, Joe. They're all injured.
I mean, it's Dravid or Kumar, isn't it, coming in?
Yeah.
He's gone for a hit here.
It's Jube.
Yes, they have a little bit more batting talent to come. But you're right. It's thin after this.
And unless Rana, for some reason, wasn't picked and they can now sub him in, but you'd have batted him 3 instead of Rathor, right? Rana, yes. I haven't heard. If anyone knows, what do they have to do? How do they get in touch? Carry a pigeon or whatever?
Comments.
Yeah, comments.
Chakravarti comes again down the leg side, and they're going to take a 2, as we said before, actually. That Hetmeyer is brilliant at his 2s. Almost an overthrow there as Hetmeyer runs into someone. Harshit?
So going back to what's Harshit?
Does that mean Chakravarti's bowled out as well? I mean, what a bad time to bowl Chakravarti out. Like, I'm not saying they did the wrong thing, but now it's all on Sunil Narine, right? And I don't know, what, Andre Russell at the death?
So they've bowled 3 Moeens and 0 Russell. So Russell has to bowl at least 1 over. And then it's 1 Aurora that you wouldn't really want to bowl. 2 Harshits. I mean, how do you bowl Harshit to these 2 now when he's gone for 20 out of his 2 overs? So
Narine has to bowl 17, 19, doesn't he now?
It's very interesting.
Is that a bet? No.
I think the next man out is really good because if you noticed, Hetmeyer hasn't done anything yet. He's at 1-4 and everything else has been through his good running. They've gone to Ryan now, Jarrod. They're trying to win this game now.
I was about to say that's the other option of just. I mean, they went with Chakravarti, that didn't work, but they're not. They're leaving themselves thin at the other end. I can tell you this: this one's turned off stump, and Hetmeyer. You could just see the Hetmeyer wanted to. Don't know why you're throwing at Hetmeyer then, guys.
Yeah, you throw at the dozy slow guys then, not the incredible.
Well, it's not just that. It's just with Hetmeyer, you know he's going to be going for the 2. Parag was the one who was unsure there, right?
Actually,
always throw at the.
I've just seen that back. That was a reasonable chance. If they'd have direct hitted at Parag's end, the keeper's end, he's gone. I think. Yeah, it's dumb cricket. There's a lot of dumb cricket, isn't there?
So Parag on strike to Narine. Does Parag just keep going to win this game now?
Yeah.
He does not. It's on the leg side for 1 run.
They've got 10 dangerous balls left, and they should back themselves to hit all the rest. So if you're sensible here, which Rajasthan haven't been enormously sensible this season, you've seen Narine off, don't you? Because the rate after that last over He's only 10.5. If you can't get 12 off Harsh and Aurora at the death and Andre, you shouldn't be playing. Like, you're mega set. He's 85 off 37, Jarrod. No need to take any risk at all here off Narine. Just push him around and take 4 singles and see how you get on.
Or slog sweeping for 6.
That's a game breaker, right? The odds should move massively in favour of Rajasthan now. That is more than a 6. And the next man out bet is no longer as good if Hetmyer is hoofing Narine for 6. That is such a massive deal, that 6 off Narine. Narine now needs to get a wicket in these 3 balls, or it's a terrible over for the bowling team. And KKR are kicking their season out the door here, aren't they? From a seemingly unlosable match. We were talking about other stuff 10 minutes ago. Going, oh, this game's done. They need less than 10 and over, and they've only got 1 over and Narine left. Like, it'd be a terrible effort if they don't knock these off.
Cricinfo have this as a 60% chance of KKR winning from here.
Okay. I would like a Cricinfo bet account, please.
I'm glad they don't do their own betting on there. They would be bankrupt. My God.
They think it's 60. Oh, my God. Yeah, I've just seen 53% now, KKR.
Oh, it's 53. Might not have upgraded after the last 6, to be fair. I'll give them that. They're still favourites, though, with on Cricinfo, and they're not favourites anywhere else.
So it's 70% in favour of the batting team in the real world, but 52% say Cricinfo in favour of the bowling team. That's quite a big miss. But the thing is, if they'd have got 7 for none off Narine this over, that would be a great over for them. And in actual fact, they've already got 11. Now, the forward defence from Hetmyer is not a bad option off this ball. It really isn't. If he bowls a good ball here, they shouldn't try and do anything with it. They are so far ahead of the game now. They need 10 and over.
He might be out. They're appealing. It didn't look right to me. It didn't look like he hit it. This might be one of those ones where the batter's fallen over and everything's happened. And so because of that, it was a good ball. You know how I feel. Sometimes teams just review because they think something's good.
I think the odds might have been flat on ground. So the betting market has given this 75% of the way out already.
Yep.
And that is, if Hetmyer is out here, that might be the most brainless dismissal of this competition, because there was absolutely no need. So they're saying it hit the toe of the bat. Now, if there was a noise, it can't have been anything else. I thought it might have been flat on ground.
I couldn't get my bet in on time. Damn it.
I mean, 1.52 is still pretty good. The market doesn't know. On the evidence that we've seen there, that doesn't look like it's hit the bat, does it?
Let's have a look.
No.
Not
that
out.
is such a dumb shot from Hetmyer.
So, given not out, and I have missed a massive swing there, so I'm annoyed. But anyway, these things happen.
So the market really thought that was out. So if you've got the volume turned up and all the rest of it, and you know that isn't out, you can just fire in at the 1.6. Absolute bank job 1.6, and then bail at 1.45.
It was 1.7, mate. It got to.
Bloody hell! So the market gave it out then, essentially.
That's what I tried to back it at I tried to back against it at 1.7 because I was like, even if that's out, they're only going to like 1.75, 1.8. So I'm not going to lose that much money. And if I'm right, it's going to come back into 1.4. Came into 1.46 actually. Yeah, so just on this, AJ says KKR only 1 wicket away. But remember what KKR's bowling is. They now only have 6 balls left of Narine, and everything else is a question mark. So you've got to factor both of those
that last game. Don't forget.
What was that, mate?
Joffre got top batsman last game. He got the most runs in their last game. He scored 30 against Mumbers when they had that massive collapse.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
And he looked absolutely fine. So Joffre can bat. I've seen Theekshana hit random 60s before.
Theekshana, when he came into cricket, he was a proper number 11. He's really worked on his batting.
Yeah, they've
got Shubham Dubey to come as well, probably, or whoever is fit and on their bench.
Yeah, they haven't made the sub. So it's going to be Juba, isn't it? Who I don't rate particularly highly, to be honest. But they don't need to do much now, Jarrod. They need to not do what Hetmeyer just did and try and throw your wicket away against the one threat that they have. Like it is an impossibility that they bowl Moeen to Parag again after he's just got 31 off 5 balls. They've got to bowl bad pace this over. I'm sorry, Harshit, you're bowling badly today. Aurora's not the guy. Aurora, I think, is a really good swing bowler if they're swinging conditions early, but he ain't.
Would you bowl Moeen again?
No, I wouldn't. So it's Andre. They'll bowl Andre, I think, because what tends to happen, what's happened in the last 2 games when they've randomly thrown Andre in to try and derail a chase or stop a big score from happening, is he's got a wicket straight away because people go, it's Andre, I'm going to whack him. And then the new bat comes in and gets 12 or 3 or whatever because he struggles so much. Even if he does break the partnership, he just cannot keep the runs down, can he, Andre? But I think, genuinely, that is their only option for this over now. They've just had a break, bowl a totally new bowler at them that they haven't seen, and hope for the mistake. And Hetmeyer, whilst I thought that next man out bet was amazing 10 balls ago when Parag was hitting every ball for 6 and Hetmeyer was trying to run 1s and 2s, I now don't particularly like it. And if somebody offered me the close, if somebody offered me the close, I would close that bet out now and just take my money back. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing with next man out that bookies forget, is it can change in the blink of an eye. It can change every 3 or 4 balls. It's like, they've got different intent now, so the price has moved to this.
Fair play award.
The big one. Shane Watson on comms the other day said they actually spoke about that and Dhoni actually wanted to win it when he was at Chennai.
He's the one.
Would you be what sort of shape would teams that you play for be in for fair play awards, Jarrod?
Well, Lucia didn't go particularly well. Length ball outside off stump, flashed away, could get a boundary here, should be stopped. Is not stopped. Is that Rinku down there? Is Rinku trying to claim? He must. I mean, he's hit the boundary.
Why are they bowling Harshit?
I'm not sure if Rinku knew that hit the boundary, actually. Anyway, it did. It's 4. He threw that in really fast for a ball that had gone for 4.
Yeah, he knew. This game is, they need a wicket now. Now. Do you think they bowl Narine next over? I think they kind of have to now. If they don't lose a wicket this over, I think they kind of have to bowl him because the rate will just be way too easy. Like, they'll probably get another boundary this over, won't they?
Yeah. No, and what are they? 9.93. Yeah, Narine just has to bowl the next over. They just need another wicket. I honestly also think they should just have been. I don't know why they're pitching the ball up to Rian Parag. Why not just? You need to up the volatility. We talk about that all the time. They are so far behind this game at the moment. Their best chance of winning is getting one of these guys hooking and out. So why are you bowling length slow balls?
If I knew that Narine was bowling the next over, I would bet under 11.5. If I knew. Because I think that line is too high. If I knew it was Narine, but I don't know it's Narine, so I'm not sure that I can put that up as a bet. Do you know what I mean?
It is the bouncer and brings about the mistake. It's been given as a wide. I think they're going to review that. It's bounced over leg stump, so it has to be for height. I just don't think that went over his head, Rob.
I don't think it did either.
And they're not reviewing it.
So if you're a bowler and you moan about that for ages, you're like, well, that's not fair. Why aren't you reviewing?
I'm not really sure what happened there. Yeah. Anyway, that was the right option.
I mean, what a turnaround! What a turnaround this game is. Basically, when Moeen got the ball, the game went from basically how on earth do they chase this to how on earth do they not? In that moment of I hope they clip that up and play it back because it's funny.
I think they should make a super clip today of you and the Andre Russell bet, followed by you and the Moeen Ali call.
Yeah, so you
go all together and be like, "Welcome to Cricket 8."
Just madness everywhere. Lunacy everywhere.
It makes you money and it makes you laugh. Full ball clicked on the leg side out to deep wicket. They're going to get one again here.
They can just do what they want here now. I think the interesting thing is, when does Narine bowl? Because if they bowl him next over, he kind of has to get a wicket. But if they don't and they just hoof whoever else bowls, it might even be done. So I think they've just been backed into having to.
Mate, even if they score 10 runs off the next over without a wicket, it's done, I think, at this point. So I think they absolutely have to bowl Narine and try and get that wicket in the next over. This is a hook shot. It's up in the air. This is the ball I wanted. There we go. The wicket. He went for it, Hetmeyer. We lost our bet, actually, because Hetmeyer was the next man out, although that was a long time ago in a different world. That was in the Rio Parag trying to hit every ball for 6 world. It was the short ball. Now, he's saying it's off his helmet, is he?
Oh, he's reviewed, has he? Okay.
Now, do you know what? The way the ball flew to the field, I actually think there was a chance that has hit that helmet and not the bat.
He is saying that's hit my helmet, everyone, isn't he? Like, quite adamantly, he's saying that's hit my helmet. And the concussion guy is already on asking him what day it is and where he is and all that stuff. Isn't that actually one of the questions, the concussion questions, isn't it? What day is it? Who are you playing for? And like, what's the score or something? Here we go. Has it hit the glove on the way to the helmet?
I don't think it has it?
It might have flicked off the face of the bat, before it hits the helmet. Watching it now on the big screen, and that looks a bit like daylight to me. I think this is not out.
Yeah, the way it went through, it didn't look 100% right to me. But I just thought he'd walked. So
he's gloved it. See you later.
He has gloved it.
Or was that hit the bat? Either way, he's got.
Well, it hit something. Yeah, on my fast screen, it's just all twitches, of course, but it's definitely hit something.
That's the bat. That has come off the face of the bat onto the helmet. So this,
Rob, they always know when they've hit it. Rob, they always know when they've hit it.
You always know when you've hit it, except when you definitely don't. They need 44 in 25. And whoever does come into bat now should try and get 4 off this ball. It will be there to be. I think he will bowl the slow ball again. So do they go Jofra, or do they get the sub in? And the answer is they're going Jubei, who hasn't done much this IPL. He's dropped a couple of very easy catches, but haven't they all?
That's somewhere where my cricket knowledge, Rob, has not helped me, because I told you exactly the ball they should bowl and why they should bowl it, and it's got the wicket, and I can't make any money off that. You can't back. They're going to bounce him, and there's a chance of a wicket with a short ball here, can you? No,
you can't. And it's also quite difficult when it's like, this ball right now is either going to be 6 or out, and we call that a lot, don't we?
Yeah, the sicket.
And it's like, well, what can you do? Because you can't do anything. Yeah. Because you can back the bowling team thinking it might be a wicket, and then he hits a 6, and you're absolutely miles offside, or you do the opposite and you're miles offside. And you can't bet on the next ball because of delays. You have to bet 2 balls ahead. So that's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But Jubei got 34 off 11 in game 1 of this IPL, not out. Absolutely amazing finish, which was totally and utterly pointless because they were chasing 286. And since then, he's done nothing. Absolutely nothing. High score of 15 in the game where they couldn't win against Mumbai. When they've needed him, he's done nothing. They need him right now, and he can change his the whole dynamic of his future is not overstating what he could do here if he can actually get Raj over the line.
What's the price on a run out here?
Let me have a look.
He's pushed this on the offside for 1, so he's taken strike back.
Bad outcome for bats. Single that ball. Should have had a massive swat at it. Still got 4 wickets in hand and a guy who's 99 out the other end. I can see nothing for dismissal. 7th wicket method of dismissal. 10-1, not quite big enough for me.
No, I wanted 15 or 20s.
10-1, not quite big enough. And the big bookmaker, the Big Green Machine isn't bothering anymore with this one. It's all too much for them.
I see quite a few bookies have phased out of this game.
The thing is, right, they can be forgiven, as we sort of did when it was 5 down, to think this is done. And then when Moeen came on, that even if you are half asleep when you're trading it, you should bloody wake up again, shouldn't you? Because that partnership, they were 72 for 5, Jarrod. And they ended up getting to 160 for 5.
Here's Sunil Narine. They're leaving it all out on the field, Rob. What's the movie with that commentary where they just keep you just keep saying that over and over again? I can't remember which one it is now. Anyway, I don't know if it's Dodgeball or one of the others. Down the leg side, flicked for 1. Is it Dodgeball that has Jason Bateman and someone else commentating, and it's just the commentators just in war with each other the entire film?
Don't know.
Tell you what, from straight on, I didn't see the edge at all. Even that first replay, but Rob, I still thought he might have got away with it. The second replay, I started to doubt myself a little more.
This is gone back to being intriguing as Parag, who knows it's him or bust, just takes the single off Narine. So let's say they just get singles off this over, then the rate will be back to about 12, and Parag has to back himself to do that. But can Dubé come along with him? I actually think with Jofra as insurance, they're in completely fine shape here.
I don't know. Oh, he's missing. This is a terrible shot from Shubham Dubé, who just pushes at this. He hasn't picked it. It was the genuine off spinner, I think. Let's have a look.
So they're going to need two.
No, it wasn't a genuine off spinner. I don't know what he bowled there.
Oh, it's gone away.
It might have been a knuckleball off spinner.
It's gone away. that went like wrong, and then Dubé did not know what was happening there, did he?
He picked this one off his stumps, hit it straight to short fine leg, and take it off. That's why I thought there was a bit of a chance of a run out here.
That was the deliberate single, wasn't it? That one. That's Narine's ball where he's desperate to go for 1, where it's just on middle stump, and it's like you can have a single to square leg or backward square leg if you want it. And Dubé said, absolutely, yes, please. This is the game. What does Parag do? You need 2 a ball.
6 and a 1.
Left to Narine.
Let's go for the 6, and this could be out. Oh, it's drop, maybe just short. Drop, maybe just short. Out the deep mid wicket. Oh, we knew it was coming.
That is not smart from Parag. There are 2 difficult balls left in this innings, and he's nearly got out. Yes, a drop. That is rubbish, Rinku. This is how cricket matches. It's not easy, but if he reacts quicker and moves faster, this is how games are won and lost in the field. And Narine's got him on toast there. Parag has premeditated that he's going to have a slog. Anyway, here we go again. Here's another ball that has been walked down the ground for a single. So only 5 off that one. They now need 38 off 18. How many times?
Kolkata are favourites again.
How many times
are favourites again?
Jarrod Kimber have Rajasthan had seemingly easy-looking chases and made a massive meal of it? Basically every time.
Well, this one, they had a tough chase that they then got in front of, and now are making a meal of it. What did they get down to? 135? Oh,
and the rest, yeah. Let's have a look. I
don't know if they got any lower than that, or around that, I should say.
So Rajasthan have been matched at 1.25, my friend.
Oof.
And for £1 million at 1.27 or shorter.
What's in the betting pool today? Is this a big 147 million in the UK betting pool?
That's a lot of money, isn't it?
So that means
million matched.
So that means probably around 1.5 billion worldwide minimum.
Yeah, and they've gone back to Harshit for this over. They need 38 off 18.
And so who's going to... So at the end, their last 2 overs are going to be bowled by Aurora and Andre, who hasn't bowled an over. Am I right?
Yep, Andre hasn't bowled yet, and he's going to have to come
Leg
in now.
ball, outside, off stump, mishandled out towards deep mid wicket for the 1.
There's an argument that Jofra would have been a better bat to bring in than Dubé because he can hit boundaries. Jofra, so what you like about his batting, he can hit boundaries. Whereas Dubé looks horribly out of form to me because that was a ball. If he bowls that ball to Parag, it's 6. And the game is, can Rian Parag, who is not renowned for ever seeing it through, is he? He never sees it through, Parag. Can he beat his own brain? Because he did his absolute best to get out to Narine when there's only 2 balls left to worry him in the innings. He's now tried to play the helicopter. It's gone somehow to long off when he was trying to hit it somewhere through the square leg region, I think. Another single. They're not going to bugger this one up as well, are they, Rajasthan?
Well, Kolkata are into 1.78. It's getting hairy. Oh, well, you've put the hat on, so KKR can't lose now.
It's time for a new hat. What a horrible hat this is, by the way.
The quality of the hat?
Bad quality, poor
Also,
quality.
why do you need a logo on the front and then also on the sides?
Yeah, like that's nasty, isn't it? That logo there.
The IPL logo is not good. That's a no ball, mate. That's a free hit.
Word. Oh my word! How the game changed. They just got in decent favours.
They got Dubé's on strike, right? That's lucky.
You think overreaction by the market?
Yeah, but Dubé hasn't timed one yet, has he?
No, not at all. So the market often says this free hit is going, and like you, I'm not convinced he hits it for 6. We'll see.
There we go. Missed it.
So there
should have
again good insight.
Oh my God, they've gone from 210 to 1.74.
So the market was giving that ball, that free hit, like 2 and a bit runs, and he's got 0 off it. So he looks awful here, Dubé, doesn't he? He looks really bad, and until he gets one, it's hard to make a case for the chase. What's going through my head here is you've got a team that never chase, Parag who never sees it through, and terrible death bowling. So what do you do here? It feels a bit like a coin flip to me.
Yeah, I haven't gone in again for a while here. So let's have a look. That's close to LB. I think it's just outside the line. There's a run-out chance.
So KKR have had their chances to ice this game already. That was Gurbaz that missed the run-out, and it was Rinku that dropped the catch. I guarantee you they won't be saying that these are big chances to get wickets. But that from Gurbaz, you should practice Skittles with your gloves on for 20 minutes a day, because that is the ball game if he hits there. The game is finished if he hits the stumps. And he is 12 yards away, and he's got 2 stumps to aim at, underarm, to run Parag out by a yard. Parag's given up, and he's missed. And they're 1.75 to win this game now, and they would have been 1.15 if he hit then. Maybe 1.25.
So Rian Parag hasn't hit a 6 since that one. Was that the reverse sweep of Varun Chakravarti? And he's hit 1-4 since then. So that's the 14th over and the 15th over, I think. This could be out. It could be caught at long on. He's hit it straight to long on, Rian Parag. Oh, dear.
1.24. They're a strange lot, Rajasthan, aren't they? They're a crazy lot.
There's still value in the 5s because of who the death bowlers are, though. There's still value here, but geez, they've made it tough for themselves after getting themselves massively in front. They were miles behind. They were miles in front. They're miles everywhere. This Rajasthan team. He's just trying to hit that to the leg side, whereas if he just tries to hit that over long off, I think he would have got enough contact and done it.
Yeah, this is a brilliant game of cricket. Yeah, like you, I don't see how, like, let's say you're on KKR now. I don't see how you don't close. Like, it's such a massive swing, that wicket. Like, closing at 1.23, as I'm frantically trying to do myself, has to be a good idea, because the price isn't miles away there. And given the bowling that we've got to come, as I've managed to finally close, I mean, what happens if Jofra hits this ball for 6? Like, Harshit, there's no guarantee he doesn't bowl this down the leg side for a wide, and then the market starts twitching again. It would surprise me if KKR trained home here with no flicker of doubt, given that we know what bowling they've got left. What I don't want to happen here is Harshit to get another wicket in these 2 balls. That would be bad. But they need 14.5 and over, which is not easy. at the best of times, and Dubé looks hopeless.
Good slow ball outside off stump. Just took the pace off to the tail ender coming in. Always a good way of starting, I think. So one thing that tail enders don't start very well against is the slower ones. They need 15 runs and over, and they're going to have to bowl a guy who goes at about 12 runs and over at the death normally, Andre Russell. And they're going to have to bowl Aurora, who's gone at 10 runs and over so far for his bowling.
Or you go Moeen for the banter.
I mean, it'd be silly not to, really. Gets a left-hander at one end and a tail-ender at the other. He'll know Joff well.
I need to find my remote.
I think, are they looking at another no ball here? I think that's behind the line.
Oh, that was really close to another no ball.
Yeah. I think that one was just behind the line. Jofra middles this, tries to guide it past short third and hits it straight to him. Just gets the one run, another slower ball.
So the Chakravarti top bowler bet lives on.
Yeah, I was just about to check where we were with that, and then I brought the scorecard up and then forgot to look at it. So Chakravarti 2 for 32. So unless Aurora gets a wicket, you'll get this. Or unless Andre Russell comes on and gets 2.
So that's the most likely thing that happens, isn't it? Is Andre's got the ball right now, and if Andre gets 2 this over, he's got top bowler. Which, when you need 15 off him, they need 14 off this over to make a game of it. He's quite a big chance of getting 2 because the rest of the batting is no good. It's Theekshana and Yudhvir, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Yudhvir hasn't. Oh, that's a surprise. Yudhvir has a high score in his 13 innings in list day of 64 at a strike rate of 142.
He's a gun. He's got a strike rate of 196 in T20 cricket. Why are you shouting our man short?
Whoa. That's a good number 11. Okay. I'm saying there's a chance. They're back in this. That's all right.
He's saying there's a chance. It's Andre Russell. It's Jofra Archer. It's a slower ball at leg stump. And, well, it's not even slower, actually. It looked like it came out of the hand. The speed gun says 133 Ks. It hits the pads and dribbles out for a leg by. I will say this. It did look like then that Andre Russell was running into bowl with invisible elves holding him back. He was not... They told him earlier he might have to bowl it over, and mentally he was like, I'm probably not going to have to bowl, and now he has to. Anyway, after that single, they're at 7.6 with the batter on strike.
Yeah, I just don't see how Dubé does this. He's done nothing all season.
Here it comes, the big 6, and by that I mean he's going to poke this ball quite nicely, to be fair. He's timed it beautifully out to Rinku Singh, who's the only fielder who's playing for KKR at the moment. He's fielded 82% of all deliveries, and they get 2. They're now 8. That's weird, because you've got the batter on strike, and you've got a 2. I know, I suppose they need 17s now, don't they? Yeah, it's tough.
But it can be done against the bowling that they've got. It can be done. If you think Dubé's any good, what I think that makes me want to back this price is Yudhvir's numbers that have shocked me. I should know them, like bad effort, but they have shocked. Like, he can clearly bat. So the number 11 isn't a total cart horse.
He smashed this out on the offside and a one-hand pluck out in the field, which at this time of the game, I just think maybe 2 hands.
Who fielded that? That was awesome. That is exactly how I would have fielded that ball. That Ramandeep out there.
Ramandeep, I think, out there. Yeah, he just plucked that with one hand and chucked it back.
He has just earned his match fee, even though he didn't bat or didn't bowl. That was brilliant. He fielded that completely unnecessarily, running away from the ball with his one-handed and then gunned it back in. Absolutely love that fielding.
Now,
they can do this. 10 is all right. 10's an okay price here.
Top edge over the keeper's head if he digs this into the pitch.
Swivel pull for 6.
It's not. It's a beautiful Yorker, and it's smashed by Jofra Archer through extra cover for 4.
Not 10 anymore.
Back into 7s. He's bowled well, Andre Russell. There was nothing wrong with that. And I thought if he went into the pitch, there was a chance of a miss hit over the top. And he didn't. He bowled the right ball. He hasn't missed. It's basically a Yorker that's just been hit for 4. It's a brilliant shot.
I had a little go at 10 there. Not a
Take it out now?
I'm not getting out now. I'd have more if anything at 7. I think Jofra can easily get out this ball, but he can also easily hit Andre for 6. So the high vol
25 from 8. It's a full toss on the stumps. He should have hit this for 6, really. They're going to steal a second, I think.
Jofra.
There's a better fielding. Might have been a run out, too. That throw came in really weak. I don't know if it was Ramandeep or someone else. But that was the ball to hit for 6. And Jofra realized he tried to overhit that. That's the ball you clip for 6, isn't it?
Yeah, well, exactly right. You didn't have to. He overhit that. He had the full-blooded swing, and all it needed was helping on its way. He knew, didn't he, Joff?
Great close-up of Jofra screaming as he stuffed that up.
That was a very angry Jofra.
They're still at 7s. I think that ball's probably done the game for them, honestly. I think if he hits that for 4 or 6, things are a little bit different. But who knows? Russell got away with a few good Yorkers, and now he's got 1 Yorker hit for 4. He'll go for another one. He has. And Jofra is... How is that not bowled? Did that hit the stumps? Is he kicked this for overthrows? Where is the ball? Is Andre Russell dead? He's on the ground holding the ball, laughing.
He's on the floor. He's got odd shoes on. I've no idea how that didn't bowl Jofra.
I thought he tried to kick it. How did it end up in his hand?
What would have been funny there is if it got stuck in Jofra's pad, like at the bottom of his pad. Can Jofra just keep running forever if that happens?
No, dead ball. I know you and I would try that sort of thing.
Or what if Jofra tries to shake the ball out of his leg pad and it goes shooting away for 4? What happens then? See, why don't we
in the club game I was playing with yesterday, a guy took a catch at deep mid wicket for our team, completed the catch safely, walked around for 4 steps, and then walked over the line. He's right. And the other team's going 6. And I was like, can we just check to make sure that isn't 4? And they were like, oh, it's definitely 6. I said, the reason it might be 4 is because he actually has completed the catch in this case and then walked over the boundary. It's not like Trent Bolt standing on the rope in the World Cup final. Do you know what I mean? It's a different kind of one. I don't know if we looked it up in the end. Anyway, we lost by heaps of runs, so it didn't matter. But I felt bad for the fielder because it was a really good catch before he just ran over the line for no reason. He didn't even have to go in that direction.
It's always good when that happens at club cricket. So it's Aurora with the ball. 22 off 6 required. Jofra at the crease. I want fewer than 2 wickets off this over, please.
Fewer than 2 wickets. Aurora comes in, half volley outside, off stop, and smashed. Great fielding.
Oh my word.
Is that Rinku Singh? The only man on the field, Rinku Singh, has stopped another ball, and they've got 2.
So what's going to happen now is Jofra's going to hit this ball to deep fine leg, and Rinku's going to field it. That was a good shot.
He's played some nice shots.
Rinku is in every single fielding position. So Jofra is in better batting form than Dubé. And I think Dubé is 8 off 10 here, Jarrod. That is unacceptable for your impact batting sub.
Yeah. Outside edge from Jofra, short third, and they just get a single. They've to be fair to Kolkata, obviously they're going up against the tail here, but they have managed to bowl very, very well against the in the last 8 or 9 balls. These 2 guys who we do know can go for lots of runs at the death have pulled this off quite well, even if they're going against one. And Rinku's injured, by the way. It's just overuse.
So all these balls are going to be 4 because they don't have their only fielder. But unfortunately, that ain't going to cut it because Rinku's.
Did he do the flat pancake on the ball?
It always hurts that, doesn't it?
It might have been on his belly or just above his testicular area rather than the meat and potatoes itself. Anyway, Shubham Dubé finally just goes, I'm just going to hit this for 6. And Shubham Dubé does hit it for 6. He helps away a slower ball off back of a length. He's done well to hit that for 6, actually, because I think he was a bit early on the shot. He's ended up whipping it around the corner. And Rahane is screaming, I believe, at the bowler going, don't bowl that. Just bowl full and at the stumps.
Yeah, that was obviously the wrong ball. Fair play to Dubé. Got one away. He needs to do that again right now.
You're back at 8, so you can cash out with the profit here.
I'm all right. I'll tell you who earned his money there, his season's money, who just did a bit of fielding, was Venki, who cost 23.75 crore, and he can't get in the team out to bat, and he doesn't bowl. That is good money, isn't it? £2.5 million. No, we don't need you with the bat. We don't think you're good enough to be in our top 6 batsmen, and we don't require your bowling. So well done for you. He's fielded 1 ball this innings, and he's got paid like 80 grand for it.
Dubé has got a half volley on leg stump. Again, not a terrible ball. Maybe a little bit too straight from Aurora. Rahane looks back at him and his flick for 4.
Okay, I'm closing that bet now. Close. 1.2. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking this is the time to back Kolkata.
Yeah, I've closed because he needs basically 10 off to win, and he's not the guy. If Andre Russell's on strike here, it's bloody 1.6 or something. It really, do you know what I mean?
I do think Aurora's a sneaky chance for a wide or a waist-high full toss.
Yeah, well, the full toss that happened yesterday, when the second game looked completely done, the waist-high full toss, he was trying to bowl the dippers, Yash Dayal, and it fell out of his hand. Let's see what Aurora's got.
It is a full toss. I was right, and he's whacked this down the ground for 6. It's not going to be a full. It's not going to be a free hit, but it is a full toss in the slot outside off stump, and it's hit for 6. And we have a accidental classic here. And just for a moment, the odds were even on this game, but Kolkata's come back into 1.78. I don't know how you can back Aurora after the last 3 deliveries.
Because of the price, Jarrod. Like, he has to hit this ball for 4 for you to win your money if you're back in 2.2. That is bananas.
Well, what are the last 3 balls gone for, Rob?
No, what price is Dubé, who I've been bagging for the last 10 minutes, who is just about to get 20 or 4 balls to win this match?
He's bowled. He's bowled.
It's not.
He's bowled a half tracker, slower ball. He's bowled a half volley outside leg stump, and now he's bowled a full toss outside off stump. Like, I just don't think you can put your money on Kolkata. They're coming to 1.45. All the value is on Rajasthan. If you want to bet, they're at 3s at the moment, Rob.
Yeah, I've backed 1 point. What did I back? 1.8, and I've laid 1.4. Sorry, 1.54 in the last 20 seconds without a ball being bowled. That is good business. Don't care who wins. Don't want it to be a tie, which they will definitely be a tie now. 2 runs is a tie, Jarrod, and 2 with the fielding that we've seen in this IPL, and there's a lot of people you could aim at in this KKR fielding team. Narine, Chakravarthi. I'm talking about you right now.
They're coming down to talk about that.
It's a 1.
Rinku looks buggered though at the right at the moment. He's not moving. I wondered if he was coming off.
If you hit the ball to Narine or maybe even Moeen or Chakravarthi, this is 2. So
they're back to 1.6. Didn't you just sell them at 1.44 a millisecond ago?
1.54. Yeah, I'm really good. I'm glad there was a nice delay between the penultimate ball and the last ball. Anyway, here we go.
Here he comes around the wicket. What's he going to do here? He's jammed it down the ground. They should come for 2. Joffre should get back. Go to the keeper's end. He might not have to. They might have stolen this KKR with a run out. Well, they went to the wrong end. It was a good Yorker after 3 absolutely horrendous deliveries. He's finally pulled out the ball that Rahane was screaming for. Dubé has dug the ball out. It's gone to long off. Long off is tearing in. Joffre was tearing in, but it was always going to be hard. They threw to Joffre's end when realistically the wicketkeeper's end was obviously the end to go to. And they've just managed to get it. I think he'd be run out by what, about 2.5 feet, 3 feet, I would have thought by the end.
Yeah, it's in that ballpark. So you're totally correct. I'm pretty confident that fielder was Rinku, you know.
It can't have been Rinku. There can't be 11 Rinkus.
Mate, I'm pretty confident that fielder was Rinku, who's thrown the ball. It's a good throw. That's Rinku.
It is Rinku, isn't it?
How has he turned up?
Oh my God! Why are there so many Rinkus?
So it's a good throw, but to be fair to Aurora, I remember the Big Bash final that Brett Lee's last game where he got all the wickets in his last ever over, and all they needed to do is Moses Enriques was the fielder. All they needed to do was effect a run out that was easier than that one, and they buggered it up. 3 of them stood by the stumps. That was good level-headed cricket from Aurora in the last minute of that game, because he bowled a good ball. He stood by his stumps, which they don't do very often, the bowlers. It was a good ball. He stood by his stumps. He collected it well, and he took the bails off. That was good cricket from Aurora, who had just been whacked for 16 in the previous 3 balls by an out-of-form batsman. He needed to keep his head on there. He bowled a good ball. He bowled to his field because they've only got one fielder, the KKR. He bowled to his one fielder who did a good enough throw, but that was a good collection from Aurora. Good cricket, amazing game. Chakravarti wins top bowler. Everybody's happy.
Chakravarti did win top bowler. I'll just quickly go through the bets. It ended up going a lot longer than we had, so we're not going to have time to do the other podcast, although maybe we could slip the other podcast in when it's raining at one stage, Rob, and we can pop over there. I'm hearing it's raining at the moment, but I think the toss has happened. Bishnoi's been dropped, by the way, if I'm reading their scorecard correctly, because they're bowling first and he's not in the side. So unless they've got some sort of other plan that I don't understand. Let's just have a look at the ones for this innings and see how we did and how we did not do. Over 10.5 in the 6th over. We won that one. Rajasthan to score more than 2 runs, which was more than Kolkata's runs. We got that one. Rajasthan to score the most in the power play. We got that one. We had a bold at one stage. That definitely didn't come off as well. And if you want a couple of bets for the other game, we got Mayank Yadav at, I can find him at 18-1, but other people have found him at 25-1. And we've got Shreyas Iyer for most 6s for Punjab as well. So there's a few different bets out there if you are willing to have a look. I think, Rob, for us, it might be best to have a break now. What do you think?
Yeah, good idea.
So we'll have a break. We'll be back in 6 to 7 minutes. If it's raining, we might push that back just a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on the other game. But yeah, thank you for coming over for the Accidental Classic.
What a game.
That was a game. The only way to fully explain it is because it really was an odd cricket game all the way through from beginning to end. But hopefully, if you got the Dre Ross most runs, you certainly got money. I made money off that game. Rob certainly made money off that game as well. And Rinku Singh fields at every single position there is in the world. We'll be back in a little while for more Cricket 8 and for the next game here. You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com. The 4 most important players who were in their side, they had a couple of really important injuries as well, but the 4 most important players who were in their side were not in particularly good form, right? And it's very hard to win when that's the case. And that is probably the overall story of Pakistan is that, but the secondary story is they just don't have the talent or the depth of some of the major sides. Like Australia's just chased 350 against England with not a B batting lineup, but not their strongest batting lineup and also not their best team. They've won against England, whereas Pakistan, with 2 injuries out of their side, look like they are probably not as strong as Sri Lanka or West Indies, who aren't even in the tournament, right?
So do you think those 2 injuries, if they'd not happened, could have made a difference? Because had Ayub not gotten injured, would Zaman have come into the side? Because he was not really in the picture. He mentioned that there was injury concern because of which he wasn't being considered. But had the first injury not happened, 1, would Zaman have made it to the side? And second, had Zaman not gotten injured, do you think it would have been different?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They would have gone with it. I think their overall plan was to probably use Bubba at 3. Like that would have been the first plan. I know that because it was in South Africa that they changed to, and that was after Ayub was injured. Am I right? I'm trying to remember the full.
Was it
date.
the tri-series actually? No, in fact, I think it was the tri-series when they started.
Yeah, you might be right. I knew South Africa was vaguely involved at the time. I kind of think that they would have worked out that they needed Fakhar Zaman and Saim Ayub at top together. Having said that, of everything that Pakistan has done recently, I think giving them the benefit of the doubt would be a very generous thing to do. So maybe that's not the fairest way of looking at it. But I kind of feel like they could have got it right. But that is, if you look at every other team, India doesn't have Jasprit Bumrah in this side, right? You look at Australia, doesn't have their three main fast bowlers, right? Like go through. South Africa has issues. All these teams have different issues that they're dealing with. Pakistan didn't look like they could deal with 2 injuries, whereas other teams are dealing with 3 and 4. And even if they hadn't been injured, you are hoping that Saim Ayub or Fakhar Zaman goes absolutely nuts, right? Because the rest of the batters still don't look up to it. They still don't have an all-rounder, and their seam bowlers didn't look in form, right? So it doesn't really matter in what direction that you're going. It's still not particularly great. But again, it's about the depth of Pakistan cricket compared to other teams. So I did this. It'd be interesting to see what you make of it. Jaiswal would be their best bat on this side, and he's not in India's squad, right? Now, Jaiswal would be the best bat in a couple of sides in this tournament, but Sanju Samson, Rishabh Pant, Nitesh Reddy, Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Varma, Sky, all these guys would be first choice players for Pakistan, right? And they're not in the side. Nitesh Reddy would be so important for Pakistan right now to have a player just like him, right? They don't have any of these players. And then Rizwan, Baba, Naseem, and Shaheen, and you can throw Haris Rauf in there. I think he's the other really important player in this current lineup. Which one of them is in great form at the moment, right?
Shaheen showed glimpses of that form, considering the setbacks that preceded. Yeah, he did
Harris
in Australia.
Some glimpses as well. But you know what I mean? You wouldn't say any of them's in career best form. You wouldn't say any of them are in good form, right? They have moments. Even Baba has had some moments. Rizwan's had some moments. So the 5 most important players in your side, so forget the depth for a minute, which is already an issue. The 5 most important players in your side aren't playing very well. When you have a depth issue or you have a couple of injuries or whatever it may be, it really has to be the 4 or 5 best players who step up, or if you're lucky, 6, 7, 8 best players, right? They haven't had that either. So almost everything has gone wrong. Rizwan is almost as good a strike rotator as Virat Kohli, and at his best is not far away from that level at all. And he couldn't rotate the strike at all yesterday, right? So that goes back to the form thing we were talking about before. The professional thing is, look, they're going through, even for them, a level of upheaval on a near month-by-month basis, right? They are trying everything they can rather than just sitting down like adults and going, okay, how do we make Pakistan cricket better? That's what they've needed to do. I wrote that in 2019, 2017. Might have even been when they won the Champions Trophy. Yes, you've won the Champions Trophy, but do you have a professional system that will allow you to be good consistently, right? And they don't. I don't think that is just the only problem here, but Shaheen Afridi has been playing on one leg for ages. At a certain point, they need to make a decision. Babar Azam has proper issues, and they don't seem to be really dealing with them. Mohammad Rizwan still plays the same style all the time, and they've got too many players who play in that style. So they do have issues when it comes to professionalism. But let's not beat around the bush. They don't have the same level of talent right at the moment as some of the other teams, specifically in white ball cricket. Like, they don't have the same level of hitters that you get from other sides, right? They don't have those sorts of players who can knock the ball around and hit sixes, right? You know, all those basic things that you need, all-rounders, right? Shaheen coming in at number 8 all the way through this tournament is just like, well, okay, you can't lose any wickets then, can you? Because you don't have a number 8, right? And that's not professionalism. That's their best 4 bowlers that. And I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked, other than perhaps Shaheen still not looking 100%. But I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked. They're probably their 4 best bowlers. But if you pick those 4 best bowlers, your top order's got to make a lot of runs. And then what happens is you get in a situation where the top order bats slightly more defensive. You don't need to tell Rizwan to bat slightly more defensively. He'll put his hand up to do that on his own, right? And Bubba can be the same. So there's a bit of a self-perpetuating thing. But for a long time, they were the team that tried to score par and then out-bowl you, and their bowling isn't good enough to do that anymore, and their batting hasn't evolved to match it, right? That isn't just professionalism. That is just the team that they have created. The thing with Mike Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right?
I do have to agree a bit with Crunk in that when I saw him for the first time, I was like, wow, I am genuinely excited to watch this guy. Whereas I don't get that very often from pacers. Like, I didn't feel like that about Josh Hull when I saw him play. Who's playing Test matches.
Yadav, the Josh Hull of England, of India.
But if he is fit, kind like India are a bit of a cheat code because that's not fair, that attack, because they actually have spinners. They've already got the head and shoulders best bowler in the world. And if you add in a fit Mayank Yadav, who is as good as that guy that turned up and played a couple of times in the IPL, they don't lose. They can't lose to anyone with that attack.
Yeah, I think he's a really, really fascinating player. I mean, when you say he's the most talented bowler he's seen, like, there's not that much difference between him and Pat Cummins when Pat Cummins came on the scene. Pat Cummins was bowling, 150, 155 outswing and is taller than Mayank Yadav and probably has a higher release. So the Pat Cummins we see now is, dare I say it, kind of boring, right? Like, consistent and accurate and doesn't swing it and, isn't that kind of player. But if you think back to what Pat Cummins was in that first test match in South Africa, you were seeing literally very similar to Mayank Yadav. And of course, we then didn't see Pat Cummins for 6 years. The next time I saw Pat Cummins, I interviewed him at the SCG, and he'd just come off a machine, Rob, that allows you to run without putting any weight on your body. It's like, I don't know, some sort of moon-like machine. So you do the cardio, but you don't actually put any impact on. And I was like,
it's called a swimming pool.
No, that's what they do to horses. But yeah, it didn't watch the game. But what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com. All right, so first ball there from Akash swung away, didn't it, Roberto Barron?
It did. The thing that surprised me the most about that ball is that I left it, and he's not. I can't work him out, Priyansh Iyer, because he hit that blazing 100 where he hit a 6 first ball, and I thought, here's another intent merchant. He's going to be amazing. Can't wait to watch him. As he's nearly out, second ball, wafting at one that is swinging. It is swinging here, which I wasn't particularly expecting. So Jake messaged and said this pitch has been under covers for ages. Everyone was expecting rain. The pitch has been sweating. So perhaps it's not the one that you steam all in on the overs. I can see a run line here of 197. You can back no 197 at evens. That seems, after those two balls, the evidence we've seen, that is pretty high. 197.
Also, I'll give you something else that's quite interesting in a moment here, as this is on the pads and flicked away out for one, which is that we don't know if Bishnoi's been dropped. We don't know if he's injured, but there is a possibility that they want an extra seam on this wicket based on everything you just said. And if that's the case, again, we've seen movement in 2 of the 3 first balls.
I mean, I thought that Bishnoi was going to have to lead this attack when everybody got injured. And now he's not even in as their main spinner. Like, Digvesh has hopped ahead of him. And while Digvesh has been absolutely fine and bowled quite a lot of dots, I mean, he's got 1 wicket in his last 3 games for over 100 runs. Like, he's not Narine, is he? That is quite the fall from grace. But Dharamsala is a very tough pitch to know what's going to happen. It's usually mega runs in the evenings, as we've said before here. But when the pitch has been under covers, it definitely looks like it's swinging right now. Like, I wouldn't be expecting the normal Punjab hoofing 6s everywhere, every ball at the start. And I've backed, having just seen those balls swing as much as they did, I've backed unders at 197.
Well, you know what I would like to do? Unders at 197. So is that a bet, or is that just you saying it?
Yeah, I've backed it. It's both of those things. I am saying it, and it's a bet.
But you said it with your human mouth.
I did.
I want to know what a 3 is. Here, is this a slashed up in the air? This could be out court. It is out court. Wow. That unders bet suddenly looks a little bit better.
Pleasing.
As well, we had a win already.
Oh, we're on the unders, though, aren't we?
Oh, okay. Yeah, slashed away there by Priyansh and just finds deep backward point. That's where the ball's sort of been swinging towards as well. He just sort of threw his hands at that, and unfortunately for him, has completely picked out the fielder and is gone.
Yep, playing a very strange innings, albeit one that only lasted, what was that, his fourth ball? Very strange innings of the leave, the wild slash, the steady single, and then the mad swipe. Like, it was obviously difficult batting conditions then. Yeah, that's bewildering, that. But Punjab are a bewildering team. I assume Ear comes in at number 3, but I don't know how he's going to bat because
It's Inglis.
Okay, I am wrong to assume. That is interesting that Inglis gets a go to actually make some runs. He's been coming in a bit too late, I think. I'm not sure that this is the game that you would put your hand up to bat 3 when it's swinging around.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Inglis is going to face up early on here. So we're seeing at least 3 of the balls swing. This one doesn't, and it's hit in the air. A catchable height past short cover, or past cover, I suppose. And that has gone for a boundary. So picked up a couple of runs in this over. 6 runs altogether, but lost a wicket early on.
Yeah, lots of fun.
The run line's only come down to 192, Rob.
Yeah, so the market obviously thinks that this is the belter, and that's the end of that. And I'm happy enough for now to take that opinion on, I think. Sure, that came on pretty nice, didn't it? And Inglis got in a good position to play a proper cricket shot. Bit uppish. We've got Mayank Yadav, who's clearly going to wreak merry havoc here. I do think that's high, 192. But what do I know against that kind of a market? I'll tell you a bet that I saw while we were off air. Badoni's run line, 17.5. That's crackers. He's been
assuming you mean overs there.
Yeah. His recent scores, right? Remember, 17.5 is the number.
Yeah.
41, 30, 28 not out, 22, 50, 36, 35. That's his most recent innings.
The man with the Ben Affleck bouffant, Mayank Yadav, comes in. It's short, it's wide, it's cuts and mishits. I thought it was towards point just for a moment there, and it wasn't. So, overs on Ayush Badoni's 17.5 runs.
Yeah, bad line. He keeps getting much more than that. And also, with Pooran being out of form, he's often coming in after Pooran's got out for not many. And if he's coming in at that spot, then he has to steady the ship. And you often get free runs. What I mean by free runs are low risk, getting to 10 to make sure that you don't lose another wicket, singles, off spinners, that sort of stuff.
Inglis facing up again. And he's hooked this in the air for 6.
Wow.
Maybe it is the good pitch. They were 240 a minute ago, and he's at 1-4 and 1-6, and the market's just being like, yep, evens again.
Inglis is fun, isn't he? That's a good statement to start his innings, isn't it?
I think he's made about 15% of his career IPL runs in his last 2 balls.
Yeah, he got cut off.
What's he made? About 70 runs in his career?
Yeah, he got
before this.
26, I think, was his best. I'll look it up. I've got a computer.
He's gone for another one here. He's whipped this away, and this is 6. This is Mayank Yadav. Some people might have bet on him at 23 or 25 or 20 or 4,000 to 1 to be player of the match.
It's not the greatest of starts for a top bowler when he's gone for 13 off his first 3. This is extreme intent, and fair play to Inglis for coming in and batting like this, because it's very tempting when you see the ball swinging and you've just lost, one of the blast off openers, to pootle around for a bit, and you're like, well, Mayank's their biggest threat, and he's gone, no, I am going to hit the ball if it's there to be hit, and those 2 have been there to be hit. Proper good cricket shots, though. not slogging that, is it? Good
He's
shot.
16 off 3. We need to work out what percentage this is of his IPL runs. He's gone for it again. And is that dropped? Is it dropped over the line, I think. I think that was in the hands of beat wicket Avesh Khan. And
the rope.
he was a foot and a half inside the rope, I think, on that time, to be fair. But yes, 3 sixes in 3 balls and a drop catch potentially. I need to see how much of his hand he got on that rope.
Honestly, he is a metre from the rope. If he is stood on the rope, he catches the ball very comfortably here.
Yeah, you're right.
He's mistimed his jump. He stood in the wrong place. That is not what we want.
1.69. What a swing this has been. He's gone for another one. Finally, he has missed. So he was 22 off 4 balls, and I reckon he had 66 runs. So in 4 balls, he scored 25% of his career IPL runs. I think those numbers are right, Rob. You'll have to check me on them later, but there's too much fun here for maths, kids.
Wow.
Only joking. That's not what Cricket 8's all about. It is literally about math.
Maths and vibes and fumes.
Yeah. What's he going to do now, Inglis? He's got a full ball and he's timed that perfectly down to mid-on. He's just got one.
Oof. Could have got run out then.
Yeah, he hit it too well. Way too well. Yeah. I'm not sure there was a run there. Might get a number for 20. I don't want to, but I do need to mention, Rob, that you were on him as top bowler and player of the match.
I still am.
Hey, he's only if you look at figures at the moment, he's only the second worst bowler.
Half of the balls he's bowled have gone for 6 so far, although one of them, he's in perfectly good shape for top bowler if Avish stands on the rope or if Avish could catch. But neither of those things are true. He didn't stand on the rope and he can't catch. So that should have been a wicket, but it was a 6. And sometimes you're up against that when, if you bet on the IPL or you bet on the PSL or you bet on cricket in general, you have to be prepared for idiots not being able to field properly. And it happens all the time. It will continue to happen forever. And you got to go over it. And here's Akash. You'd expect runs this over, wouldn't you?
He has smashed this again. Straight to cover, Inglis. What's happening? Who is this? Is Ricky Ponting come out the bat?
I mean, he looks awesome, doesn't he, Inglis? This is proper batting. What would your run line be for the next over, Jarrod, the 4th?
So it's Avesh Khan or Prince Yadav, isn't it? Who has to bowl it?
You can't go back to mine, can you, after that last one?
So it has to be at 11.5, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those that as this over goes on without a wicket, the expectancy of the next over must go up. I can see 9.5 out there.
I'd be taking 9.5 at the moment. And although I would be waiting a couple more balls as English tries to reverse scoop this and almost gets bowled.
I mean, he is playing extremely high risk, isn't he, English? But the way that the ball has been coming out in the middle of the bat, this makes me think Pooran might have a good time on this deck, the way he's batting, because he's batting like Pooran. Just trusting his natural ability to hammer through the line of the ball.
Yep. We thought that it might be sweatier. It certainly swung early, but since then...
Yeah, that swing disappeared pretty quick.
Let's have a look at Akash. Low ball on leg stump, and that could be run out. Oh, my God. Terrible cricket by Lucknow.
Where is Pooran?
I don't think it's Pooran's fault. He's at short mid-wicket, but who's wicket-keeping?
Goodness me, that is a bad piece of cricket, isn't it? It's Pant, isn't it?
It's Rishabh Pant, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just too slow to get there. But he never tried to.
No, but he's run around the back. Why didn't he run to the stumps? Why did he run to back up?
If he's anywhere near the stumps, that's a run out.
I just don't understand.
So he's
wicketkeeper and wicketkeeper crime there.
He's run to point, basically. And if
he's gone for another one, and that's just gone over the top of Pooran again. What's the? You're gonna have to tell me what the odds are on next man out, mate, because I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need to have a look.
Where if you know the players, right, and you go, oh, well, it's Inglis against Prab Simran, so Prab Simran's obviously favourite for next man out, then you come up with a price of like, I don't know, 1.7 Prab. Whereas if you're watching this game where Inglis is either hitting every ball for 6 or nearly getting out, like he could have been out 3 times already, Inglis. He should have been caught on the rope, wasn't. Pooran not tall enough to take that catch, and he should have been run out, but Pan couldn't be asked to get back to his stumps. So he's probably 1.7 himself here. So can we get bigger than 1.7 is the question.
Slow ball. Prab Simran defends it. Looks for a single out to a backward point.
So that makes Inglis more likely to be the next man out. But to be fair to the bookies, the best I can see is 1.72, which does not excite me because I'm laying 11 to 8 Prab, and Prab is no guarantee to stick around for ages, is he?
How is this over only gone for 2 runs?
How has there been no wickets in the last 10 balls? It's a crazy power play. Absolutely mental power play.
He's going to go again. I can see it. Oh, he's twitching. Josh Inglis is twitching. I just feel he's going to go this one. He doesn't really. It was a good ball. Back of a length, just outside off stump. He punches it, tries to get it through the gap at point, but probably one of the few balls he hasn't timed. And instead, it's cleaned up. And so, what a fantastically weird over. He's got 1 for 8 of 2, Akash. While Rome has burned around him, Rob Barron.
Yeah, it sure has. So we've had 3 overs of this power play, and we've had 6 for 1, 20 for none, 2 for none. And I don't understand any of it. So Akash Singh has bowled 2 overs. They've scored 8 runs off the 12 balls, and he's got a wicket. And at the other end, their good bowler has gone for 20. And there could have been, like, Inglis has had 3 decent chances. They've had 3 decent chances to get Inglis out, who, despite that, has looked amazing.
So and just tell me who's bowling now, Rob, if you could.
I can't tell you. I'm watching an advert for crisps.
Oh, that's all right. I said that because on the bottom of the screen it says Mayank. It's not Mayank. Oh, wait, it is Mayank. It is. He's come in and he's bowled that first ball and it's been beaten outside off stump. I mean, okay.
I think that's his fastest ball this IPL.
I didn't see the
I think
speed.
He actually cranked that one up. And Prab Simran is 20 minutes late for that bus. Like, he played that shot when the ball was in the keeper's gloves. So that's
141. Certainly his fastest today, I think.
If he bowls that fast again, Prab Simran's not up to it. His hands aren't quick enough.
Prab Simran's this is great. He's backed away and defended this on the offside. This is how I play fast balls when I'm not picking them, where I'm just like, I think I can get a run at point almost every ball. If I just hit it to point, I just have to squidge it there. And then he's always run himself out because there was no run at point in this case.
Yeah, this is a great matchup for the bowler. Like, Mayank is too quick for Prab here. So Prab has realised that after the first ball that he tried to ramp over to keep his head and didn't play the shot until the ball, like, he was basically on his run up for the second delivery by the time Prab had played his shot for the first one. Then he's desperate to get off. He
slogs this one over the offside for 6. Of course he does. Again, He gave himself some room, and that is an incredible, almost like a frog shot. And he's humped this one away, and it's a good contact he made off that.
What a shot! 6. What a shot that is. So as ever with Mayank, it's absolute box office when he's bowling. Unfortunately, like, he could have had a couple, but he's gone for 4 sixes in his 9 balls. Mm-hmm. It's mayhem out there. It's absolute carnage. But Punjab are always a great watch, aren't they? They're always.
Where's Shamar Joseph when you need him?
Yeah, let's have him at the other end. First ball, 5 wide. Second ball, wicket. Third ball, no ball, 6. 4 sixes
there
already.
He is. The Buffon comes in. He comes down the wicket from Simran. Again, a run-out chance. This ball's hit straight to, I think, Pooran at short mid-wicket again, who fires it in at the stumps.
So they're going with the one fielder tactic, which is good, because after Avish is refusing to stand on the rope and then dropping the catch, only having Pooran as your fielder, I don't mind. Only having Rinku was a good decision. It won them the game in the end, didn't it? In the last one. Is
Justin Langer got a goatee or a handlebar mustache in the dugout there? Slow ball. It's in the slot. It's out of the ground. It wasn't a good slow ball, to be fair. I think he kind of showed his hands there quite early on, and he just stayed in line and whacked that for 6. Why are you hitting?
Over 9.5, my friend.
Oh, we got it.
In the 5th. Yeah, 3 dots in the 5 balls that we've had, and the over 9.5 is pissed up.
Yeah, that line, especially after the last over, I think you just have to be realistic and be like, they're just going to attack that next over, right? Like,
yeah, it's what this team does.
Mind you, neither of us thought Mayank would be bowling again. Another 4, short, wide, outside off stump, decent pace, but Prab Simran started this over looking all at sea. He has now picked up the pace really well. The slow ball was a bit of a gimme, but that was a good shot, that last one. I like that a lot.
Why is Mayank Yadav basically Umran Malik in this power play? That's what's happened to him. He's just bowling really, 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 really fast at a very hittable length. And that is what Umran Malik did. So I don't want the same thing to happen to Umran Malik for Mayank Yadav, because Mayank Yadav last season was one of the most exciting quicks I've ever seen in those 2 innings where he did win man of the match and was awesome and got 3 for both times or whatever. And Umran Malik, when he burst onto the scene, everyone was like, well, India have cracked it. They've got a 95-mile-an-hour bowler. That is done. Like, he just bowls with Bumrah and they win every game ever. And then he just turned into this power play bowling machine mode. Inglis
is on now. Full ball, outside off stump, helped over long off for 6.
I mean, bloody hell. What are we watching here, Jarrod?
It's not great bowling. Avesh, he's not swinging it, so I don't mind him coming around the wicket. But if you're going to come around the wicket, surely you have to hit the surface a little bit more. I'm not sure what the thinking was there. It was a throwdown ball.
I mean, it's almost range hitting practice, isn't it? It's fast ball.
He's gone back over the wicket, slow ball, much better bowling, and he beats Inglis there.
What should the line be for the 6th? Because I don't care who bowls it. They haven't got anyone.
Yeah. Well, Digvesh is the only one I'd be nervous about. The line for the 6th is... Oh, we have to... We have to start thinking about our unders for Prab Simran too, don't we?
Oh, very good point. Yeah, when he gets towards the end of the power play, you want to be on his unders.
The line for the 6th should be 12.5.
Yeah, you can get 11.5. I think that probably is a bet. You probably want to see...
Oh, another 6. Is it? It could be out. He's... Oh! Is that David Miller? He's got a lot closer to the rope than he needed to there. He took the catch and went back. He went for another one of those big pull shots from Inglis. And this time he's hit it straight to David Miller at deep mid-wicket, I want to say. Going back into the wicket again with a slow one. He's tried that 2 balls in a row. Just twisted the bat in Inglis's hand, so he didn't get as much contact on it as he would have wanted. And then David Miller just flirted with the boundary Tobler and Rob Barron.
I mean, what an innings from Inglis. He batted like an out-and-out pinch hitter, but it's almost what we were saying about Shreyas Iyer earlier. He's too good for that, you know, to give so many chances of losing his wicket in his innings, because the shots that he played were coming out. That last one didn't quite, and I think you've got to give the bowler a bit of credit there, because he just did enough with the ball to stop it being really easily hittable for 6. But he's a bit too good to play that frantically. Now, what does Iyer do now? Does he chill out a bit? Does he come out and firing like he did against Joffre when they just lost a wicket? It's an interesting one, because Iyer's run line here, if he is in rebuild mode, and I don't mean taking a single off every ball, but I mean not frantic mode that Inglis was just in, is really high, because this pitch looks fine to me. And he doesn't have any spinner here that is going to trouble him even slightly, does he? Like Digvesh isn't going to tie Shreyas up in knots.
He shouldn't have. I mean, has he faced him much?
He can't have done.
Anyway, Shreyas Iyer facing here. So we've got 6 dot wicket. The start of this game has been crazy. It's a wide one outside off stump. Oh, I feel bad for the kid. He's taken 2 wickets, but geez, in between that, Akash Singh's bowled some very weird deliveries. He's not going for that many runs, but wow. Anyway, Shreyas Iyer has a strike rate of 400. That's the worst possible sign for Rob. Rob doesn't like it. Rob wants Shreyas Iyer to start calmly.
I mean, I don't mind the high volatility, Shreyas. I mean, I'm on in most sixes for Punjab, remember.
Well,
I don't
how many
mind
does he have to beat Inglis? What did Inglis score? 4?
Yeah. I mean, what a ludicrous start to this cricket match. Yeah, Inglis got 4 in his 14 balls and nearly got out 100 times. But if Inglis is going to bat like that, open with him and just let him block. Because if you've got an opener who scores 30 or 14 every time, you are way ahead. 30 or 14 is an excellent T20 innings, like really, really good. And I'm not sure that Priyansh knows what he's doing at the moment. So when the 100 he scored was absolutely brilliant. But in other innings, he's blocked a couple and he's had a waft. He doesn't seem to be in any particular gear. Like if you're in 5th gear, fine, uncomplicated. So you've actually go for it, hit every ball for 6. But if you're a player that's good at that and then suddenly you're in 2nd gear or 3rd or 1st, or you don't quite know what to do, as perhaps Imran plays 7 different shots at that ball and the outcome is single to point.
He picked the slow ball at the last minute, didn't he? So he had 2 different shots in mind and then played the 3rd one. They ended up stealing a single. So we never went on this next over, did we, at over 11.5?
No, we said wait a couple of balls. And the reason you wait a couple of balls there is because they might lose the wicket. And the way Inglis was playing, sure, that ball could have easily been a 6, but it also could have easily been out. It's weird old margins because they've had 1 on the rope dropped and 1 on the rope caught. And it's a crazy scorecard. We've had a 1-off 4 guy gone. Everyone else is scoring at least 200. 6 sixes already in the 5 overs. And here's Avesh to add to the mayhem. So he's another runs and wickets guy, isn't he?
You were on under 197 before.
Yeah, struggling.
The run line's about 208, I reckon, at the moment, isn't it?
210, yeah. It's you need the all out. But with Punjab...
Oh, what a shot this is. This Simran just smashes this ball out to deep point.
You can't bowl, so he's bowled that ball because he's got the protection there, right? But that's Prab Simran's money zone, isn't it? So now, despite Prab Simran playing 2 absolutely beautiful shots in that area recently, I'm looking at the Prab Simran unders line because 2 weeks ago, I'm also having a think about backing the 1.83 next time he's on strike. But anyway, they're giving Prab another 23, which normally you think, well, he started well, it's fine, nothing wrong with that. But as we know, Jarrod, he's not the man normally when it comes to batting outside the power play. The thing to offset that, though, this time is it's not Narine and Chak that are going to be bowling at him outside the power play.
No, he does have Digvesh, though, doesn't he?
Digvesh, you wouldn't expect him to go particularly well at, but I would expect Iyer to take Digvesh apart. Okay,
yeah. He made 33. So he made 33 against RCB. He then made 83 and 54. So he has kind of got over the hump in the last couple of games as well. I think we could skip that bit.
I think.
Actually, I think we probably should have done that bet, Rob, because he's hit this straight up in the air and it's dropped. Wow. That went very, very high. Is that... I thought it was Puran. It's not Puran. It is Puran. Of course it is. The one fielder theory coming back again. He's bowled this outside off stump. Might have taken the pace off it. And Prab Simran has given it no, didn't. Just a seam ball outside off stump. And he's just completely lost his shape there. His bat is twisted in his hands. He's straight up in the air. And he's picked up 2 because Puran dropped it. Yeah. Just outside the circle, I think, in the end.
I mean, that should be called 100 out of 100. Next ball, actual good fielding. Good fielding alert, everyone.
I mean, just looking at that Puran, he misjudged that so poorly. It's ended up only hitting one of his hands.
I don't know how a man of that guy's athletic ability and clearly has very good hand-eye coordination. I don't know how it's possible to drop that ball.
And he needs the gloves on. Simran's Probs everyone's forced this through the offside. He'll come back for another 2. I can see Purad still upset. Last ball to go at the power play. What did we end up with on this over, Rob? So we didn't go for the overs, and we were right. I mean, there still could be a 6, but I would say all things considered, we were right. Yeah.
That's why when you're betting on runs per over, if you're betting on unders, do it at the start of the over for the next over, because if you get a wicket, it goes massively in your favour. But if you're betting on overs, you wait as long as possible, just in case there is a wicket.
Oh, Probs everyone just blasts this back past the ball. Almost takes Avish Khan's head off. And he picks up a boundary there. Good hit. Another 4. And that's the end of one of the most fun power plays we've seen in quite some time. Drop catches, missed runouts, 6s, 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 bouffants of hair. We've had it all. And in the end, we've got 66 for 2. I don't know what to do with Prabh Simran's form at the moment, because a minute ago he played one of his worst shots and now he's played one of his best straight after.
I mean, I'm struggling to process that power play because way too many things happened in it and none of it made any sense. Those overs in that power play, 6 for 1, 20 for none, 2 for none, 16 for none, 12 for 1, 10 for none. Come racing. Like, this is nuts. Like proper mental super Punjab cricket, that was. That's what happens when Punjab play. That's why they're probably my favourite team in the IPL, because it's absolutely batshit. As Digvesh comes in, I'm backing Prabh Simran unders, ring some sort of bell. We're going under 20. What is it? How many more are they giving him? Under 52.5 for Prabh is what I'm backing.
Under 52.5 there for Prabh Simran.
Yeah, let's go.
I just wanted to have a look. If we could see what Shreyas Iyer might do. Let's have a look at Prabh Simran here. He dabs, and he dabs well. He dabs for 4.
Good shot. Upsetting, but good shot.
Really, really good shot. I would say for you, a discomfortingly good shot.
I mean, somebody has got 7.5 open for the next over. And again, I don't care who bowls it. They're due more than that, aren't they?
Who would you say is the bowler that is most like Digvesh? Tikshana?
I after seeing that ball in slow motion again, with that happening, okay, I'll give you Theek.
Shreyas Iyer's not faced much of him, only 5 balls, and scored 5 runs off him. Just trying to see if there's anyone else. Sunil Narine, Shreyas Iyer, so Digvesh says that he models a lot of his bowling on Sunil Narine. Shreyas Iyer against him.
That one, isn't it? The one that's coming out of these 3 fingers.
Yeah.
That's Narine stroke Theek.
So you look at these numbers, and there's something to be said that he maybe doesn't prefer these. Oh, actually, I've got more for you. The other bowler is Mujib.
Good.
So Shreyas Iyer doesn't actually punish this kind of bowling all that much.
Okay. So what should be happening is he gets off strike to it. And Prab should have a go then. Because they shouldn't be letting overs tick by. Not that they are. Not that they are by any stretch of the imagination. I do think over 7.5 next over is a bet. And I can see most betting companies think that 7.5 is the correct line for the next over. I don't agree with that. I think it's 8.5. So it's not a massive bet, but it is a bet.
But that's over 7.5 in the 8th over.
Yeah, because once again, it's not going to be Digvesh, who you would expect to be the one that keeps a lid on it, economy-wise at least. Who is it going to be? Avesh again? I'm quite happy being on over 7.5. Who else can they go to? Prince?
Oh, Shreyas Iyer plays a weird bottom-handed drive at this, back down the ground. I thought for a moment he might have spooned it back towards the bowl. They've got 9 off that over, which is good without really showing intent. That's 1 good shot and 1 lucky shot. Are we having a timeout? We are.
If we are, make sure you bet the over 7.5 in the next over, but don't go wild. It's only a run wrong. It's not a massive, great, big lock of the week type amazing bet, but it's worth a dabble, I would say.
Lock of the week. You said it was the lock of the week.
Fine, let's have it as the lock of the week. I don't mind.
They're all the lock of the week, aren't they? Just having a look at the run line here. I've got, so what are they on there? 75. So the 83.5 is where the 8 over run line is on Betfair. So that's 9 runs.
Yeah, that's over 8.5 at even if you want to bet. So they agree with me that it should be 8.5. And some of the bookies think it should be 7.5. I disagree with the bookies and I agree with Betfair. So I have backed over 7.5. But like I said, it's not, staking is important when you're betting. Just because it's a bet doesn't mean you have loads on. It's just a small bet. I guess people talk about points sometimes. I think like a 1 point bet on that. Whereas some of these highest first 6 and stuff that the bookies price incredibly badly would be like 5 points. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like proper good bets. If you were on Punjab highest first 6 today, you're in steady shape. What do they get in the first 6? 66. Take some beating. Marsh and Markram. What you want actually for a first 6 to be really high for Lucknow is you want an early wicket and Pooran to come in a mood and just go bananas because he can hit. Like if he came in that second over today, he would have absolutely murdered that bowling. But they're in very good shape here, Punjab, 75 for 2 off 7.
Yeah, it's interesting though. 1.8. What's their batting? So they can go to 9, right? In some ways, they're massively ahead of the game, but the market hasn't quite caught up with that at the moment. 1.8 seems quite good for a team who can continue to bat all the way down. Or do they just think there's so many runs in this wicket that maybe they haven't?
That's what that market's saying. The market is saying this is the mega road because look at this Lucknow bowling. As you say, I mean, they've got Stoyne in today. And they've got Omazai. The Giraffe can bat at number 9. All right, 2 number 11s. But that's 9 that can properly bat here. And they're only 2 down after 7 overs. So you can never say this with any confidence with this team as we watch the dancing polar bear next to the fire for the noodles or whatever it is.
It's a bloody good ad, that, whatever it is.
It's my favorite on the shit.
Just a reminder, if you want to send us a super chat, ask us any questions. We're always open for those as well. We are 4 hours and 41 minutes and 18 seconds into this broadcast. We didn't get much of a break either. So we might have to do the podcast at the end of the day rather than any other time. But if we do get a break, for rain, we'll probably do the podcast then. Akash coming in for his 4th over. Yeah, 4th over. Again, in the slot, punch down the ground 4-1.
Let's have a look at the completed match market, which is a better guide of what's happening rain-wise than any forecast. And it's saying that it's 1.06 you're allowed to back for a game, which suggests the threat of rain is very real because a completed match on Betfair means that the team batting second have only got about 5 overs with Duckworth Lewis, Stern, or whatever it's called now. So the threat of rain is very real here, which I'd be quite happy for them to lose 1 ball at the end of the innings. So I get my money back because I'm staring down the barrel with my under 1.9, whatever it was.
Yeah, but if a wicket or 2 will change that quite quickly as well.
I don't
Defended
mind
on the
off. Get out now. Your stream has gone faster than mine. It did this last week, and I don't like it.
I paid an extra 12p a day for the faster than Rob Barron stream. Did you look at the message?
I mean, I'm not made of money, Jarrod. I'm not forking out those sort of prices. Not on the old Times bestseller list, am I? Like you are, so I can't be.
Well, I'm not on it yet. Don't jinx me, dude.
I mean, if this game gets quiet, I'm going to read you a bit of my book from 100 years ago. Although there's a bit of Wally Hammond in this book.
Is there any Wally Hammond syphilis talk?
Let's have a look. Gradually, the conciliatory tone of the MCC's reply had their effect. Leg theory bowling, as it has been generally practiced for many years, is not open to objection. This is bodyline stuff, presumably.
Yeah. Leg theory was the official name. That's, when you had, what was it? We had global warming, and then we had climate change. And climate change was basically paid for by the American right wing to make it sound not as bad. This is one hand off the bat from Shreyas Iyer. I think he was beaten a little bit here with the slow ball, but he's managed to sort of muscle that over the top of mid-on, and he'll take a boundary.
You know what that is, Jarrod? It's over 7.5. That's what it is.
Yeah,
2 balls to spare for that winner.
Well, that was easy.
Sorry, Karen, are you talking politics again?
No. But you know how so that was the thing with Bodyline. The English didn't want it called Bodyline because that sounds bad, right? That sounds like you're doing something dodgy. So they called it fast leg theory, which doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, it doesn't, does it? Fast leg theory means you run quick or you try and run
quick.
Great
like
picture.
You could get...
Okay, what? One of these cricketers, right? I'm just about to show you absolutely on point and on topic. A picture of the Surrey cricketers from 1852 in this book that I'm reading at the moment. One of them is called W. Caffin. More on him later. One is called T. Lockyer. The bat is spliced. Notice the batting gloves, which is a big deal. One of these cricketers is called Julius Caesar. Let's just watch it first, see if anything happens.
Nothing. Run out chance.
Look at these dudes.
Yeah, Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar is the one with the bat, and that is an interesting guard and stance.
Played a lot of cricket, Julius Caesar.
Well, it can't be the Roman geezer who squashed his wife with the lemon squeezer, can it? It's not that Julius Caesar.
No. He was Julius Caesar, the cricketer, was the Napoleon Einstein of his day.
So here we go. Known to his friends as Julie, he was one of those hard, clean hitters whom it is so delightful to watch. Although only about 5'7". Julie was very powerfully made. He may be described as a big man in a little room, which is what I am described as right now.
What? Sorry, what?
He's described as a big man in a little room, Jarrod.
Wouldn't it be a big man in a little package? Like, I don't understand that little... What?
He had a wonderful knack of timing the ball. He was not much of a cutter. Those who set themselves for a driving game seldom are. Still, he had a good hard cut past cover point. The on drive was his best hit, as Prabh Imran tries to cut it past cover point.
So the period you're talking about, why they talk about that is what he's saying is he was someone who would set up for the full ball. So in those days, you either set up for the full ball or the short ball. There was no moving between them like we do now. So that's what he's trying to say.
This scorecard is from 1860.
Yeah,
Julie, he was a first-rate boxer as well, Jarrod.
Yeah, he's a famous... I'm surprised you haven't heard of him before. Short, dabbed over the wicketkeeper's head. Lovely. From Prabh Simran, and your unders bet is starting to get a little twitchy. He's on 41.
Yeah,
and looking good, to be fair.
When he runs. He was of a particularly nervous temperament and, laughable as it may appear, was always afraid of sleeping in a room by himself at a strange hotel for fear someone might have died in it at some time or another. Can I just read this whole book instead of watching this game? Because that is that is really good stuff.
What modern Australian cricketer got freaked out in a hotel?
Shane Watson.
For those who don't know, he was told that there were ghosts in the hotel and he freaked out, and so Darren Goff ran down and pretended to be a ghost.
Oh, how is Prabh not out on that wild swipe? Right, runs per over. It probably should be up to 9.5 now. This team don't slow down. They go harder and harder and harder if they don't lose wickets. So let's see if we can get 8.5 for the next over. I bet we can. Everyone's suspended because they all thought that was out. So maybe there was some sort of noise going on there, Jarrod. All the bookies are suspended, so they must have seen or heard something that I didn't see or hear.
Yeah, we don't have the sound here, so we do miss the odd edges. It's a beautifully dabbed away by Prabh Simran again.
He's
just
so
in front of backward point, and he's picked up another boundary. So .4.4.
He's so strong in that area, isn't he? Through point. You've got to either not bowl, you've got to either not feed in there or reinforce that area, because he's very strong with the wrist, isn't he? So anything through the point region, and no fielders on the boundary are any good. it's if he beats a man, it's 4 every single time.
Just to get back to the story we were saying before, Wally Hammond missed the 1926 season due to syphilis.
That's a valid. Shrub.
Do you remember Shoaib Akhtar's genital wart?
Yeah, there we go. We got to them in
this
the
one
end.
is pushed a bit off, and I'll take a run. Do you remember? I remember the ECB got really angry so I'd applied for accreditation, and they said one of the reasons they wouldn't give me accreditation is because they couldn't tell which bits were made up jokes and which bits were serious, right? And they were like, how do we know that you won't just say that, Shoaib Akhtar has genital warts or one of the English players have genital warts? And I said, it was a press release by the PCB.
I remember reading it. He did. Yeah,
he did. I should say, he said he didn't have genital warts. The PCB said he did have genital warts. As this is squeezed out on the offside for one. I mean, those are not two trustworthy media organizations, the PCB or Shoaib Akhtar. But I just feel in that situation, I'm putting my money on the PCB rather than Shoaib Akhtar.
That's a difficult one. No bet for
me. It could go 5 sets, that one.
No bet. Let's finish this paragraph from this fella that's writing about Julius Caesar. When playing, I have frequently shared a double-bedded room with him, and when sound asleep, have often been awoke by his calling out that he was sure the house was on fire. Poor Julie seemed to have a fixed idea that every hotel must be burnt down sooner or later and always refused to be put higher than the first floor. And then it goes on about William Caffin and a great scorecard from July 1860. See, it's probably a bit of a window into my brain that I find this stuff just really, really fun to read about. And then you can read any page of a book like that, and you can always make a parallel to a modern cricketer. It's like as soon as you start reading those sentences about Julius Caesar playing in 1860, great name, you firstly go immediately to Napoleon Einstein as amazingly named cricketers, and then you go to don't you remember that Shane Watson's scared of ghosts, and Darren Goff got a wicket and went ooh. Cricket is a great game, and it's apparently been the same for 150 years.
Avesh Khan. Oh, Prab Simran's played the run and swipe that he likes. Well, he just gets bored, doesn't he? He just gets bored of normal cricket. He's like, maybe I can play this shot. Oh. He's played and missed that. It's a good bounce by Avesh Khan. Look at that. That looks like it's gone a long way over the bat, Rob.
Yeah. I think Pant was making some sort of notion of an appeal, but he bailed very quickly because that was nowhere near the bat. It bounced too much, like you said. He's found a bit of trampoline there, hasn't he? That was almost like somebody's dropped in a bit of bouncy stuff halfway down the wicket. He probably should aim there again.
Short, wide, cut, but straight to backward point. They just take the one. Interesting that they're hiding Digvesh. Not hiding's the wrong term. I think they're holding Digvesh back a little bit here. Because the last over from Prince Yadav didn't really suggest that you wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the thought process behind not bowling him at this? Like, giving him one more. I wouldn't bowl him out at this point, but bowl him one, then have 2 overs where he doesn't bowl, then bowl him one kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
I think so. I just don't think they know what to do with this bowling attack right now.
I mean, that's what it looks like. I suppose that's what I'm trying to say at the moment here.
Was that given wide, Jarrod? I missed the signal there.
It was given wide, and if it wasn't given wide, I think it would have been a pretty easy review. So far, Prab Simran has 18 runs from the cut shot, but very different kinds of cut shots. A couple of dabs, a couple of running down the wicket slashes, some wide balls that he's actually tried to hit. It's been very interesting for him. He's got 81% control at the moment, whereas Shreyas Iyer is at 92% control. He really hasn't tried much other than that one over mid-on. This is short, this is wide, and that's not dropped, is it, Rob?
No, I don't think it carried.
Okay. It was punched away, really, as a cut shot. Real bottom hand sort of effort to get it as straight as possible, to get it through extra cover. They ended up hitting it to short, the man in the ring at extra cover.
It's Mayank, and the Buffon helped him field that because it weighed him down to the floor. If you got a Buffon, you got a bowl better than he's been bowling today, I'm afraid. This is where Prab Simran gets out, Jarrod. When they've
right here?
over,
No, he
right?
defended it.
This ball now is where. Oh no, he didn't. He got off strike. I mean, you've got to be on your toes if you're fielding at point against Prab Simran, haven't you? To go back to the Justin Langer facial hair, that's not good.
We're just
and then
seeing
now showing
before play.
Ricky Ponting trying to pull Matthew Hayden's trousers down.
I don't understand that part of it, but also Australia's top 3 getting paid far more money to do what they do now than they ever did to play cricket.
I mean, that was a decent batting lineup, wasn't it? Langer, Hayden, Ponting. That'll do.
Oh, beautiful ball here from Avesh Khan, top of off stump, and Shreyas Iyer just gets caught. Really, he's just not sure whether to come forward or go back, and it's almost bowled him and almost got a caught behind. He really just dabbed his bat at it at the last minute.
Makes me think that there's a little bit in this pitch if you can find the right place to bowl. Do you know what I mean? It makes me think that there's some hope. But whenever you think that there's some hope in the pitch, you then look at the bowlers that have to bowl on it, and you just can't come to the conclusion that they're going to do anything good.
Also, Marco Janssen is scheduled about at 9.
Yeah, so that's a long old batting lineup. So what Punjab should do now, and I'm reasonably confident that they will, is go absolute hell for leather. Is that should be the last over that doesn't have a boundary in until they lose a wicket. They got.
I've been waiting for them to lose a wicket to go in on them.
Yeah, they've got.
It hasn't happened
a lot of batting to come, haven't they? A lot of it.
Still no Digfesh. They're going with Mayank again. So what's this? His 3rd over. He's got a lot of taps so far. Partnership's 50 off 34 balls. They've really pulled it back, but I think you're right. I think they have to go. Nope, he pushes that in the offside and takes 1. He really wants to make sure he gets that 50 and you don't get your bet.
I think the short ball comes into play. So for ages and ages, everyone said all you have to do with Shreyas here is bowl short to him. He's got loads better against the short ball. But the bit of the pitch that Avish found in that over, where it was just bouncing 3 or 4 inches higher than the bats thought, if Mayank can find that spot with his pace, Ia could be in trouble here.
Flicked in the air, it was half volley on leg stump, and he's found another. He loves that wide of mid-ons area to Shreyas Iyer.
That's a shocking ball. Just like his mate, his bowling partner, just showed him where to bowl, and he decided to bowl in the slot outside off. This is the worst I've ever seen him bowl.
Not even outside off. It's just a middle leg stump half volley, really, isn't it?
That's horrible.
There's no snap to his bowling today. The elan that he usually has.
He did not come on for the run like I thought he would. He really didn't. That's money down the drain, the top bowl, unfortunately. He's probably not going to win if it's a tie on economy rate, that's for sure.
He mangles a pull shot and takes a single off the next ball. So 6 runs off the first 3 balls of this over. They're still going at 10 runs and over. I think you're a sneaky chance of getting a bet here with Prab Simran caught at deep point.
Yeah, or straight up. He's already been dropped once, hasn't he? The Pooran dolly when he was on about 28 or 25 or something. But yeah, if Lucknow are going to get back into this game, the fielders have to back up the bowlers a bit.
No, actually, I thought he might think that Mayank was a chance, but he's decided to bring his 50 up just normally. So he's 50 off 30. Strange innings at times, but he's certainly tried to cut or dab almost everything he's played. Various stages throughout this inning. 107 for 2 up to 10.4. So you need him to be out next ball. I still think you're a chance. I think now he's just going to put his foot down, isn't he?
Now he's got the 50.
Got the 50.
He becomes much more likely to lose his wicket. Let's just see what the run lines are for him now. Because
Shreyas Iyer gets a short ball and mistimes it. He's very late on that and ends up hitting it back to the bowler for no run.
He's not looked the real Ia, has he, right now? So I'm looking for Prab runs again. 71 and a half is quite a lot to give him.
You're going under again on him.
I think I might be, Jarrod. I think I am. Yeah, I'm betting under 71 and a half for Prab because I think that number 50 has been in his head for a little while, don't you? His recent balls, hang on, where are we? As the short ball in that spot is wided.
just occasionally, when we've seen some short balls, they've just hit a trampoline and really gone up. And that's another one there, I think.
This is Prabh Simran since he got to 45. Single, dot, single, 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 which is unacceptable 50 hunting, right? That is milestone batting. That's what that is. It's not getting as many runs as you can for your team. But I now think that Prabh Simran knows that he's just pootled around for 10 balls, making sure he got to 50, and he has to go. He also looks in slightly better hitting form than the fella at the other end. So if they are going to light up, it's going to be him that goes. Do you know what I mean? He's got to do it now. I think 21 is a lot. Although I did think that 23 was a lot to give him when he was on 26 or whatever. I think 21 is a lot to give him now. So I am unders again.
The double unders. Still got a chance of your first unders bet, of course. We haven't lost that one yet.
Do fix it.
This is great work from Shreyas here, he's brought the batter, he's brought out 4 bats, and he's picked one up and showed it to the umpire, and the umpire's put the thing on it, and then he's like, actually, I don't want that one. You see the umpire's face of, mate, just pick the bat and tell me which one I have to measure. They are 1.79 here. So every time when I think I want to go in on Punjab, the odds just haven't changed much for me, Rob. We are seeing quick bowling again. Digvesh, can you hear us, brother? Half volley outside off stump with the new bat from Shreyas Iyer, and he's like, oh, I'll just dump it for 6.
Sure.
The Prince Yadav is gone. That's kind of what I thought we'd see more from last over. We didn't see it last over. We're seeing it now. So we thought Prabh Simran would go, but Shreyas has asked for the wacky whack bat.
Yeah, this could be fun now. I think they have decided it is button pushing time. So the wicket becomes quite likely now because it's clearly so this happens a lot after a little break. They just have a pause and they go, right, what are we going to do here? And they've gone, lads, 8 wickets in hand, crap bowlers.
Oh, he's pulled this across the line. Is this going to be out? No. Just short of long on, who flicks it to deep mid wicket. Just to make sure that Nicholas Pooran touches another ball. I'm trying not to mention Pooran every time because he's fielded like 80% of the balls. He didn't even field that one. He was just thrown it by his partner and ended up throwing it back in.
Yeah, he just didn't do his main job, did he? Of taking the easy catch that he had. That was a big old moment in this innings.
He's got 1-6, Shreyas Iyer. He needs what, another 4 for you, Rob?
Yeah. If he hangs around, he'll get him.
He's hit this one over mid-off, just. Sliced it a little bit. I think it might have moved the field around, and he decided to go inside out over mid-off and got enough on it to pick up another boundary. So, yeah, definitely button has been pressed.
This is full intent now. So it's overs and it's short-term overs. So if there's anyone daft enough to be 9.5 next over, deserves to be hit. Again, you want to be waiting at least a ball before you smash the over 9.5 because the wicket percent is so high. Because this over has just gone, I am hoofing everything, and that's the end of it, hasn't he? That's what he's doing.
Well, the next one is pushed to point. Better bowling by Prince Yadav, perhaps, but didn't get that one away. But yeah, certainly early in the over, he's gone for 3 big shots. Shreyas Iyer's boundaries versus pace. He's been bounced a lot in this series so far, and a lot of back of the length balls. And his strike rate versus pace suggests that if you do give him a bouncer, it's really the back of a length that he struggles more at. That's where his strike rate's been 75. If you bowl full, you go. If you bowl bounces, you go. So you've got about a 2-meter period to bowl to him, or you can bowl a full toss at his knee. I mean, there are many options, Rob, in this world. This one's punched back down the ground for 1.
So Prabh Simran hasn't faced a ball this over, and like we said, he got a boundary, and then he decided, I am getting 50 and I don't care what the score is. What we're expecting now is Prabh Simran to go into super turbo slog mode, and he might come off and he might get 100 again and hoof loads of 6s everywhere. But what we're hoping is that he just slogs 1 too long on right now.
All right. You still got a chance for Punjab run. Oh, I thought he was going to get. Oh, what is Rishabh Pant doing behind the stumps? He went for the scoop and he's missed it. So he's still on 50, Rob. You're still in play with your double bubble.
Yeah, I think I can't get over the 71.5. I think that's a really bad line, and I think it should be hit unders. I really do, because that shot tells me he's got a bit stuck. So this is what can happen when you go milestone hunting. When you stop trying to smack every ball and you go into singles mode to try and get 50, which doesn't matter, like 49 off 30 is a lot better than 50 off 35, ladies and gents. These milestones seem to be a thing in cricket, and okay, fine. But if you can't then switch it back on when you've gone down into second gear to make sure you get your 50, you're costing your team. And it's a bit crap.
What's wicket in an over for this over?
Let's have a look.
Because it's Digvesh.
2.66. It's not big enough.
No.
It's a good instinct, though. I like the instinct, but I don't like the price.
I just figured he would bowl, and then I saw him come up on the screen, so I thought there was going to be a bit more of a delay. So I thought we had longer to get that. He's backed away, has Shreyas Iyer, and he smashes down the ground. Well, we said before, he's mostly pushed around these kinds of spinners before, but that's not how he's thinking at the moment. He's thinking 4s and 6s, and that is a beautiful shot of Digvesh, who is going to have to come up with a new theory. He just can't bowl that full to Shreyas Iyer. That's step and hit, as they say in county cricket.
Yeah, I mean that's easy, isn't it? That's very, very easy.
Oh, this might be out though. Slightly better length here. Wicket in the next over. That's why I was interested. And he takes it.
Into the
caught at backward point. That's good bowling from Digvesh. Just pull back the length. The last one wasn't ideally placed. And that one was just a little bit shorter. And he went for the cross-bat shot rather than the classical shot. It was the Karen ball spinning away on the good length. On a good line, and he gets the toe end of the bat.
Yeah, it looked ugly, the dismissal. I mean, he's absolutely done his job with a 180 strike rate. Nothing wrong with that. Is the door open now? Because whilst they do bat to number 9, and there's no denying that, who are you banking on for runs in the rest of this order?
Absolutely none of them.
It's so high vol. What you don't want to do now is bring in Stoinis because he can't start against spin. So with that being the first ball of the over,
Wadira is in, yeah.
You can't bat Stoin. I'd have gone Omazai here and told him to have the full license, because he's very capable of the 30 off 10, isn't he, Omazai? So okay, it's over to Wadira, who I think is very, very capable player.
There's also interesting trades here if you want to make the trade. So I wouldn't put any trade on at the moment, but you get good money for Punjab at 1.78. If you like Punjab, but I would wait until the end of the Digvesh over, and the odds could be very different. And then you can back against the seam bowlers of Lucknow, who've just not looked particularly anything.
No, terrible.
I'm just trying to see what's Avesh's figures. Is he a little bit better? 2 for 15. He's probably the only one. Short, wide, outside off stump, and slapped away out to deep cover. And Markram probably could have saved that, and he hasn't. He's fumbled that, and it is gone into the rope. But it was, to be fair, it was a full stretch dive, but got his hand on it and was upset at himself for not having saved that. But that's a very bad ball from Digvesh first up. It's almost a free hit.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want first ball, isn't it? One of them. Come and hit me. And when you get a wicket, you need to build pressure. That's what wickets are meant to do, slow the scoring rate down. So you can't just bowl a pie next ball. This could be any score. They're such a mad team, Punjab.
Punches this one to short cover. There's no run there. He's trying to open himself up with Dira, but to be fair, Digvesh is also bowling for him to have more room. The odds are 1.75. They really haven't changed much from the over before this. I think they were about 1.75, 1.78 as well. So we've had some 6s. We've had some aggression. The market's not sure what to do with this. This is hit straight to cover point and is misfielded. I don't want to say it's by Puran.
It probably is. The fielding in this IPL has been so terribly bad. Just a tiny bit of turn that did for Shreyas there, wasn't it?
Just that slightly better length, right?
Hmm.
Mr. Goenka, very happy with that wicket.
Simran's last boundary was 8.4. This is now the last ball of the 13th.
Well, that's his first run for a long time because you've got him in under 52.5 and he still hasn't cleared it.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately for you, that wicket at the other end actually ruins your chance.
Because it gives him an excuse to knock it about again. He should still be going. It's the Punjab way to carry on going. And with all the batting to come, there shouldn't be any rebuilding. They've got 7 overs left and 7 wickets left. And they do bat to number 9. So there's absolutely no point in slowing down. But yeah, he hasn't hit a boundary since 8.4. I mean, now in the 14th. So if he's not getting on with it, what's he doing? What's he up to?
Yep. So if you wanted to go back in on Punjab at the moment, they're 1.78. I do think they lose more wickets here. But they've got Shashank Singh, Marcus Stoinis, Omazai, Marco Janssen to come. I'm going to stay out of that. But it's the Prince who comes in, the artist formerly known as Yadav. And this is slapped down to mid-off, but straight to long-off, in fact, for 1.
This is a very interesting phase of the cricket match because we've got a traditionally extremely high intent team who are not showing very high intent right now against a bad bowling team. And what Punjab are thinking here is how many is a good score? And I don't think they know. They're batting like they don't know, Jarrod. What do you think is a good score here?
215.
Then they've got to keep hitting. Got to try and get a 6 every over.
Are they going to go for 1 here? Nope. They're going to poke this around the corner for 1. What do you think is a good score?
I think, given that the ball properly flies at this altitude with 1,310 meters above sea level here, I think it is, it properly flies if you go aerial, as we've seen a few times. It seems to just hang in the air that split second longer, a bit like Highveld in South Africa. I think the 6s are always there to be hit off the bad balls. Punjab's attack is a lot better than Lucknow's, so maybe they don't need more than 250.
Rob Simran almost caught behind, and Rob thought he had his money there. Oh,
it's close, isn't it? Really close.
He tried to just hit that. He tried to dab it, but it was the slower ball over the wicketkeeper's head. But he was just going to hit it straight to Rishabh Pant if he got any wood on that, I reckon. It was so slow. What's he going to do here? Will he go for the slog? Because you've got Prince Yadav on. He should be trying to hit everything for 4 or 6, Brother Simran.
He really should. I mean, this is the problem of milestone hunting, Jarrod. If he gets out now, it's because he was mucking about trying to get his 50.
Oh, he's hit this up in the air, but unfortunately, it's gone nowhere. And finally, that bet, which felt like 7 years ago, Rob has lost.
Good bet, though, I think. It's all Piran's fault anyway for dropping him when he was on 26, whatever it was. Team with most 6s, interesting market. And this is clearly a ground where you can hit 6s because of the aforementioned altitude. So let's have a look. How many have they got? They've got 8. They're due at least another 4. Maybe another
just
5.
We forgot that you had a Shreyas Iyer 6 bet on that's already lost too. Bouncer here from.
That was unfortunate. Again.
So that was at 6s. So he'd scored 26 6s so far in this tournament. And I think that's including the 1 or 2 he got today. Was it? Anyway, Josh Inglis came in and got a bunch. Do you think Digvesh bowls the next over?
Yeah, I think he probably does.
What's the run line in the next over, Rob?
Let's have a look. Wait a minute.
Because if Prabh Simran was batting normally, I'd say it's quite high, but he's not batting like that.
Yeah, it's a good question. Right, next overruns. What can we get?
Oh, Wadira has just flicked this around the corner beautifully for 6. It's a poor ball from the Prince, but he's just managed to get up and under it and take out another 6.
So the run lines for the next over are off the boards. We're talking about over 15, are we? 9.5, I can see. What else can I see? What can I see?
I see a little silhouette.
9.5. Nobody else wants to put their lines back up because they're
Oh,
terrible.
good slower ball. Come back from Prince Yadav there. Really beat Wadira, and that popped. There's a little pop in this wicket, Rob. Just a tiny little bit of pop.
Jarrod Kimber. Does that interest you? 11.5?
Sorry, give it 11.5.
Uh-huh. If you think it's Digvesh, you want to be on unders, don't you?
I want to be massively on unders if it's going to be Digvesh. Are we giving that to the humans?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether it's Digvesh or not. If it was, I would back it. But you're probably not going to be able to find out enough in time, I mean, to be able
But you can bet on the run line.
Yeah, the first 15 run line. Where are we with that?
So first 15 run line is 154.
So you can back under 9.5, or you have to bet over.
It is Digvesh.
Okay, so that under 11.5 is really good. If you're quick and you can get,
he's just hit it for 6. So it's a terrible bet, Rob. What isn't that what you were saying?
You wouldn't have been able to get on. I think we, the fact that we didn't know who was bowling it, ultimately saved us, because if we knew it was Digvesh, let's be honest, we'd have been on under 11.5. So the wicket percentage this over,
it's a moral loss, but not natural
mega
loss.
high. The wicket percentage is mega high because perhaps someone's just got one away again, so he's going to feel like, right, I'm back. Let's go, smoke. So
I had a look at his record versus this type of bowling, and he actually does quite well against it. He likes to whack it because he plays cross bat a little bit.
I was going to say,
did he just bowl with one arm then, Digvesh? Did you see that?
Yeah, and he flummoxed the batsman totally. Who
he didn't put his left arm up, did he?
No,
I haven't seen that. That was a trick that early T20 used to use.
That was antics, wasn't it? And the antics caused the dot there. I like that. Yeah, good. The trailing arm went right out at the end, almost like a matador.
He's unfortunately in this case he has decided to bowl normal ball, and it's been slog set for 6 again. We didn't actually get any of you on that bet, but had we got you on that bet, it would have been done in 2 hits.
Punjab are such a funny team, aren't they? Like, you need your wits about you to be betting on Punjab games. It is mental because you think, oh, okay, here's the one bowler that you can understand if they respected him. Yep, 6-6. Let's go.
Next ball, push down the ground for 1.
And then the next over looks like it really should go over. 10.5 looks like a bad line for the next over to me, Jarrod. What do you think?
Yeah, well, it can't be Digvesh, right? So 10.5 seems wrong.
I think over 10.5 next over is good. I think I'm going to watch one ball and then I'm going to fire. Just in case they get the wicket playing ultra hyper aggressive against the guy that doesn't normally get whacked. He's been whacked once in this IPL, I think.
He's going to get a boundary here. Markram gives up. So that bet is on. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. Is that, did they say on like Donkey Kong just because those games in the arcades are very rarely turned off?
I think mainly, Jarrod, they say it because it rhymes.
Okay.
That's why they say it. And it doesn't. Does
really
on rhyme with Kong? Are you having that? Like, it sort of rhymes.
We don't need a wicket here, and we don't get one. Wadira pushes this back to Digvesh. He fumbles it. Oh, half a chance of a run out as Wadira was sort of all over the shop there. So we are over on the 10.5 for this following over, as Digvesh has gone for 1 for 38 and 3 today. Maybe they were right to hide him. You know, if this is why Bishnoi didn't play, because they didn't think it would be any help for the spinners. Who have we got on the opposition? So we have Yuzi Chahal. So they've got a lot of seam as well. So it shouldn't bother them all that much if it's not a spinning wicket.
Yeah. Um,
161 for 3 at the end of that.
there's going to be a lot of fun in this game. If Lucknow can get anything out of Nicky P, this could be really, really fun, this game, because they've proven now, like Prabh Simran got 4, English got 4, Shreya's got 2. Like, they've proven that the sixes can absolutely be had here. And this is a ground, like we said, because of the altitude and all that, where the sixes can really fly. And if Pooran gets going today, he's going to hit 10 sixes if he stays in for 70 balls or whatever. Lovely shot straight by the strong-wristed Prab, who gets 1 for it, I think.
I'm not sure Prince Yadav has bowled well today, but he's not gone for a lot of runs. He, a couple of times in this tournament, he's gone for big runs, hasn't he? Like I think that tells you that there's just a little bit in this for the Quicks. It's still a batting wicket. I'm not saying that there's anything from that point of view, but I'm just having a look.
I just think Punjab's bowlers are a lot better than Lucknow's. That's the thing. They're a lot better. So if there is something in it for the Quicks, you'd expect people like Marco Janssen.
Oh, he bowled him around his legs. Prince Yadav gone for the leg stump Yorker, and what Neil Wadera? Neil Wadera? I had a friend called Neil Wadera. Actually, I used to know.
Neil, really? Ni hao?
I haven't thought about Neil Wadera in years until I just said that out loud. Anyway,
Jarrod, did that tail? Watch the ball again. Cameraman didn't watch it. That tailed, I'm telling you now. Watch it again. That's come in, hasn't it?
I think it has. He played the right shot, though, Wadera. He went across to the off stump and tried to sweep that away, which was a fine shot. And we're going to have a timeout here, so we can have another look at that. And he's just got bowled around his legs. He was a little bit unlucky there. So, yeah, just having a look at the Prince's recent stats. He went for 44 in the last game. Was it the DC game? He didn't bowl out. I'm trying to remember which one that was. He didn't finish his full, so he bowled okay there. He's kind of your 10 runs and over guy very consistently, though, isn't he, the Prince? Let's have a look at his overall figures this year. Yeah, 9.84. Jeez, I was pretty close there, Rob. Disgusted in myself for the 0.16 that I was wrong. But yeah, I just feel that he's that kind of bowler a little bit. Prince Yadav at the moment at this stage in his career. Anyway, Punjab are 1.69. Digvesh has one more over to bowl, but it's not gone well for him so far. Prabh Simran you've still got a hanging Chad on Prabh Simran, don't you?
Yeah, still hoping he gets his under 71.5, or else it is the mega brains on Prabh Simran's runs today, which is all Nicholas Pooran's fault because he dropped him early, and if he'd have caught him, then we wouldn't be in this mess, would we? There's still a lot of cricket to be played in this game, and it's super fun. What price would you back run out at when considering we are now, 17th over incoming? We're in the middle of the 16th, aren't we? Because they're having a break.
It shouldn't be anything. You shouldn't be able. It should be around 6-7 to 1.
Yeah, I think it's basically sliding from right now. Maybe you make a case for 10 to 1 because they're not going to run like maniacs right at the start of this 5th wicket partnership. But then it slides all the way into by the time you're at the start of the 20th, assuming they haven't lost a wicket, to 5. You got 19 right now. It's pretty big.
I like that with the new batter at the crease too, because Prabh Simran's been there forever. As someone who got run out yesterday with a guy who hadn't been at the crease, he just wasn't used to the. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't used to the fielders and the way they were moving and everything. And so I was running knowing. Hey,
did you get run out yesterday, Jarrod?
I did get run out yesterday. But what I'm saying is, I think that's when you get those sorts of run-outs is quite often when the new batter comes in and they're not quite at the pace of the game in the way that everyone else is, Not everyone's a good runner between the wickets when they first come in. I think we all think about batters being bad when they first come in as far as, having to get set and strike the ball and all those sorts of things. Running between the wicket is also a pace that you need to understand. Yes, I was run out yesterday.
Shashank, this is a great entry point for him, 15.2. You've got to question why Stoinis is in your team if he can't get a bat in over 16. But this is a very good entry point for Shashank.
Also, Stoin needs a bit of time. if he was going to come in, this is a better time for him to come in. And so you're right. They've played themselves into a bit of a hole here. Anyway, the Prince. Oh, that is tail. Definite tail. What are you looking for here, Rob?
Unders and bowled. So whenever you see reverse swing, you back unders and bowled, as they ran a very quick single there, which is quite encouraging for run-out fans. So run out of 19, you want to be on. And let's see if we can get the price for bowled, because anything like the kind of 5-ish that they normally are, 5.5. If it's 5.5, I'm backing it, put it that way. It is 5.5. It's actually 6. Next wicket to be bowled is 6. So that's too big. So I'm backing it. The thing is with Trav,
6. This is not going to be bowled. This is going to be hooked and dropped on the boundary again. And it's just for Rob Barron. He's lost that bet on a second drop. To be fair, it was Nicky Pooran again, because he's the only fielder on the field. We've only had 2 fielders in this game, in this whole day. We had one earlier, and we have having one in this innings. I think that one was going over the boundary. I don't think Pooran... Yeah, there's nothing he could have done. That was actually a brilliant effort. Even if he'd got his hand on it, I don't think he would have been able to throw it back, Rob.
Yeah, fair enough. He could have been closer to the right when he started, but we'll let him off that one. It's still all his fault because of the earlier drop. So, yeah, I was just going to say, as far as the bowled goes, I'd rather be on the new guy than Prab, even though I'll be on both because it's tailing. Because Prab is clearly very, very in right now. And he's way more likely to be caught than any other dismissal method, I would say. But Shashank,
now we were
6 for bowled, and that is definitely too big.
We were on over 10.5 for this over, right?
Oh, yeah. How many have they had?
And we've had 9 runs in 5 balls, if I'm counting.
So
I mean, I am counting, if I'm right.
If you're counting correctly, then we have 9. So we need 2 with a new bat on strike. 1 is a very likely outcome this ball. I'd love a wide. That's what we want.
He's going for... Oh, it's a good ball, actually. And so that's a loser.
Yeah, boring. Actually,
we had a good first game, so we you know.
That's actually very expensive time of it on perhaps Imran run backing stuff. Like,
you did? Have you given back all your winnings from earlier today?
No, because we had a 22-1 winner earlier. But as far as player runs goes, that like we had Rahane earlier, which was excellent, and he did exactly what he was meant to do. But perhaps Imran has not. Like, he did try and get out a couple of times, and the fielders didn't do anything. And I think, so reviewing the bets, I don't think there was anything wrong with him. I think giving him 21.5 when he was on 50 and hadn't scored a run, like a meaningful run for ages, that was a good unders bet. That at the time, Jake was messaging me saying there's just a whopping great big middle available. One of the firms had dropped his line all the way down to 63.5, which was probably an overreaction the other way. Good way to lose betting accounts if you back in middles all the time. But
so
yeah,
do they know it's a middle and that some other agents will have something else? This is whipped away off the pads, and fine leg should have stopped that easily. I think I want to say it's Avesh Khan, but
my God, that is Avesh.
I don't actually know how he's managed to miss that. It is Avesh Khan. It was one. It was hit straight to him.
Yeah,
and he did not stop it.
They just can't field these guys. I mean, he's misread the flight of the ball initially, but even so, any sort of effort with hand eye and he stops it, or if he dives, it hits him. Any kind of dive to stop the ball, it hits him in the body somewhere. Instead, he's gone for it one-handed while bending down, and it's hit his stupid fingers and gone to the rope.
How's that not bowled him? How is that not bowled him? Shashank has got a length ball, slower ball from a really slow one from Mike Yadav, 105 kilometers an hour. Let's have a look at his fingers here. Oh, good bowling. A couple of times earlier, he was just really telling people.
He was televising.
Televising his slower ball. He was putting it out in TV listings. He did some PR for it. This one was really good. It was a last-minute change, and should have bowled Shashank. This one's hit straight up in there. This could be the wicket. No, it's found the pocket. You know why there was no one out there? Because they didn't have Pooran. That's the one boundary he's not on.
So Bold is a good bet here, right? Because it is tailing, and he didn't pick that slower ball at all, Shashank. I think Shashank is a big bold chance right now. It's taken the coat of paint off already. You can still get 19 for run out, and I think that's a good bet as well. So I am on run out at 19 and bold at 6. Knowing that the most likely way he's out is by how he nearly was that last ball and hoofing it to the man on the boundary.
Well, this one he has hoofed. Oh, that's gone off the roof. Clang for a big 6. That bounced twice on the roof, didn't it? Did you see that?
Yeah, good pickup shot. That. I mean, what a beautiful ground. Have you ever been to this ground, Jarrod?
Yeah.
Have you? Is it amazing? Because it looks it.
The ground itself is not not spectacular, but you just where you are is spectacular, right? Like,
Yeah.
I like the architecture of the stand, but it's kind of one stand. But it's just everything's great about that area. Have you ever had a Momo?
You're going to have to break it down for me. Is it a cocktail?
No. A Momo is it's Nepalese food, and it's like a Nepalese version of a dumpling. It's one of the you get them with mutton, you get them with chicken. They're just incredible, and they sell them on the streets up there. It's also just the most relaxed ground. The players love it because the fans aren't like normal Indian fans. You can just walk around the streets and talk to people and go and have a look at the.
I was going to say that I've eaten a lot of Nepalese food, but what I haven't actually. I've been to a Nepalese restaurant a lot of times, but there's something on that menu called the Gurkha's Revenge, and I have it every single time. So I've eaten Nepalese food loads, but I haven't had a Momo because I always eat the Gurkha's Revenge.
If you go to next time, get yourself a little 4-pack of Momos on the side.
Will do.
A little bit of soy sauce with them. Absolutely. I think that's all I ate when I was up in Dharamshala for a long time. Like, I was just so obsessed by them. One of my favorite things in the world is a street food that like you can just keep walking past and eating. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a fruit in Sri Lanka that is only in season for about 8 minutes a year. And I've managed to be in Sri Lanka twice for this somehow. This is cut over the top. Fumble by Nicky P, and they come back for a couple. And it's called the Rambutan, right? But when they sell them, because they all get ripe at the same time, it's this short season. Every 500 meters, Rob, there is a Rambutan. So, and he's got his little cardboard table out with just like 1,000 Rambutans on it. And it's like a quid for like a bag of 25 of them.
That would be a severe problem for me.
It's like a lychee like.
Yeah.
But yeah, Momos and Rambutans, they're the things I get most obsessed with. This one's on the pads, flicked up in the air, and he's out. And of course, in West Indies, is exactly the same, but it's the rum shop.
Yeah, got you.
There's something it's easier to walk into a rum shop than a pub. I don't know what the difference is, but you see a rum shack and you're just like, yeah, I mean, it'd be rude to walk past it. This guy's put out a sign and everything. 186 for 4, 3 overs to go. They're at 1.5 here, Punjab. Interesting that they've shortened that much.
Yeah, I think the market was a bit wary of the Punjab all out of the mega collapse, which they now can't do. They can be all out, but they can't now not get 200. It's not possible for them to get less than 200. So, and the ceiling with a set man and a guy that's already strike rate 200 as Avesh comes on for his third is pretty high. They could get 235 here.
Oh, he's going to go for the scoop over his left shoulder, and then he's flicked it to his right. 1 bounce 4 over short third's head. Shashank, beautiful strike that.
He's looked great, hasn't he, since he's come in? Proper innings this, 21 off 9. It's just the impetus that they needed after the last wicket. What I want him to do now is get bowled. But he's not going to get bowled if Avish's plan is bowling on that wide line, which I think it probably is, given the field he's got and the ball he bowled. But Shashank was onto it very quickly, wasn't he? He was like, "Oh, you're going to bowl there, so I'm going to do the reverse ramp." That's proper good shot, that.
Wide from Avish. He sees him come. Yeah, he sees Shashank move, and he tries to go a little bit wider, but I still got that wrong. He's just put it too much out. Someone is holding a picture of a kiwi fruit. So, I mean, we've been talking about Rambutans. Rambutan's a hell of a lot better than a kiwi fruit. I can tell you that.
Kiwi's a bit of a disappointing fruit for me. Doesn't do a lot, does it?
Also, touching a kiwi fruit is disappointing.
Yeah. Something you do a lot, Jarrod?
I don't. I try not to because it's an odd feeling to touch a kiwi fruit. We all know this. This is not uncommon knowledge. Everyone knows that it's weird to touch a kiwi fruit.
I think W. Davies, the Sussex scorer from 1842, I'm going to show you a picture of after this ball. He doesn't muck about with kiwi fruits. I'll tell you that for nothing.
Slashed over the top of the two fielders behind point on the offside for another boundary.
Thing is,
Abesh,
he knows
4 wide, 4.
He knows where he's going to bowl. Look at this lad. That's the scorer for Sussex in the 1830s, and he's just sat there with a massive.
Do you know who my first scorer was when I moved to the UK?
I'm gonna guess Elizabeth Ammon.
Oh, you do know that one, damn.
I didn't. That was a guess.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes. I thought I must have told you before. Lizzie Ammon, for those who don't know. She works for the Times now. The Times? Yeah, Times.
She did. I don't know if she still does.
Yeah, she was the first scorer I had. This full toss on off stump. It's turned out. But the cricket club I played for at Barnes was wild because I played there. At the time, the deputy editor of the Wisden Cricketer, Ed Craig, played there. I met Sam Collins through that, who ended up making Death of a Gentleman with. The two overseas players the 2 years prior had been Darren Sammy and Muhammad Nabi.
Bloody hell.
Like just random people. And Fraser Stewart, who is like basically the guy in charge of the laws of cricket, also played with them for years. And it's just this. It's not even like a major club. Like it's Barnes. Like it's a small club in that league.
Yeah, I used to live short walk from where Barnes played.
Yeah, did you ever go there for a drink? Soul ball, leg cutter, hoiked away for another 6. This is going to get nasty.
Yeah, this is getting towards all the very best chasing it because we've got actual bowlers in our team. Yeah, Barnes, good place. I lived in Putney, which is just up the road. Lots of betting shops in Putney back in the day on Putney High Street. It was a very good place.
Yeah, I remember that. It was crazy.
What was the pub in Barnes? The Sun? Was that it?
Is that the one facing near the station? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm sure the Sun was one of the pubs. Bull's Head, right on the river.
202 for 4. So just with that 6, Rob has lost another bet today. He did very well in the first innings. He's trying to give it back here as he slashes away another one. And that's another 4.
Wow. This is so Prab, after his sort of 20 minutes off in the middle of this innings, has come roaring back. Like now he's proper dangerous. Because the thing is, though, Avesh has basically told them, both of these bats, exactly where he's going to bowl all the balls, and they're up to it. So he's now, as the senior bowler of his team, got to change that plan because bowling on the wide line keeps costing him a boundary, and he's nailed it, right? He's bowled the exact ball he's trying to bowl there. He's hit the wide line on the full, perfect, wide Yorker, and Prab's gone, yeah, but I know you're going to bowl it, so I'm just going to cut it for 4.
Well, this is one of the most extraordinary shots I've ever seen in my life. It's an off-balance shot from a wide Yorker that he has slashed over wide mid-off for 6 on one leg, hopping like a drunken kangaroo. I cannot explain this shot. This is just absolutely wild batting.
That might be the shot of the IPL. That's mental. Watch that if you're not near a telly. Go and buy a telly, plug it in, and watch that shot. Unbelievable.
Did he hit that into the second tier as well?
Unbelievable. This is what you're on about at Dharamsala. When it flies, it flies. I mean, that absolutely zoomed. And the people that were onto it, the trick that we missed here, and I backed unders in this inning, so I do feel like a proper idiot. The trick we missed here is 2 things. One, the Dharamsala day game that we spoke about earlier, and the fact that the altitude means that if it is the good pitch, then it can go. And the other thing is, Lucknow are terrible at bowling, as Digvesh bowls the 19th. Digvesh bowls the 19th over to set mega hitters.
He could. What's the price on 3 wickets in this over?
I mean, you obviously can't get one, but it's about 16, I reckon. Because this over, it's probably evens, 2. And then you got to get another one in 5 balls, which is what? Let's say 3. Then you got to get another one. It's more than that, isn't it? It's 20.
Yeah, it's probably 20,
20
isn't it?
is about the right price for 3 wickets in this over.
Because I just assume they're just going to try and hit every ball for 6.
Yeah,
the first
if
one's
they,
a
if
wide,
they are
by
at
the way.
20, if they're not, then it's 50 or 100. First one he bowled seam up, didn't he? Or arm ball.
Oh, beautiful ball. The next one. Little leg cutter, I think, on the second one. And, oh, there could be a run out. Oh, Rob had the 20-1 run out shot. And Simran fell over. But unfortunately for him, Shashank is too good an athlete. And he turns around. There are a lot of cricketers in the world that's just run out. Because Shashank is hammering, doesn't realize that. Oh, he almost slipped, Rob. He almost slipped.
That's so close. That's so close to the 18s. You know he's going to get caught on the rope here.
Oh, he's gone for the big slog, Simran. He's missed that.
Are they checking the stumping, or did he just stay in the crease? No danger.
I didn't see him move. Still 4 balls to come in this over. Wide 1 dot. He's bowling around the wicket, and he's gone for the slog sweep, and he's ended up hitting that along the ground to mid-on.
It just feels like the only path to victory here is the Nicky P special, because the bowlers are a bit too wily to allow this sort of nonsense to happen. The fielders haven't backed them up either, but Lucknow can't throw the ball to anyone. And they have only had 5 bowlers, so they've had to watch Mayank go for 60.
Oh, I think that's a drop catch. I think Rishabh Pant's dropped that.
Yeah, I think it's off the
behind.
gloves. Tough chance, but it's...
yeah, he was really swinging at that with Shashank, and it's around the wicket. It's the carom ball from around the wicket. Yeah, maybe hit the back of his glove, to be fair.
Yeah, you got to be pretty special to catch that.
Oh, he's trying. I think Digvesh was trying to bowl the one-arm ball again there, where he doesn't use his left arm at all, and he almost threw out his own shoulder, I reckon there, Rob.
Yeah, he did. It was funny that Simran didn't quite know what to do, and he didn't abort, the bowler did. So Digvesh outthought himself. But if he can get out of this
reverse swept and caught at cover or mid-wicket now, I suppose. And you're not going to believe who caught that, everyone. It was Nicholas Puran. The only fielder theory comes back again.
What an excellent over from Digvesh in the 19th against 2 set hitters that have hammered the previous overs everywhere. So the overs coming into this over, 17, 10 for 1, 15, 26, the last over went for. He comes on and he's gone for 4 with a ball to come in the 19th over. That is a stunning over of bowling from Digvesh.
And on a bad day for him. This is one of his worst days in the tournament.
Yeah. What a comeback. Like, it'll probably be forgotten this over if Punjab just win easy. But what an amazing over of bowling that is, because he's had them on toast. Just very good. I mean, the first ball was wide as well. He's got 3 for 1 off 5 balls there. Just absolutely excellent stuff. And he's going to have a new man to bowl at now, who I guess will be Stoyne. Otherwise, what's he doing?
Yep. Stoinis with 7 balls to remain. So Shashank's on 28 from 13. Stoinis, probably this is a free hit for a 4 or a 6, I would think. Has he got a Neo core? No, he doesn't. He's got one of the other new greener calls.
Going on about
he should have tried to hit this. The free bat that I made runs with yesterday. He hit it as well, Stoinis. That's gone for 4. That's a good shot, actually.
He's done his job.
Oh, for a minute there, I thought, is he just pushed this for 1 or 2? But he actually hit it so brilliantly that he still got a boundary. So Digvesh, unfortunately for him, still goes for a little bit of runs at the end there, but a good comeback after a poor day for him.
Yeah, that was a great over. Very, very good. Hard to be too critical of the last ball. But somebody has figures today of 2 for 30, and it's Akash Singh. He bowled 4 overs, 2 for 30, and everybody else has got absolutely smashed. And he's been around a little while, even though he's only 23. He was at Chennai, wasn't he, Akash? And he's had a go at SRH, and he's played Rajasthan. Like, he's always been in an IPL squad, even though he's only 23. He's been in an IPL squad for like the last 4 years. But considering this is his first game of the season, and I didn't know masses about him, that spell, all right. It was earlier in the game when we didn't know it was a massive road, but everyone else was getting smashed everywhere. Really, really good. Really good 2 for 30.
Cheeky 2 for 30, I reckon. No?
Cheeky as you like.
UAE made 225 in the one day against Scotland earlier. Scotland needs 69 from 19 overs. In that one, George Munsey's on 70 from 92. So they should win that one fairly easily. The PSL game, 88 without loss, the Kings. And there was a women's match as well earlier, wasn't there? Where India made 275 and Sri Lanka chased it down with 3 wickets in hand in the last over. Roberto.
Oh, nice.
That sounds fun. This one is manhandled down the field. And they're going to take 2. Good running there by Shashank. Not as good running by Stoinis, but he gets back in the end. That looks like a fun game.
So Thacker, in that 88 for none in the 8th over, Thacker is 21 off 18. And Mohammed Naeem is 65 off 27. Not seen much of him.
Yeah.
He got 50 last time, didn't he? I'm not seeing much of him, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't accidentally backed him for player of the match.
Yeah, that was a good one. That's the money I've given back. Perhaps Imran just assassinating me today.
This ball full and straight.
Two again?
Mishandled again, I will say, by Stoinis, but he's come back for another 2. So if you're just joining us, and then the other IPL game, obviously, was a cracker of a game, Kolkata versus Rajasthan, where both teams tried to win and lose at various stages, sometimes both at the same stage. The last over was 2-1-6-4-6, 1 run out to win by a solitary run by Kolkata after they were massively ahead in that game. But they were massively ahead twice in that game and still managed to win by a solitary run.
Yeah, it's just absolute stunner of a cricket match, that.
Avesh, half volley outside off stump, and Marcus Stoinis has just played a delightful shot. It would have been the shot of the day had we not already seen Prab Simran earlier on. But he has pushed, and I do mean pushed, a 6 over cover. And I do mean cover. Sometimes we say cover and we mean extra cover. He's pushed a 6 over cover.
On one knee. He fully, his right knee was on the floor when he played.
Oh, he has too, you're right. He's done the Greg Blewett. Not
And
enough players do the Greg Blewett anymore.
Avesh is bowling the same ball over and over again, and it's getting murdered for 6 all the time, and he still continues to bowl it. Explain. He's played a lot of cricket, Avesh Khan. He should not be that dumb.
He's gone for the short one. That was the surprise short one, and he caught Stoinis out then, and he got a miss hit from Stoinis that went up to long on for 1. So that was clever bowling, but you're right. He had not been bowling clever until that point.
The only way I can avoid an utter nightmare this innings, which has been an utter nightmare, is if this ball results in the Shashank clean bowl that I backed about an hour ago when he came to the crease at 7. No. What price did I back? 6 for clean bowled. So I'll get my money back if he's not caught. But yeah, that would be nice. But Avish doesn't bowl anywhere near the stumps, does he?
He's bowled a wide ball outside off stump, which Shashank has run across to, flipped over his shoulder for another 6.
Right. So if we can notice that Avish bowling the exact same ball every single time isn't the correct answer, why can't Avish, who is bowling the ball and watching them all get hit, that was given 4, but I think they should have another look at that.
Oh, I thought it was 6 off the bat. Yeah.
I thought it was 6.
Maybe they have had another look at it because that was a delayed call. So maybe they saw more than we did. We only saw the first angle.
It looks 6. That's dumb bowling that.
Rob made a lot of money in the first game with Andre Russell, and we just had a lot of really good bets in the first game. In the second game, I don't really need the green one all that much. Mayank Yadav, player of the match, not gonna come up unless he plays the
If anyone
greatest
wants
innings of all
to buy
time.
my ticket off me at 25 to 1, form an orderly.
Shreyas Iyer, most sixes. Good bet, but didn't come up. Under 197, which I thought was a little bit optimistic at that stage. But to be fair, the ball was moving around and there were some wickets. Also didn't get up. We had a win on over 9.5 runs in the 4th over. We had 2 bets on Prab Simran to be unders. Prab Simran did not under at all. We had an over 7.5 in the 8th over, so we picked that one up. We had an over 10.5 in the 16th. I think we lost that one by a run, didn't we? Lost that one by a run, didn't we, Rob?
Yeah, there was a wicket. Prince Yadav.
And they still almost got it. And then
it.
we have one running bet going into the second innings, which is over 17.5 on Badoni. But if you missed it earlier, we had Andre Russell at 23 to 1. We had a heap of winners in the first game, but the first innings of the second game has not gone as well. We'll be back in 8 to 10 minutes for more of this kind of shenaniganizing here on Cricket 8 with Jarrod Kimber and Roberto Barron. Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game. In from overseas, it's not likely. And to be honest, I think he missed 6 years of international cricket and Australia had 4 prime ministers. So it was a big stint out of the game at that point. And when he came back, he wasn't that kind of bowler anymore, right? Like he had changed. And then obviously the wobble ball played a big part and everything else. So you can, Crunk, get very excited about a young bowler. And then a couple of years in, that bowler is very different. I mean, it's not just bowlers, of course. David Warner, when we first saw him, was flat batting Dale Steyn back over his head.
Yeah, good.
And when was the last time that David Warner could play a shot? Like David Warner, if you watched a video of that, would get a pain in his shoulder now, right? Like age wearies you and everything else. The thing with Mayank Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right? Those are 2 one-dimensional players. If they are not bowling at 90 miles an hour, like what is the point in them ever being in a cricket team? Because I look at Mayank Yadav and I'm like, do you know what? He's accurate, especially for someone of his pace, and he can move the ball. There's a couple of different parts to him, right? So if something falls off, and hopefully not literally, because that would be leprosy or something, or he's been or he's been dismembered. I don't understand how I got into this analogy, but if something falls off from him as a bowler, I think he has other things to build on. Whereas if you look at that with some of those other, Umran Malik, as you just said, is a perfect example of, well, he's not accurate. He doesn't really move the ball sideways, and he doesn't seem to understand what he's doing. The little bit that we're seeing in Mayank Yadav at the moment, he does understand all those things.
Because what happens, and TV is mainly the biggest guilty party in this, is when somebody comes along who is fast, everybody gets very excited and they look at speed guns and they don't look at anything else. And speed guns are obviously extremely doctored anyway. But when Umran Malik came along, you're like, bloody hell, that is genuinely really, really fast. And then fast forward 4 games, you're like, yeah, but it's really, really fast in the slot every single time. And it's like his power play numbers are abominable, Umran Malik. Like he turns up and he goes at 12 and over in the power play consistently. And whenever he gets an over in the power play, it's just scrambling as hard as you can to get on overs and back boundary every single ball, because it's it's really, really fast. But how good are good players at really, really fast balls in the slot? The ones that are going to hit them directly between the eyes or in the neck, they're the ones they don't like. And Malik didn't work it out. Whereas Mayank is a totally different guy. Like he's a completely different cricketer. So you have Shamar Joseph, who put it together in a test match against Australia and won a test match nearly by himself when he had a bad foot or whatever. And you're like, that is incredible and it's exciting, and how good is he? He goes to T20 with no experience of bowling with a white ball, and has to suddenly go, right, here's the IPL, let's see how you get on. It's a totally different ball game, like literally, and he got found out in about 5 minutes. But they didn't persevere with him. KKR, wasn't it? Didn't persevere with him, just like immediately, see you later, like this is the IPL, you can't bowl like that. But 3 very different, yet all very interesting cases there. Mayank Yadav is the one that you think, blimey, he could be anything, but it doesn't look good for his long-term prospects, and he might have to come back. I mean, but it's not like he had his action knackered like England tried to do with Jimmy Anderson, for example, where he had to have a load of time out of the game because his team tried to break him in half. We've not had that. I think it just looks like he's unlucky, but he's only 22, Mayank Yadav. They do have time to, do what they need to do with him. But what may happen, and Pakistan do this with their guys, is they go, well, we've got this great commodity, let's bowl him all the time, and then he breaks and we never see him again. And we don't want that to happen. So don't do that, please.
No. Kronk said, Cummins was not as fast as Mayank. I've seen the clips. He was more 145-ish, not 155. He was 155 when he was 18, 19. He was absolutely lightning. When the first time I saw him, I think might have even been live. I was just like, I cannot believe this guy is bowling the way that Pat Cummins does. He bowls 145 now, Kronk, and I promise you, if you talk to Pat Cummins, he'd say he's nowhere near the pace that he used to be. He bowled 145 in the last IPL. Way quicker when he was young.
Cummins is a guy that is top 3 test bowlers in the world right now, I would say, Cummins. Yeah. But until very recently, where he's worked out that he's a very limited white ball bowler, particularly T20 bowler, I think that is because he bowls like he was the guy that had the massive pace in his locker, the 155. And he actually bowls it near a 140, and he gets carted all the time. So he is somebody that he was like, well, I'm going to be really good as a power play bowler. And again, KKR spent all the money. And then SRH, I'm going to be really, really good as a power play bowler. And he wasn't. And he was like, well, maybe I'm the guy. And he's kind of worked it out now. But the amount of cash that he got for being the guy that could bowl 155 when he was bowling 140 is very different. Pretty rubbish.
I don't think he bowled. He hadn't bowled 155. I think when he first came back, so what would he have been, 24, 25, he could still get up to that speed if he needed to very occasionally. And I saw some very fast spells. But he hasn't bowled anywhere near 155 certainly in the last, 6, 7, 8 years. And I think you're right. It's quite interesting when you think about him. He's basically developed into a very, very accurate 88 mile an hour seamer, right? Who can occasionally ramp up slightly. And that was in red ball cricket. And in white ball cricket, he never developed any extra skills for a long period of time, partially because he didn't have to. But the point is that Crunk, people were as excited about Pat Cummins, and now we see Pat Cummins as almost a very good stock bowler. But like, if you had a choice of watching, I mean, you named it before. If you had a choice of watching Rabada or Bumrah or Cummins, like you're from an entertainment point of view, you're always going to pick the other two over Cummins. Now that was not the case back in No,
it wasn't. I remember
2012
watching
or whatever it was when he started.
I remember watching Bumrah's first couple of games in the IPL. And it wasn't like that. His name was the funny thing for me, because in Thundercats they had Mumrah, and so I was just shouting Bumrah all the time, and that's what I remember about him starting. It wasn't that and yes, his action is very interesting, Bumrah, but it wasn't like, oh my god, this is the guy. And it was for Cummins. To be fair, Rabada in Test, when I first saw him in Test matches, that was very exciting. You're like, bloody hell, they found somebody here, because he was awesome. He was instantly really, really good. But so was Cummins. It took Bumrah some time, didn't it, to get good? But Cummins was like, and also Cummins can bat.
That is why when you look at the World Test Championship, it looks like a shit show. It goes all the way back to gold money from apartheid South Africa. And ever since, we've been making wrong decision after wrong decision. The South Africans were afraid that Australia and England would just kind of go off on their own. So they wanted to join the club. So they formed a club, right? And they actually played a test series, the only test series we've ever had in cricket. And it was essentially the first World Cup, if you're being honest, right? And it was between those three teams. And the South Africans pushed for this ICC, Imperial Cricket Conference. And when they did that, they said, well, let's just keep it to Commonwealth countries. And England were like, oh, that's lovely. Yeah, well, we're that's honoring our legacy. Of course we'll do that. So the team that misses out at that point, that is a very strong team, is the USA, right? Then the only teams who come through are New Zealand, West Indies and India. So West Indies and India had played cricket to a point where I think everyone thought they probably deserve a go. The problem is that South Africa couldn't play the West Indies and India because of apartheid. So we needed another team to come in, Mega, that had... You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favourite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favourite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com. Welcome back, Jarrod Kimber. Roberto Barron here as well, with his third hat of the day.
I'm a man of many hats.
The most unlikely member of the Wu-Tang Clan, Rob Barron. 263, sorry, I'll start again. 236 is what? A Ping's 11 collab, mate. Apparently, let me just start again with something with some words. I'm going to try with the word. Apparently, I can't try with the words. Kings 11 Punjab made 236. So 237 is the unlikely, but not impossible. It's a good wicket, and there was a period of time when they probably didn't go as hard as they could have, Punjab. So they did leave some runs on the table, but it's a big score here, all things considered. So a lot would need to go their way. Going to be going up against, Marco Janssen and Arshdeep Singh, so two good new ball bowlers. Omar Zai can obviously bowl almost anything on any particular day. Did I call them the Kings 11 Punjab? I probably did. But that's more because I couldn't get out Punjab Kings before a minute ago either. So let's just not worry about that too much, Barron. This is essentially whoever wins this is pretty... sorry, I shouldn't say whoever wins this, but if Punjab win this game, that's the end of Lucknow as a legitimate playoff team, I would say. Agreed?
Yeah, they shouldn't have been in the mix. It's other teams being desperate and them falling over the line in a few close ones, really, that have kept Lucknow in the comp this long. I suspect that that's the end of it as far as this tournament goes for them.
I think today with Kolkata, even with Kolkata winning, they probably stay within a chance. But if Lucknow go, they'll be at 10 points because they don't have the washout that Kolkata have. And they also have the negative net run rate. So Kolkata could still definitely push towards the playoffs. Whereas I think if Lucknow don't get over here, and this makes Punjab a definite playoff team, which is good because you and I both called that before the season. So it makes us look like geniuses, despite the fact that almost everything else we said has not come true. Although Mumbai's come up as well. So I had Mumbai quite high. I think I had Mumbai as my top rated team, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it was only, I didn't rate them at the top because of Bumrah's injury at that point.
So that was, so Mumbai was just a huge question mark for me because have they got Bumrah or not? And we've seen like they were looking like they might finish bottom again after the non-Bumrah games, and then he's turned up and he just makes everyone else better at cricket as well, doesn't he?
So two big chunks of meat walk out to the wicket. Aiden Markram and Mitch Marsh. The bison and, I don't know, the fillet.
I would not want to be on the receiving end of a Mitch Marsh full-blooded right hook. He's a big bloke.
He's a big bloke. I don't think he's a punchy bloke, though, to be fair. I've never heard that about him.
He seems like quite a nice fella.
I used to deal with him quite a bit when he was younger, and he was always, I would say the word that we use in Australia is loose, but a very good bloke. When I always dealt with him, that's for sure, and lots of fun. I've told you the story about him and the testicles, haven't I?
Not enough. Tell the millions of watchers. Some people say viewers.
Where he got hit in the balls in a big bash game at one stage, and it was one of those ones that, it's like the Alistair Cook one. It's funny, and it remained funny for quite some time. And then ages later, he wanted me to help him try and pick up a girl on Twitter.
He asked, whoa, back.
Yes.
What?
He was trying to impress a young lady, but that was the story that he wanted. But then he wanted me to tell her more details from it. And I was like, how do you think this is going to help? I just don't think the average human woman is looking for a man with a crushed testicle.
Well, I don't think that needs to be in the conversation too early.
That's second date, right?
Yeah, yeah, or at least late on the first.
It's certainly not your opener. All right, Arshdeep Singh has the ball in his hand, left arm fast. Swing. Will we see
8.5
any?
looks high this first over, considering what we saw in the first over of the first innings. But you can be made to.
Oh, that first one swung. That has swung. Aiden Markram was going to chop this through covers for runs, and he's ended up defending it back to the bowler for none.
So the only good time to be a bowler today was in the first over. Literally, that's it. It swung loads in the first over, didn't it? And it totally conned me. And hearing that the pitch had been under covers and sweating and rain and all that, got totally conned. It was like, oh, actually, it's the swingy one that we sometimes get in the day. However, Arshdeep has 5 or 6 balls to make use of this swing, so he must land it. He landed the first one. Let's see what he does with the other 5.
He swung this one, but unfortunately for him, it started too straight. And so they will come back for 2, the big men. It's 4 steps each for them.
Yeah, it's 5 for Markram and 4 for Mitch. So you have
I think
alliteration.
Markram's quite tall as well, isn't he? Though, isn't Markram 6'3", 6'4"?
Is he? Is he that big?
Oh, maybe he's not. I thought he was.
Okay, well, we're going to Google that.
No, it says 6'1" here. So no. Maybe I thought he was. He's thick. He's a thick man. There's a lot of him.
Yeah, he's a big geezer. Yeah. So fans of English, you have alliteration and a palindrome at the crease together, and that is fun. Double M and Ada Markram. Load to swing, that ball, which Markram played like you would play it in a test.
Yeah, he pushes that down to the chop out man at deep backward point, and they take 1.
And this is where Mitch Marsh is extremely vulnerable to the swinging ball. And I don't think he's going to swing for any more than about 2 or 3 more balls. But if you're going to win this match easy, this is one where Punjab could win this by 100 runs and give them a huge net run rate boost. Because Lucknow have to go for it, don't they? They can't poodle along here. They've got to go for it.
Oh, this is spun the other way. It's a good ball. And at the last minute, Mitchell Marsh goes, that's not for me. And he leaves that alone as it goes through to the keeper.
This is fun, isn't it? I don't think it swings for more than 2 more balls. That's it. But that's plenty. That's plenty. It's done a bit of seam movement there as well, I think.
But also, even if it only swings for 2 more balls, unless they get an edge or it's a poor ball, they probably won't get a boundary from that. So they're massively in front again, and they're already massively in front. They're massively in front of her. As this one does swing, and that is a good ball. That swung a long way, Rob. And it ends up Mitch Marsh just punching that down to mid-on for no run. But that was a good delivery. Good batting, too, to get a bat on that.
And what you got to do when you get 1 over a swing is you make damn sure somebody who's good at swing bowling bowls it. You don't bowl your bloody spinner and let it get smacked for 20 and go, oh dear, we forgot about the swinging over. So Arshdeep is a good, and this is what Lucknow don't have. They don't have anyone who's any good at bowling, Jarrod. So they can't throw the ball to someone and say, please make use of these great conditions. Let's see what he does with the last delivery.
Oh, is this caught behind? No. Well, he's gone for the swinger in the other direction. And so he's been he bowled in swing. He's bowled in swing. No, out swing, in swing, out swing, I think, if I've got the last 3 balls correct. Let me just have a look how he had that. Yeah, that was set up for the outswinger. Looked like it actually decks away a little bit as well. And flies through to the wicketkeeper. And did we end up with our did we end up with a bet on that at under 8.5? Or did we not? Did we just mention it?
We said it was a good bet, and if you backed it, you made cash. Yeah, good one that, and it's the only over where you could confidently say I want to be on the bowlers. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't expect to be getting conditions henceforth where you can make a case for doing anything other than backing overs. But like we said throughout the first innings, the thing that you had to, or that we should have remembered, the thing that you have to remember in the first innings is that there weren't any good bowlers.
Aiden Markram here turns this away for a boundary. Yeah, no, you're right. There weren't as many good bowlers. Barron's all over the Mitch Marsh stats. He had up a second ago that he struggled when the ball swung more than 1 degree. And he averages 23 versus balls that seam in and 68 versus ones that seam away. Generally, with Mitch Marsh, what you really want to do is get him loosely driving around off stump and bringing the ball back in. That's how you get him in a test match.
Yeah.
Marco Janssen, who's not bowled brilliantly this year, has he? Consistently?
No, I thought.
Oh, this is a good ball.
Having seen him in the brief
SA20
match on the SA20, I think
where he was unplayable, right?
Yeah, I think in home conditions he seems to have cracked it now, like really. Whereas you actually get quite a lot of diverse conditions in the IPL, particularly if you play for Punjab when you have 2 home grounds as well. 3 home grounds sometimes, don't they? Punjab.
Yeah.
So he's not settled down at any place where he can go, all right, I really love it here. Whereas in the SA20, you're just like, bloody hell, he's unplayable on this deck or he's unplayable on this one. He doesn't have that luxury in the IPL. So he's struggling with his line and his length. So he's bowled 2 of those 3 balls have been rubbish and one of them has been absolutely unplayable. So he's struggling for line and length. And what he needs is somewhere where he knows the condition. He's still a young man, Marco Janssen.
I think there's this idea that like he doesn't always put the ball where he wants to put it, Rob. Let's put it that way, right? He's not well groomed in the way that grooved, I should say, in the way that an older bowler like Sandeep Sharma would be. Sometimes it's just not going to come out exactly where he wants. This one's outside off stump. It's slashed up in the air. It's going to be past the chop out man, over the camera, people down on the boundary, and for 6. That's I don't know, a Sanjay Surya type shot from Aiden Markram. You don't see him. He's not a slashy man.
He's not, is he? And that just tells you that if you want to hit 6s at this ground, they are there to be hit. Do you know what I mean? If you want to hit 6s, it travels. And he's hit that up in the air and you think, well, that's going to be a 1 bounce 4, 10 meters short. It's only 60 meters, that boundary. So it's not far and it's cleared it easy. And yeah, that's as easy as you like for the 6. So if you give width, you're going to get hit here.
That one's no width, right back at the top of the stumps. Just having a look at Markram's career. Obviously, it's spread up. This is the first kind of the first kind of big run he's had, right? He never played more than 8 games in a season prior to this season. He's played 11 matches this year with 10 wickets and average of 28. That's fine. Like, your overseas player could bat a bit. I don't think that's horrendous. His economy's been okay this year, though. It's been under 9s considering the overs he bowls, because he usually bowls back end of the power play and death. Sure. Did that keep low, or did Aiden Markram just overact a little bit there? Either way,
overacting that one.
Went out to square leg, and there's no run there. So again, he's not been terrible, but if you look at the SA20, and both of us watched him in the SA20, he took, in 13 games, he took 19 wickets at 18 at 7 runs and over.
Yes, top draw, isn't it? And again, I can't remember the ground. Jake is screaming it in my ear. I can almost hear him saying it, but I can't remember the ground. But Marco Janssen had one ground in the SA20 where he was just awesome every time. And you're like, okay, first over wicket every time Janssen's bowling at that ground, and first over unders. The name of it escapes me, which is annoying. But here, as I said, you've got to play in lots of different conditions. And when you play for Punjab, you have to play in loads of different grounds. And I don't think it suits him.
Anyway, it's Arshdeep again who swings this away. Well, the swing has not stopped. That was good swing again. Ooh. And Mitch Marsh trying to swing across the line and hoik that one away. And instead, it's just been beaten outside off stump.
What is the Marsh run line? Because he hasn't got one away yet, so he's likely to get not many.
So Barron's just put up
hard to back under at this ground.
Yeah. Barron's just put up that basically Marco Janssen's about par for true economy and for true wickets this year, which is fine. As I said, it's just not what we expected, having seen him bowl recently. Arshdeep coming in again. This is down the leg side. He's flicked this up in the air. They could run a 9 and he could still be caught on this one. And he is caught. Wow. Good effort, because that went about as high as anything has gone this year, and everything that's gone anywhere near that high has been caught. When Mitch Marsh hits the ball, does he hit higher than any other human being on the planet? Because he seems to hit balls that go straight up.
So it's something to do with the altitude that's helped that stay in the air for 6 months, because he could have had a haircut in the time that ball was in the air and still got in a position to catch it. The fact that he did catch it is extraordinarily surprising because you expect those to go down. But that was basically, if you watch that last over of the PSL game, which you must look up if you haven't seen it, it is the funniest over of cricket I've seen in a long time. There were two of them in the last over that went that high. And one of them, they didn't bother running the two. Like, he could have run 4 then, couldn't he? The amount of time that was in the air.
I believe I said 9 on the broadcast, but sure 4 as well.
Good catch
Did
in
Mitch
the end.
Marsh, also, did Mitch Marsh just walk into the camera person there?
Oh, I hope so. I feel sorry for the camera person if that's the case.
Nicholas Pooran is out anyway. You can get Lucknow at 5.4s. Rob?
Not for me, thank you. I just think there's too many good bowlers, Jarrod. And I think what this does now is it brings Chahal massively into the game when you need to go after him straight away. But what I would say is the first 6 line dropped quite a lot there, and I would not drop it at all. Pooran's not going to come in and block it, is he? I think this is their best chance, Punjab, to win the game right now. Because if you get Punjab with the swinging ball right now, if he can't resist going for it, like Marsh couldn't resist it then when he was 0 off 4, you're in big trouble. Does Pooran respect Arshdeep swinging ball early? I nearly said, does Pooran respect Arshdeep swinging balls early? But I didn't, so that's good.
I think there's a chance with swinging balls both ways. He'll just, if he gets anything straight and full, he'll just try and flick it around the corner for 1 or 2 and hope he gets a 4. That was Wadira who took that catch, by the way. I don't know if I called that before.
Good take.
Yeah, I think there's every chance that he just respects this a little bit early and then waits for the ball in his area in the next over. Geez, that swung a long way back in, Rob.
Oh, that's hoop. And to be fair to Pooran, he blocked it. Now, that, for me, I would put Pooran's run line up for that block. For the Chris Gale theory. So Chris Gale used to face a lot of good balls early in the IPL back in the day, and I always back Chris Gale overs if he blocked them or left them. You know, when Dale Steyn was hooping it early, if Gale blocked it or left it, I'd be all in Gale overs, because what Gale's saying is, I know I can get boatloads of runs later. This is the hardest bit for batting right now, and it's going to get a hell of a lot easier when this swing goes. Arshdeep is good at bowling, so he's managing to keep this swing. As he swings another one, hoops another one into Pooran, who darts away from the strike sensibly. I think that suggests that Pooran is going to be on one today. With his run line at 30 already, there's not a chance I can back overs. I do think that the next 3 overs are due quite a lot, but so does the market, to be fair. What's this first 6 line now, Jarrod?
But it's also got to stop swinging, right?
But it will.
It's still, yeah, but it hasn't yet.
Because Arshdeep's so good with the ball.
But my point is that it's a tough bet to go on any batting thing at the moment until you know that this ball has stopped swinging.
Yeah, that's fair.
The run line is 54 for the power play. It's a long way away, mate.
It is a long way away, because even if you're giving them 10 and over, you still don't get to 54. Blimey. Yeah, that's a lot. You give them 12 and over. Okay. I mean, they've got to go for it, is what the market's saying, and the swing's going to go. I mean, there's a lot of ifs and buts in backing. You have to back over 54.5 if you want to have a bet on overs in the first 6 overs. You might as well bet over 10.5 next over if you think they're going to get on with it.
He bowled him.
Huge.
He bowled him. It's probably his worst ball. Outside off stump, and he's just chopped that back onto his stumps, and he is out. It was Arshdeep's had it on an absolute string, and this one he cut the string off and let it go a little bit, and it was Aiden Markram who found the string and he chopped it back on.
He's out. That's what's happened, and that's a big poll. That it's exposing people in the order who don't want to come in this early. Now, what do you do? Because you can't send Miller, you can't send Samad. Pant's in terrible form. It probably has to be Badoni. They're under it. They've already used the impact sub because that was Mitch Marsh. So those are the options. So you have lots of people it can't be. Badoni is almost lamb to the slaughter here. He's kind of the only one. Or Pant might come in and go, well, solid.
It's Rishabh. It's Rishabh who's come in.
So Pant is so likely to be out first ball here. He's in horrible form. The ball is swinging. Arshdeep's got his tail up, and they need loads of runs every over. What do they need? 13 and over already. And they have quite good bowlers, Punjab. They've got Chahal up their sleeve, remember, who will go for sixes today. I can pretty much guarantee you that, but he's going to be a wicket threat constantly. This is going to take an all-timer from Pooran. Pooran needs to score 130 for Lucknow to win this game.
They're 10s at the moment, by the way.
Lucknow to get 130.
Lucknow, sorry, not Lucknow. Rishabh Pant, 21, 63, 3, duck 4. So he's due.
Yeah. See, what I always do when people are in bad form is I back their unders. And what some people do, there's a what's his name that does Betfair cricket stuff, Ed Hawkins, that's written cricket books, who seems like a nice fellow. I don't know him. But he's like, well, you can't back somebody to be top bat if they got top bat last time. I'm like, what? Of course you bloody can. They're in good form. So obviously you back them again if they leave the same price up. So anyone that buys into that, it interests me, and I'd like to have conversations with them. If you think I'm backing this because it's due, I mean, that's just lunacy. Go and play roulette then. Just wait until there's 10 reds in a row at roulette and back black, if that's your theory. It don't work, but if it's your theory, you know, there are ways to make use of it. It doesn't apply to cricket stats.
Andy
I tend
says
to back unders for bad form people. So let's see.
Andy says, have there been an abnormal number of these high catches dropped during the IPL, or is this a regular occurrence under lights? It's a regular occurrence. I do think that if you have players playing with bigger intent trying to hit the ball harder, they're going to hit it higher. The higher the ball goes at night, the harder it is to catch. You don't have the normal thing. You got to remember that even though these cricketers play a lot under lights, they have spent a vast majority of their entire life playing in the daytime. Right? You're never going to play as much under lights as you do in the daytime. You're never going to catch that number back up. So it is a very, very different thing. I also think there is an element of that players hit the ball so high now that two fielders end up running in from 30, 40, 50 meters apart to get to a ball. And that causes more issues than we've ever seen before. And Matre, we talked about before. He's very good at cricket. And I think I said that after his first innings. And I still feel the same as Nicholas Perrin's like, what should I do against the giant praying mantis? I should try and slug sweep him over deep mid wicket. Remember, if you want to ask us a super chat like Andy just has, you can, because Andy just did it.
So somebody wrote an article in Cricinfo and said, I've done the maths and I've added them up, and they've dropped 1 in every 4, which is very high. But whenever anyone does those articles, they treat difficult chances as if they're impossible. And they don't even record ones that people don't get a hand on. There was one that Kohli should have caught yesterday, and he could have finished the game. Was that yesterday? Yeah, I think it was. Kohli should have caught it. It was hit straight to him at long off at this height, stomach height, and Kohli decided to run in. Kohli knew that he'd caught it. He ran in as if he was already starting to celebrate. Completely missed the ball. He went through his hands for 4. Now that doesn't count as a drop chance for the people that add these things up, because he didn't touch the ball, so therefore he didn't drop it. Now, when the ball was in the air going towards him, I would back myself at 1.04 to catch that for as much money as I could get. It was undroppable. It's this sort of difficulty of catch. And he missed the ball completely and it went for 4. So whilst whichever person added those up thinks it was 1 in 4 that's dropped, it's more like half of them. It really is, because some of these difficult chances, there's something that you'll know more about this than me, Jarrod. There's something that's almost contractually obliged for these commentators to never say that it's terrible fielding, to never say that a drop is an actual drop. Oh, that was a really difficult chance, or that was a great effort. Bollocks. Like, he dropped it. He's a professional athlete that gets paid loads of money. If you are a professional cricketer, you have time to practice catching about 4 hours every single day if you crap at it. So practice. You get paid loads of money to play in this. What does Venki do all day? Because he doesn't bat for the team, he doesn't bowl for the team, and he's not very good at catching. And he gets, what was it? 2.45 crore to play in this season. Absolutely berserk that he can't catch properly. So it's a practicable skill. Practice it, and if you don't often play under lights, then practice under lights. It's all pretty simple to me. I don't know why they can't do it, but the 1 in 4 article.
It is actually quite hard to practice under lights, by the way, because during a season you're traveling so much as well. It's not as easy. Like, just and both teams want to practice under lights. Only one team can train at the same time, right? So it's not as easy to do that.
Practice with a coach shining a torch in your eyes. and then playing under lights would be easier. Why was Bradman the best of all time? Because he played with why was Bradman the best of all time? Because his practice when he was a kid was throwing the little ball against a tank and batting with, was it a stump or a half bat or whatever? Make the conditions tougher than the ones that you actually play in.
But how many runs has he made in the IPL, mate? So
fair enough. Yeah, he's one of the worst IPL bats ever, isn't he, Don Bradman?
We just saw Rishabh Pant run the ball off the bottom of his bat to slip.
This has got all the hallmarks of the Rishabh Pant 2 off 9, back his unders, gets dropped 3 times and then gets 50.
He runs down the wicket, he smashes it over mid-off for 6.
I mean, that's a shot. He's got a lot of talent in his bones, Rishabh Pant, hasn't he? There aren't many people that can do that, what he just did. That's special, that. Because that ball's still moving a bit, you know. That's done a little bit off the seam, and he's gone, never mind. I'm going to run down the pitch and absolutely hoof it. As Jarrod has just disappeared for some childcare reason. And that is Jarrod having a carer or babysitter, I assume. He's now talking, even though he's on mute. Unmute yourself, Kimber.
Rishabh Pant falls away and plays a big shot, as I just said, to no one except for my kids, who for some reason are in my office when they shouldn't be. Do you want to come press the button to make Rob dance?
Yay.
All right.
It's dance monkey time. Is it Clem?
Yeah, it's Clem.
Hi, Clem.
Press.
You all right, pal?
There. All right. What's the score, Clem? You don't know? It's 23 for 2. It's dancing time. Look, press it again. Make him dance. He dances all the time for you, doesn't he?
That's what I do.
That's Rob's job. That's his. Did you know that's his? Oh, well, there we go. Another one. Whoa, a little bobblehead. Who's going to win the game, Clem? Okay, who's going to win the game? The light blue or the red?
The blue.
It's a bold choice. Is that Biggie Smalls?
Yeah, obviously. Can you name this person?
No, who's that?
He's off the. Sorry, I should be dancing because the bell went. He's off something called the Bash Street Kids. It's called Wilfred.
Oh, I don't know that one.
In the Beano.
So Puran is 2 off 3. Oh, sorry, Rob. Maybe don't touch the microphone. Don't touch the microphone. All right, are you going to go away so I can do my job now? Jesus, Eek's just thrown one of my cricket bats out the office. It's going great here, everyone. Arshdeep, that ball was still swinging in the last over. It's got to stop swinging. You've said it about 4 times. It's still swinging.
See, this just shows you what a difference it is to have people that are good at bowling in your team. Because Arshdeep has got swinging conditions here, and he's 2 for 4. And Mayank had the exact same conditions. I'm not saying Mayank isn't a good bowler. He's just very rusty. But Lucknow had very good bowling conditions earlier. And they got half of the overs in the power play went for 20. Do you know what I mean? Whereas here, Arshdeep's gone, this suits me massively. He's 2 for 4 off 2 overs. As Prab Simran goes out.
Oh, and Prab Simran's out. And the next ball's a half volley outside off stump. And Puran is laid into this past mid off for 4.
The game has changed. What I am now looking for is the runs in the 6th over line and bashing over 10.5 if somebody wants to lay at me. Because it ain't going to be Arshdeep.
How many 6s does Puran need to change for them hit in a row for them to be favourites like we saw in the game earlier?
It's probably 8.
Oh, he's gone for the big one here. This might be out. It is. It's been given out LBW. Might review this just because it's close to off stump, but I think he's gone.
Is that 3 of the last 5 LBW for Puran? 2 very similar balls to that one. Balls that would have belted his leg stump. He has to review because he's Puran.
See, I thought this was more off stump, this one.
No, I think it's swinging that way. And I think that's clattering the leg stump. I'm going to see it again shortly, I'm sure.
Oh, no, you're right. It is much more leg stump than I thought it was. Don't think he's hit it. It's hit him in front of middle and leg. So the angle is interesting, but it's going to clip, isn't it? I just can't see how it doesn't
Hawkeye
clip. the stump.
has to say that is going to hit the leg stump. Like, and Hawkeye can't give it loads of swing, can it? Hawkeye can't say, "Oh no, that's going to swing loads more."
I don't think so.
I think with the way the computer works, that is out. Probably should have been on LBW for Pooran because he has been LBW a lot this season and didn't think of that. So that's poor effort from me.
Yeah, everyone's thinking that.
Um,
Just having a look again here. This is going to clip the outside of leg stump. Oh, it's hitting a fair bit of leg stump, actually. But he is gone again, as is this game. So what should we talk about, Rob?
That's the third time that Pooran has been out early in his innings, LBW, to that ball, to the ball that is, he thinks is a pickup off his toes or off his shins, and he slightly misjudged the length of the ball. I think has done him rather than any swing or whatever. But that's the third dismissal, and if you watch the first 5 games of the IPL, Pooran was the best bat comfortably, like miles better than everybody else. He was averaging 60 or 70 at 220 strike rate or something. And then somebody nailed him LB bowling that ball. Then Stark bowled him a bouncer that he chopped on, and then he got out LB in the next one. He hasn't really scored a run in the last sort of second half of this season, and it's no coincidence that they've lost every game.
Your man Badoni, you've got a bet on Badoni over 17.5. What's his run line right now, Badoni?
Yeah, good question. Let's have a look. Let's the bookies will take a while to realise the guy who was always and definitely going to bat right now is batting right now. But let's see. As I close my position on this game at 103, because that's fine, wide from our steep. So Badoni's run line, I'll tell you when someone goes up with it, basically. I can see 20.5, but it's not open.
Let's have a look here.
21.5.
Rishabh Pant is 1.62 to score 25 runs.
No, thank you.
He is 3.2 to score a 50.
No, thank you. Yeah, Pant. So Pant has played a great shot in this game.
Rishabh Pant at 2.2 to not score 25 runs is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. So what would you give Pant here, really? 22 more?
Yeah, he's probably roughly there, isn't he?
So Badoni's run line is 21.5, which I don't disagree with at all, and I'm happy being on over 17.5. But given that, just a reminder, the reason why I backed over for Badoni is I'd have rather he was batting in the first innings. But his most recent scores in the IPL, 35, 36, 50, 22, 28 not out, 30, 41. First 2 games he got sub 10. But since then, he's got more than 21 every single time and more than 30 usually. So I don't get the 17.5. That was a really bad effort. So I'm not closing it. I'm not backing under 21.5 just because I'm onside. I think it was a good bet. I'm going to stick with it and hope it wins. If he looks crap, I'll back his unders, but he doesn't to me just yet. I can see a line for 32.5 for Pant. Sounds like quite a lot.
Yeah, that's a long way away from where he is right now. 29 for 3, the score is. Could be seeing the end of Lucknow's playoff hopes very soon. Just have a look at the overall run line as well to see if there's anything fun there. As Rishabh Pant wants to run himself out, hasn't run himself out. Might end up with an overthrow. Hit that straight to point, took off. Point picked it up, threw it at the stumps. The run line is 166.
I think the fall in a heap is so likely for this particular innings. For a team they're out if they don't win, right? It's done.
Yeah, they have to go for it, don't they?
So they've got to go for it, which means when you've got to go for it against Chahal, when you need 15 and over or whatever they're going to need by the time he bowls, he's so likely to roll you. Like, so likely. Yeah. But it did look bloody easy to bat for most of that first innings. It's still swinging for Arsteep.
Well, I was about to say,
5th.
with all the swing going on at the moment, it's not looking easy at the moment. it's definitely there's definitely something going on. Like, I mean, this is the latest I've seen the ball swing in this IPL, I reckon.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible stuff.
And everyone's mopped up those the little bits of money on under 160 as well. So everyone's watching this going, good luck. They currently need 13.7 runs and over. There is 1 over left in this power play. They have to attack it really like now, don't they? They have to score 15 runs off this next over. It sounds
They really
ridiculous,
do.
but if they don't, they've got Chahal straight afterwards.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, they can backload Chahal now if they want. What I would do is until an over goes badly, there's two things Punjab could do now. Is one is go for the throat and bowl all the good bowlers now and try and roll them and win by a huge margin, which is what I said was going to happen at halftime. Or they can now roll through the perceived lesser bowlers, you know, give Omazai a go or let Stein have a go, try and get fifth over bowlers in.
I would bowl Omazai just because it's swinging.
I mean, he's a good man to have if it's swinging. So him bowling right now would be a decent idea, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so why doesn't he bowl this over right now, Rob? Oh, he is.
Here he is.
This is when he goes for 5 6s. Is it swinging for him? It is swinging for him. It's still swinging. I think this is a good move. Keep bowling the swing bowls until it stops swinging would be what I would say. Not exactly the shot you wanted from Badoni, though, there, Rob.
No. I mean, that makes me slightly tempted to close when he's being given another 22.5, which would give me a 6-run middle. Not a bad middle, 6 runs. I might close a bit of it.
Clementine, are you pressing the buttons again? Oh, he's got an edge on this, and it's just gone short of short third as Rob dances again.
This is our new show. Clem presses buttons and I dance.
It's like a Japanese game show, isn't it? All right, Clem. Rob actually can only dance so much in a day before he loses all his energy.
Not true.
He's not your dance monkey.
I am. That is what I am.
You can currently. Oh, this is the outside part of the bat. It's actually well guided in the end. They might get a couple down to third. The Lucknow are currently at 40s, by the way, if anyone out there wants to put some money on them. Be a hell of a comeback. But then again, the previous game was a hell of a comeback as well.
Yeah, we've seen some mad stuff, haven't we, today already? And yesterday was utterly crazy as well. There were some really good games of cricket in the IPL recently. I think some of it has been caused by crap cricket just as much as it has been by good cricket. But the Chennai failure to chase yesterday was remarkable. The KKR winning by a run earlier when Aurora was getting smacked all over the place and then somehow didn't go for 2 runs off the last ball. Good start from Omazai, even though that's a wide.
Yeah, that one was a wide, but there's still swing on that ball. I don't think you bring Chahal on next over. I think you go with an extra over of swing.
Don't need to.
Maybe even get the Stoinis that we don't see very often. The old Stoinis, when he was a young guy, was a swing bowler.
It's a very good point. So I liked when Oz, I know you didn't, but when Oz used Stoin as an opening bowler in the 50 over.
This is smashed over, long off for 6. Wow. It's just a length ball, and Badoni just absolutely hammered that. And suddenly that makes the your bet look a little bit better on Badoni.
Yeah, super consistent. Like when he first came along, Badoni, I think he got a 50 first IPL game a few years ago. And then he got shunted around the order so much, he never really knew what he was as a cricketer, which is so tough when you're a young kid and you've just come into a side. And it's like, well, you're batting 7 today, 8 tomorrow, and then next week you're opening, and then you're number 3. Like, it's really, really hard to give somebody that sort of baptism as a cricketer. But in this team this year, Lucknow, they finally sort of let him settle down as the number 5, and he's doing a really good job at it. He's going to get out this ball because I've just said that, but he's doing a really good job at it, and he's been mega consistent this season. I read you out his scores. I'm not going to read them out again.
Oh, he's almost getting caught behind here. Well done, Rob. You almost got that wicket.
Yeah,
It's a good ball from Omazai, just angling in and again, just slightly moving away in the air. There's enough on offer here.
IPL 2022, he got 50 first innings at number 6. And they left him there for a bit, and then they batted him at 7 and 5, and then number 3, and Trent Boult got him early. And then the next season they said, right, you're our number 7. And he did really well at number 7. Then they moved him to number 3, and Trent Boult got him again. And then he batted at number 5, number 3. Then he opened. Then he was number 7. Then he's number 6. What is a kid meant to do when you're being asked to do that in every game?
They'd missed twice there to finish that over. So, I mean, all things considered, I think they were right to try Omazai there. Might just go to the spin here because it's the more obvious one. But that's a great delivery. I mean, I don't know what Benoni was trying to do in the end. But
yeah, he caught in too much. I've backed over 7.5 this over because I think the intent has to be there. I'd be surprised if it was Chahal.
Chahal is bowling.
Well, okay, I don't like it so much, but the 6 is still in the game. I'm not devastated that I'm on. It's a small bet. I wouldn't massively recommend it now because we know who's bowling it. You can get 8.5 out there. Maybe it's a close. Yeah, closed it. So I backed over 7.5 and under 8.5 this over. It's not very exciting.
So if there's 8 runs in this over, you double bubble.
Yeah, and if not, I lose tiny, and I'm okay with that position. So when I didn't know who was bowling, I backed over 7.5. And now, because Jarrod and I have multiple screens, we know it's Chahal, and Jarrod told me, so thanks, mate. I saw the under 8.5, so I backed it. And now I'm basically on there being exactly 8 runs off this over at 10 to 1.
Can you see what's happening, by the way?
I can't see anything in your background.
Chahal comes up here and it just turned around the corner. Rob, there's just a little hand that comes in the screen because she keeps hitting me. I don't know why she's hitting me. Anyway, that's gone for 4. And how on earth did that go for 4?
I don't know, because when he hit the ball, I was like, well, that's a single.
When he hit the ball, I was being hit by a 4-year-old, however. Oh, that's really bad fielding.
Midfield from Vishak, who has come on to his first contribution to the game is to concede 3 of the most needlessly conceded runs of all time. That was pathetic.
This is a slog sweep. Next ball, but straight to the fielder. Oh, it's gone through his legs again. He's almost gone for another one.
Oh, my word. Why can't anyone field anymore?
There is an element of once you misfield, I think you tense up so much on the next ball. I actually find it really, really tough after I've done a misfield to field the next ball correctly. I'm not sure I should be forgiving him because he should have stopped both of them. Oh also, the first one he went with the one hand to get the ball back in early, and you're like, okay, sometimes Clem, stop yelling. The first one, this is hoiked across the line, but out to the sweeper. He went with the one hand, Rob, and you're like, okay, sometimes you run past the ball or whatever. The next one, he went with the long barrier, and it went through his hands and his legs.
But if you're rubbish at fielding, right, which Vishak and Avesh Khan, on the evidence we've seen today, are rubbish at fielding, stop going for it with one hand. That's just lazy. It's just rubbish cricket, going for it with one hand. You're meant to do things like long barrier and is to allow bad fielders to still prevent runs. That's what the long barrier is for. If you're amazing and the outfield's brilliant, then you don't need the long barrier, as Chahal bowls an absolutely horrendous ball down the leg side. And the only way it cannot be a wide or 4 runs is if Pant smacked it straight to backward point. And that's exactly backward. Where is he? That's not point. That's fine leg. That's a really bad shot from Pant. So it's a dot. The dream of the exactly 8 is still alive.
So we have had 6 runs off this over. You needed 2 off the last ball, though, now, unfortunately. After that was a dot.
2 singles, stupid Pant.
You really did want that.
If he hits the ball to Vishak, we know it's 2.
It might be 4, mate. It might go through his legs again. They've just had a conversation there as well. So it's a good over from Chahal. Uh, 236 for 5, 74 for 2, 44 for 3 is what they were. The 2 teams were at this time. And this one, he has got away and he's been hit for 4. Rob Barron does not get that bet, but he doesn't lose any money because he was over 7.5 and under 8.5. So he gets his money back. Clementine, he gets his money back. Is that good? Yeah.
Yeah. We'll take it. After that first innings, we'll take it.
Oh, sorry, Rob. That was your dance monkey is back. Okay, 48 for 3 after 7 here. Badoni is 10 off 8. You've got a bet on Badoni. Why are you here? Why are you laughing? Don't hit me with a cricket ball. The cricket balls are really hard, Clem.
Yeah, no straight cricket balls.
Not brand new pink ones, anyway. This show is... All right. I think I'm going to ban you two from my office. Get out.
Absolute mayhem. There's a lot of Kimbers on the screen there.
Clementine. Is this scooped up in the air? Not far from finally. And they're going to get a boundary as it just goes in front of the rope, in fact.
Yeah, that's very good cricket from Badoni. Good shot, mate.
That swung again. It's still swinging, mate. That Omar's eyes managed to swing that and off the middle of the bat, falling away. He's hit it.
He's got that straight off the middle, hasn't he? That's really good. Just calm yourself down a bit now, Badoni. Don't want to do anything silly like getting out.
Hit a 6. He's gone for a big shot. He smashed it, and it's going to be 4. No, good fielding out on the boundary, actually, there. In fact, I thought there was 2. There should have been 2, because that was a wild throw from... Didn't see who that was. Was it Stoinis? If it was a good throw, there was no way there was 2 on. But once they saw the throw come in, they probably could have stolen another run there.
I don't know who fielded that still.
I didn't get a chance. There's a man adjusting his groin on the camera here who's not a cricketer. We have enough of that of cricketers, Rob. I'm not sure if we need
we absolutely
a random
don't
man.
We don't need that at all. What can Rishabh Pant do?
He can flick this off his hip for 2. I'm just going to lock my door to make sure they can't get back in.
This is always good when you live in a house where you have to lock the children out.
Yeah, wait until your daughter can come down the road and come into your office.
This is why my office is 10 minutes away from my house, Jarrod. Although my commute is desperate now, and I keep driving because I'm lazy. It used to be a 75-second walk, and now it's a 10-minute walk since we got the new place, and I'm driving it constantly. So I need to stop being lazy and start walking to work because it's only 10 minutes. And if you're watching this and you live within 10 minutes of your place of work, don't be lazy or you'll end up looking like me. Walk instead. As Pant has got a massive silly grin on his face because there was yet another misfield that he's been the beneficiary of, and nobody at all can field anymore. And all I ask for is these pro athletes that have functioning arms and legs is to be able to use them properly and just field. What price would you want for David Miller to be the top batsman in this innings?
As I've just got to explain what's just happened here. There's a wide down the leg side as he's tried to bowl the short ball in at the body and got it wrong. Inglis has done an incredible stop because it could have been 5 wides. And then they've decided to run on that, but not knowing that Inglis is a very good athlete who's almost run out Rishabh Pant. I'm not sure this is the time you want to run an extra run for wides, Rob. I mean, the ball was in his gloves.
Yeah.
And would he have been out? He would have been out. Or maybe. Or it was very close.
Oh, that's a close one, yeah. Miller, well, I'll ask you again. What price would you back Miller at, top bat?
This is out. This is Rishabh Pant has thrown his bat to square leg and has slashed this on the offside to deep point and is out. He is caught. His last couple of minutes have been absolutely bizarre again. And unfortunately, he's still not in good form. There was a couple of good shots in that innings, but it was not a good innings by any sense of... There's just no.
So where was he caught? Sort of deep point there, would you say?
I think it's the point fielder, and the bat almost went to square leg umpire.
The bat has hit square leg umpire, has knocked the square leg umpire out, and the ball has gone to deep point, and the net result is yet another. One thing I will say about Rishabh Pant is he's rarely not funny. Like, that was a funny dismissal.
I think David Miller should have been 3.75 to be top scorer.
Okay, so I backed in that maelstrom, and it's disappointing because we can't get on everybody, so apologies. It's Pant's fault because he got out. 9.5, Jarrod Kimber.
Jeez.
So we can't.
He's only got to get past. Well, I suppose he's got to get past Badoni, but
Yeah, he might not bat now. They might send some out. Oh no, they've sent Miller out. What a crazy price that was. Apologies again for it's Silly Pants' fault that you can't get on it, but yeah, good bet. Just such a wrist punt innings that, wasn't it?
oversized done well.
He was 6 with 1-6, which is one of the best shots you've ever seen, and then he gets out playing a ridiculous shot to quite a good ball and can't even hold on to his bat. He's incredible watch, Rishabh Pant.
Homicide bouncer, first ball to David Miller, which is going
Maybe
to
wide.
be called a dot ball. It's going to be called a dot ball.
Well, that over had everything.
There's a lot going on there. 58 for 4. Ali says, in Houston, even if you want to walk, you can't. No sidewalks. Thanks for the live stream. There's no sidewalks in Houston. I've never been to Houston. IPL Sundays are so much fun with you all. Well, thank you very much, Ali.
Good man.
I don't like places with. It's one thing I sometimes struggle in India. It's very hard to walk around. I remember being in Seattle once, thinking I was on a sidewalk, and then suddenly realized I was having to scale the side of a bridge, and realized whatever I was walking on was not a sidewalk.
Strong. I am all for places where you're not allowed to walk. I am very anti-walking. And
is Dubai your favorite place on earth?
I love the ones where Dubai. There's a lot of moving. Indoor aircon.
Travelators.
Yeah. I that's all I've ever wanted is travelators everywhere. As Jahal bowls again.
Travelators with air conditioning. I see that as a Rob Barron thing.
So we've got an office in Dubai at Decimal, and I went over there. We've got a lot of Indian guys that trade for us. Absolutely smashing bunch of lads. And I went over there, and I was the opposite side of the road to the office. That's where my hotel was. Really, really nice hotel. I was on the opposite side of the road to the office, but that's bloody miles away because you're not allowed to cross the road. You have to go into a station and up some stuff. But everything on my commute was air conditioned travelators, apart from like the last 150 yards. So I walked the last 150 yards in my shorts and flip flops, absolutely roasting, and then the rest was just beautiful air conditioned, lovely jubbly.
But one of my favorite things about Dubai is like if you go down the main strip, there'll be like I don't know TGI Fridays, Tim Hortons, Shake Shack, whatever. And then you drive 2 blocks and the same restaurants come up again because people won't walk the full. I like walking the full thing until you get back. David Miller, ball on his pads. Flick this for 6.
Yeah,
is this the David Miller of Rob Barron's dreams?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on him at a very, very good price there. That was just a bad bit of trading that I hopefully have taken advantage of. Well, I've had a good bet, so that's fine. Just need.
How hard is it? Can I ask you a question as a trader? How hard is it though? Because there's a lot of markets up at any one time. You only need to make one mistake, and some filthy shark like you will decimate them, right?
Yes. So that's why they close all the accounts all the time. Like that particular.
It's easier to close the accounts than have the odds correctly. There should be more than one person trading a game, shouldn't there?
Yeah. So at Decimal, we have 2 guys trading it, and we also have guys supporting those 2 guys. So watching out for things going out of line or sharp people or whatever. Some firms will have 1, which is very difficult. But for a market like Top Batsman, if you're not looking at... So when I traded full-time, I traded everything manually. Didn't use a model. A computer didn't suggest prices. I didn't tinker with prices. I put the prices out. So this is back in the day when they didn't have Betfair referring, you basically have to be in line with Betfair now. You don't really have a choice as a trader, which means the job of trading now is for big games, definitely not for the lower level stuff, is way easier than it used to be because match winner and innings runs and session runs and all that is done for you. Just copy Betfair and that's the end of that. But Top Batsman, you need to know how to price stuff to be any good at it. And the models can't cope with it. As we saw earlier, we picked off the model that thought that Andre Russell, when he only had a 30 to beat at the time, was 22-1 because their model says, well, he's number 7, so he's not going to bat. And we're like, yeah, but they've got Andre Russell in their team. Of course he's going to bat. So that's an inefficiency of the model. And a trader, like you say, he's got to look at, I don't have Decimal open now, should do, like 80, 90, 100 markets to manage. So it's difficult to keep your eye on the top batsman one. But what tends to happen is they let a model do it, and the models are all rubbish at top bat. And I'm looking at a top bat market now. The only other way you can do it is by manually adjusting it as a trader. And what they're doing is they're going, well, I haven't got time to manually adjust my top batsman market because I've got to do next over runs and I've got to do next ball prices. It's difficult, but they've got 2.5 minutes now. Let's see if they can get some prices back out for us. But only got his 18 yet, Jarrod. He hasn't, has he?
No, he's just short of that, isn't he? He's on 17 off 12. You've got him on, you've got him over 17.5. So you didn't want the timeout now.
No, absolutely not. I did not, but we're in good shape. We need him to score one more run. How would you price the next man out here, Jarrod Kimber?
I mean, Miller should be 175, considering he went in with intent already, and he's 10 off 5, and Badoni looks like he's not getting around.
See, I'm not so sure. I think the thing is, if you'd only ever watched these two bat in this IPL, you could only come to the conclusion that Badoni's way better than Miller. But I think we know that that's a sample size thing, and that's not really the case, is it? He's not really better than Miller. I would like to see what happened. Maybe Miller just got a ball that he liked and he put it away for 6. Like, he went through with the shot properly, full intent. I don't know. I don't think I would bet a 50-50. I'm just seeing what is around. I can see this.
I just think that if Miller's 10 off 5 and Badoni, he's shown some intent. I don't want to say he's shown none, but he's not put the foot down or anything.
I think they both have to go pretty soon, don't they, really? 15 and over. Almost exactly 15 and over, which you'd think would bring Chahal into the game, but he's 2 overs, non-threatening, none for 23 so far. But they've only got Samad left in the batting, so these two have got to do the whole lot. I mean, it's
unlikely they win.
I mean, I've seen Abish bat to a roughly acceptable level once or twice, but Mayank can't bat. Prince, I don't think, can bat. I'm going to look that up. And Digvesh has no batting pedigree whatsoever. No, Prince can't bat at all. So these two have got to do a hell of a lot. There's 3 people need to score 166 off 66, and that is very difficult.
Unlikely is the term I'd go for.
I would not be keen on the 60. That feels like you are donating money to somebody if you back 60 here.
You can, though, get interest on Punjab.
By laying the 65. You lay the 65, Jarrod. You don't back the 101. Lay the 65.
What's the difference, though?
Well, if you back, easy one, if you back 101, you're risking 100 to make 1.
Yeah.
And if you lay 65, you're risking 65 to make 1. Much better.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, but you also need a big stack if you're laying 65. Because you only need a balance in your Betfair account, for example. You only need a balance of £1 to back 101 from £1. Whereas if you're laying 65, you need at least 65 in there to lay the £1 bet.
Anurag says, why does every impact sub conversation revolve around an extra batter, but no one ever talks about having an extra frontline bowler? Is an extra batter much more impactful than an extra bowler? Yeah, essentially, for the main reason that you can only, your 20 overs can only be allocated in a couple of patterns, right? Like, having a great 6th bowler is not a good option to have more often than not, because if you have a great 6th bowler, that means that you've got 5 other really good bowlers ahead of them, and you're not going to use your 6th bowler. And if they were a really, really good bowler, they'd just be in the 11 to begin with. So it does change things a little bit from that perspective. But essentially what happens is you get extra half a bat and extra half a bowler, if you think about it correctly, depending on the toss. As Badoni almost gets an edge behind as Rob Barron. And Rob needs a winner.
Yeah, be nice. Yeah, one more run, please, Badoni. But if he does go, at least it means Miller is much more likely to win the top bat. Pant's dismissal is absolutely amazing. How has he got 18 off 17 on this deck and then got out to that ridiculous shot?
Badoni comes down the wicket, he smashes this, and Rob has finally got his another misfield out on that boundary. But Rob has got that bet. Badoni over 17.5. That was a very simple one. I like that when you put it up earlier today. It just seemed a little bit weird. Dark Knight has said Arshdeep for English tour could be very tasty with the red ball. It could be. It'd be interesting to see.
I haven't seen enough of him with the red ball, Jarrod. Have you?
I've seen him bowl, yeah, but the interesting thing is that people don't really bowl swing all that much anymore. So I don't know if that's an advantage or a disadvantage. As David Miller goes out, I told you he was the next wicket. He slices Omazai out to deep point and is caught for 11 off 8.
And that, my friends, is the end of this game as a contest if it wasn't already dead. And this is heading for an absolute landslide victory for Punjab, who are now in great shape to qualify because the net run rate boost is going to be extremely helpful. And they've got, who have they got next?
I'm not sure they need the net run rate boost, do they? Oh, no, they do. They do, yeah. They have, to finish this season, we'll be doing a podcast on this later, they've got Delhi and Mumbai in their next 2 games, which they're playing against both of those sides for a potential second chance. But the good game for them is Rajasthan off the back end. That's the very important game.
That's what you want, isn't it, when Raj are already out?
Yep. You know, Gujarat have CSK on the last game as well. You know, that's how you want to finish your season. Whereas that was the one thing that Lucknow still had in their favor, which was that they were going to be going up against Sunrisers at the end, but it's not going to matter now.
No, they
4 losses out of 5. This is the crumble we expected from Lucknow eventually.
Yeah, they looked a shambles before the season started. But Puran was on an absolute mad one when the season started, and they won a load of games. And they also won a couple of really, really close games, didn't they? Avesh pulled them out of the fire in one of them, defending 9 off the last over, didn't he? So yeah, if Puran didn't turn up at the start of the season, they could have easily finished bottom, which is what I thought could easily happen. I had Rajasthan as the lowest team in my ratings, and then it was Lucknow for me. But Chennai have been awful and a bit unlucky with injuries, but didn't select great. But they have found one in Matre, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. Marco Janssen coming back on, which I didn't expect, if I'm being honest.
Where's our second innings run line, Jarrod?
I haven't looked before. People mopped up all that under 160, and I didn't feel comfortable going in, so I did not. Samhat plays this out on the leg side and takes off.
Because there is no batting left after this.
No, I think we're done.
Yeah, put your lines up, guys. Where have we got? 150 something. Bloody hell, that's a long way away, guys. Can you say any run lines for this second innings?
I mean, Betfair, there's no money in that market. It's about 155, 153, but you're talking about like a 40 or 50 quid bet.
Mm.
And I know that you bet in millions, so that's not helping you.
I can see under 155 evens in Asia. Feels like a lot to me, mate. Under 156. Yeah, go on then. I say no 156.
Under 156, and that's in
Asia, so exchanges basically.
This ball is whacked away to the leg side by Samad. Hey, pick up a boundary there.
Good shot. Right, go 160 then, and then I can actually get a bet on. Right, under 160. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that actually. So if these two play brilliantly well, they will get overs, and I take my medicine. The reason I'm backing it is not because I don't rate these two, or I think that the pitch is impossible, or anything of that nature. It's that if they get one of these out before where it's due, like 100, another 60 is tough. Like the fall of wicket here is about 100. You give them 22, right? Yeah, I think 160 is a lot here.
Also, how do they bat this out? What's their best plan? Like they don't losing. Like they have to get as many runs as possible for net run rate, and they would probably won't be even thinking about net run rate for now until there's at least another wicket fallen, right?
Yeah, well, they can't think about net run rate. It'd be madness. They've just got to win.
Yeah. So if they've just got to win, then they have to be bowled out.
Yeah, I think that's the angle. Do you know what I mean? There's been 4 dots out of 5 balls this over, so they're not exactly hoofing the required rate either to get another what do they need? Another 80 in 9 overs. It's not a gimme if they bat quite well. You know, they've still got bowlers they can throw the ball back to here. What have we got? Arsteep's got another one left. He's been completely unplayable. They haven't bowled their 5th or 6th bowler, which I guess happens pretty soon. So who's that going to be?
This could be a wicket though. He's pulled this. Just short of long on, who falls over.
That feels like it should have been caught. It was in the air a long time. He ran backwards instead of running forwards. So if you want to catch the ball, you have to get to the ball before it hits the ground. So if you see it in the air, you run to where you think it's going to land, not as this field it is 5 yards backwards.
I do think that he found the pocket there a little bit. I think being a little bit unfair. I mean, you're right. He did run in the wrong direction, but it was in the pocket. And you want to run around the pockets.
You've got to run around your pockets, haven't you? Right, under 160 then, please. If you don't mind, as Danny Morrison would say. He's been about a bit this IPL, hasn't he, Morrison?
I saw Alan Wilkins was on the commentary before. Has he done the IPL in the last couple of years?
No, I don't think so. Good to see the great man about. You spent much time with Alan Wilkins?
Yeah, I've spent a little bit of time with Alan Wilkins. We commentated together, actually. Short, wide, outside, off stump, flat batted, down the ground for 6. Samad just whacks it.
The thing. So Vishak has not made a particularly good impact. He has given away a load of runs in the field, and his first ball is a mega pie, let's be honest. It did move away off the pitch, but it moved away into the hitting arc of Samad, who was able to he was given so much width there that all he had to do was swing his arms through the ball, and away it went. Next man out, the bookies think 50-50 here, Jarrod. What do you think?
50-50? No, Badoni's going to get a nod out, isn't he? Samad's definitely going to be the next player out.
Then you want to get betting because you can get, you have to pay the juice, obviously, but you can get 1 point. I'm seeing if you can get
pay the juice.
1.83. Yeah.
OJ Simpson.
OJ Simpson is not around anymore, is he?
I don't know. He's the juice.
He is the juice. The way he was the juice, he's now 6 foot under.
He's now rotted. That was a morbid. Sorry, everyone. Andy says, what's India's best top 20, T20 top 5? How close are Gaikwad and Raghavanshi? And would you take any team over Mumbai for the rest of the season? I like Mumbai. As I said, they were my top rated team coming in. I like them. I like Punjab's bowling attack. And Gujarat, there are things that can go wrong, but I don't have a huge issue there. So I wouldn't automatically take Mumbai. Mumbai had a very soft schedule in the middle. Another 6 over the offside. This time properly over covers from Badoni. Maybe it's not Badoni over Samad anymore. Anyway.
That's a superb shot.
Vijay Kumar. Vijay Kumar's come on and he's just like, what are you guys doing? No one's hit the ball off the square yet. What's India's best T20 top 5? So what is it? It's Abhishek Sharma opening with who? Jaiswal?
You think Rohit's in the bin, do you?
I wouldn't play Rohit. I mean, he's retired from T20 anyway, hasn't
he? Okay. I think it has to be those two. It hasn't been those two, but I think it has to be those two.
And first drop is Sky. I suppose you'd have Tilak, Am I missing someone else obvious in the top 5? As short, wide, cut. And that's going to be another 4. What is going on here?
What you don't want when you back unders is the worst bowler in the history of the world to come on and bowl this tripe. So they seem to like Dubey a lot, don't they? India, like they batted him against.
That's
England.
kind of a different. I don't think that's top 5 though, is it? That's more your your floating 6.
So I think having Tilak and Sky as your rotating 3 and 4, depending on what start you've got, is probably.
And then
the
you
right
bring
answer.
Shreyas into that, maybe.
I mean, he's the guy that's not been able to get in the team, isn't he, Shreyas?
Yeah.
And sometimes not in the squad. I think Sanju has now proved that he's probably not the guy. I think Sanju has proved that now. So I think time for Abhishek and Jaiswal to be given a proper crack and let them fly. And then you bring Tilak in if you lose the early one, and you bring Sky in if you don't. Who's your number 5?
Well, Shreyas, but I suppose you've also got KL Rahul if he's playing.
Yeah, he's really, really good, hasn't he? This competition.
Because we don't have a keeper in our top 5. I mean, not that you have to have your keeper in the top 5, of course, but I'm not sure there's a natural number 6, number 7 keeper either. As this is, Vijay Kumar's finally bowled one really good ball, beating the bat, and the next one he's gone short, back of a length again, and it's just been helped over the cord.
Yeah, that's a shockingly bad over of bowling. And my 160 does not look very good after that over. It really doesn't. And I'm not chasing. I'm not just backing under the next line automatically, but I am looking at what it is. 178 is interesting. That's quite a lot, isn't it?
Well, you doing unders again?
No, I'm not chasing all the way up. I'm sitting on my hands now. But I think so. What it's done is it's moved up loads for that over, and quite right too, because it was a horrible over that got spanked everywhere. But they need 17 and over here, so the wicket percentage is still quite high, and they're not going to get bowling that bad. Sure, the swing appears to have gone, but Vishak probably wasn't going to be the guy that's going to get it. They now need 17 and over against Chahal as he comes back into it and bowls a wide first ball that is finally given as a wide. I don't think Gaikwad's close. I think this season we only saw glimpses of him, and he looked amazing for his 50 off 22, whatever it was, in one of the early games. But he went to some for some reason.
This is another 6 from Samad.
Sharp, almost no look straight down the ground.
Sliced across that.
There are lots of 60s to be had at this ground, aren't there? Has the match winner woken back up again? Can you back 101? Not quite.
No.
There are lots of 60s to be had at this ground. How many have we had already today? What did they get in the first innings? 16. And they've got 7 in the second innings already.
Going for the big reverse sweep. Hit it straight to Backle Point. There's no run there. This is a very sicket over, isn't it? We could see 2 or 3 sixes in this over, but we could definitely see a wicket as well.
That seems like a big price. So I'm watching one of the sites doing ball prices, and they reckon it's 5 for a boundary. They reckon 1 in 5 balls goes for a boundary.
He's hit this one up in the air. This is very high. Oh my God, this might never come down. I think the camera's lost it. I think the camera just gave up. That may no longer be in India. That might be in Nepal.
You've got to be on 5 here, Jarrod, for boundaries, because it's either he gets out or he hits it for 6. I don't know whether he got that because the cameraman just didn't tell us anything. I think he did get it, didn't he?
I think the camera operator just lost it.
So I'm on boundary, 5th ball and 6th ball here, both at 5. Sorry. Yeah, 5th ball and 6th ball. And I'm going to try and back 7th ball if I can. 7th delivery.
Looks like it went into the 3rd tier and was dropped by a bunch of men.
It was. They proper scrambled around for that. It was like baseball, wasn't it? And the 101 is now available to back.
Yes, it is. It's just flipped it back.
Oh,
So
the good diving stop all of a sudden went on boundary on a ball, is it? So the field has suddenly developed functional arms and legs when you want the ball.
you lost that bet, is what you're saying.
Yeah, disappointing. That was a good bet though, isn't it? 5. It's not 1 in 5 they hit a boundary when they're hitting a boundary every other ball. So if you can get that over 3.5 at 5, you just keep backing it until they move it because it's the wrong price. Next over run line, where would you be, Jarrod? They're quite high now, aren't they?
Next, I mean, they're going for 6s, aren't they? So it should be 11.5.
Yeah. I can see a major.
Did you somehow manage to lose both of those last 2 balls for no boundaries, by the way? You got a 2. Are they going to review this one for a wide? So you might get this one back. But you got a 2 that was saved on the boundary, and now you're going to get... I don't think this was a wide, by the way. So I think
9.5, Jarrod, for the next over. Bloody hell.
Well, they're just going to keep swinging, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, the wicket percentage is about 50 for any over here. It's about 50% for a wicket in any over, whoever bowls it, even if it's Vishak. But how on earth can you think that 9.5 is the right line? You need 2 wickets to beat that, don't you? The way they're swinging here. And how easy is a 6 if you find the middle of the bat? It just stays in the air.
Just waiting for the wide call, everyone. Doff wants Sai Sudarshan in the test team this summer.
Well, let's get him in the ODI team first and see how he gets on there, because that looks to me like his perfect format, 50 over cricket. I mean, we didn't mention Shubman Gill there, did we? Who's bloody good at T20s.
I don't know where you fit him into that team, that's all. We're just seeing again. It's just inside the wide line and it spins away. That's not a wide.
You probably get rid of Tilak at the expense of Gill and have your top 3 as Gill, Jaiswal, Abhishek. And I think that probably means that Gill is your 3 if you want to try and get on with it early.
Yeah, okay. It's not a wide, and Rob had to lose both of those bets somehow.
Yeah, I think that if I was trading ball prices here, and Chahal's ball so far, as Vishak gets the ball again, if they want to offer me 5 this over, I'll be tucking in. So yeah, the last over there was 4 boundaries, and in the first 3 balls of that over there were 2 boundaries. So saying that a boundary is 1 in 5 just isn't accurate, is it? They need 17.5 and over. They're both scoring at strike rate 200, and Vishak is bowling poorly, as another one is pushed away for a couple.
It's a lovely man out in the boundary with a sweater vest around his shoulders, talking to Mr. Goenka. I don't know who that person is, if he's famous. I was more interested in the sweater vest. Well, not sweater vest. You know what I mean? When someone, it's not a sweater vest, is it? But when you tie a sweater around your neck, I don't know what the official terminology of that is.
Posh people do that, like sailing and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. Vishak in again. This is pushed out on the offside for 1. What would your test 11 be for India in England? We're suddenly getting a lot of questions about. Everyone's just like, just shut up about the T20 and tell us what's going to happen in the test here. I haven't even worked out who. I mean, Zimbabwe just picked Sikandar Raza.
You can do that if you're Zimbabwe. You can do whatever the hell you want.
No, well, he should be in their best team, but I'm saying he wasn't on their plans, and then suddenly he's there. The squad's been announced, hasn't it?
What has India's squad for England? Has it?
No, maybe not. I'm just making that up.
Can't be.
I was actually thinking of Zimbabwe still.
So I don't think that. So Patidar played at home, didn't he, at the end against England? I don't think he'd be in it. I don't think he's the guy that would. His technique doesn't look like it's massively suited to boss it in England. Obviously, as we see another boundary off Vishak, probably a 6. That the fielder said was a 4, so who knows? Jaiswal opens the batting for you, doesn't he?
I don't think the opener's changed.
No,
I think it's still Rohit and then Gill at 3, and then Kohli's going to start at 4, isn't he?
Yeah, you'd think so.
KR at 5.
Or you go. Okay, who was India's? Get this question right, I'll be impressed. Who was India's number 3, or who was India's top 3 in the first test at Perth at the end of last year?
Their top 3. So they had someone. So at number 3 was. God, I can't remember any of them now.
Jasprit Bumrah.
Jaiswal opened the batting. Jaiswal opened the batting with KKR.
Very good.
Because they made runs. And then who was at number 3? Number 3 was Gaikwad or Devdutt Padikkal or someone, wasn't it?
Padikkal, yeah. Unbelievable. I've forgotten that. Padikkal in the first innings of that game got none off 23 as another edge flies to a fielder who misfield. So that was when India got rolled for 150. Nitish Kumar Reddy got a very important 40 in that first innings. Aussies then rolled for 100 because Bumrah got 5 for bugger all. And then they made load of hay. Jaiswal got 160 in the second dig and Virat got a ton. And then they rolled them again. I don't see how Padikkal gets in it in England. I think he'd just nick off every time.
Edge down to 3rd again. So I went in before at under 1.75. Rob.
Under 135?
Yeah.
Yeah. They can still get 150 here, Jarrod. They can still get bowled out.
Oh, no, they could definitely get bowled out. I'm not worried about the bowled out. I'm just saying that there's an outside chance of me getting close to 175 naturally.
Oh, you mean you can win twice? See, that's why I thought the unders was a really good bet when the rate was like they needed 9.5 to get. They're only going at 9 and over now, and they've been batting. You know, they've had the 2 utter filth overs from Vishak. I don't think this is a particularly good plan from Punjab to roll through the clown bowlers and let the other team score runs. They should be putting the foot on the throat right now and trying to get that net run rate up. They need. You
want to win this game. You want to get them bowled out in 2 or 3 overs if you can.
Yeah. So what you do now is you bowl your guns and try and get them out. Stop pissing about. That's what you do.
Or you bring on Marcus Stoinis.
And this over will go for 14, and we'll be left scratching our heads again. Stoinis.
He could get a wicket though with one of those crap bouncers, couldn't he?
Yeah, but you'd rather bowl a good bowler to try and get him out.
No, well, we wouldn't bowl Stoinis, but then again, you wanted Moeen Ali before, if I remember correctly. It's just when I swept out the team wicket as one.
Good. That was really, really good. Please bowl Moeen.
The sweater vest is Punjab owner. And I will apologise because he wasn't wearing a sweater vest. He was wearing a sweater tied around his head. Did I work for the Punjab owners? I did. I didn't work for him, though. I do know some of them. That was a good.
Which IPL teams do you work for, Jarrod?
I didn't work for them. I didn't work for them in the IPL. I worked for them in the, what was it called? The European T20 League? Oh, they've appealed for this. This could be a catch down the leg side. Umpire's given a wide. Inglis likes it. Don't think Stoinis does. Just either stop talking about it or review.
If Inglis thinks that hit something, you must review. So if you're giving it the big one with the massive appeal, it deviated as it went past him. I've just seen it.
Yeah.
So if you think it's hit him on the shoulder, right? So English knew by his reaction that hit something. He just didn't know whether he hit it or not. But if you think it hit something, you review anyway because you review the wide, right? So English
couldn't have hit the shoulder. If it's hit anything, it has to be gloves, doesn't it?
So English is basically saying by not reviewing that I was cheating there. I was trying to con the other. Because if he thinks that genuinely hit something, you review and then you get the wide knocked off, don't you? The Stoinis actually bowls quite a good Yorker. Second ball to Samad.
Yeah, so I never worked for. Just have a look here. Doesn't look like. Yeah, maybe it did hit the shoulder on the way through. Well, there's nothing. It's hit nothing apparently. I worked for the Punjab owners when we were at the Edinburgh Rocks. I worked for the Edinburgh Rocks, Rob.
Well, she did.
Never got paid for the Edinburgh Rocks because the whole
Come
league
on,
collapsed.
Edinburgh Rocks.
Yeah. So I worked for them for a couple of days. I obviously worked for just a week's worth of work or whatever it was for RCB, and then I was supposed to come back the next year, but everyone else got fired.
Did they sack you for your personality or for your cricket stuff?
No, I wasn't sacked. I probably could have got a job with them, but it was a bit awkward because I'd already committed time to Cricinfo at that point. And by the time I was free to work with RCB, no one who wanted to hire me worked there anymore. So that sort of disappeared. And obviously I was briefly offered a job, and then the job was taken away by Rajasthan, but I hadn't accepted the job either, to be fair, at that point. And then I've done heaps of consultancy for coaches and captains and players and stuff, but that's a little bit different. Whacked down the ground by Badoni. I meant to ask you before if you thought on Badoni, if you thought the 50 for him was a chance. I think it was about 2.1 at that point. That was about 20 runs ago, 15 runs ago now, maybe. He's looked good though.
Yeah, I've got to stop looking at this run line because I keep looking at like 190 and thinking, what the hell is 190? They could so easily get all out for 160 here.
This is a full toss outside off stump that is scooped, really sliced, however you want to think about it, past backward point, and that has gone for 4. Anurag says, I think they should go with Karan Nair in England.
Well, he got an unbeaten triple century against England once. I think it was Keaton Jennings that dropped him early that day. He got an unbeaten triple.
Did you have money on that?
No, I don't think so. It was a very good knock, but I remember him getting dropped pretty easy. I don't know how many he was on at the time, 30 odd.
This is flicked up in the air. This could be 6. It is.
Good shot, but rubbish
really
bowling. Stop bowling rubbish bowlers. That would be my contention here. So that 9.5 was one of the worst lines that's gone up in this IPL for that over. Absolutely awful. And they got a very easy 15. That's a appalling line. 10.5 available next over. I mean, what are they doing? Can't be 10.5, can it?
You have to bowl a good bowler the next over, though, don't you?
Yeah, but it's due more than 10. Whoever bowls, isn't it?
Oh, it's a full toss. He's hit this straight up in the air. I don't think it's going to be a no ball. It's a hard one to catch. It's much harder when you fall over before the ball gets to you and you're lying on the ground as the ball is just in front of you. What on earth just happened, Rob Barron? Is that what I saw? Who was it? Is it Omazai?
He is lying on the floor. So Arshdeep could have caught that. So Arshdeep wasn't lying on the floor, but it might be Wadira down there. He's lying on the floor 10 seconds before the ball gets to him.
It might be Wadira. I can't. He's number 19.
I don't know what number anybody is. Quite a fun top bat here, by the way. They both got about the same score, haven't they? Absolutely ridiculous fielding from everybody again. So when the ball goes in the sky, it's almost like a competition to see who's not to blame for dropping it rather than who's going to take responsibility and catch it. Like Arshdeep isn't a natural fielder and you wouldn't expect him to make the yards to go and catch that. But when he saw his mate was lying on the floor, he could have gone over and tried to catch it himself. Somehow they still need 19 and over. But I tell you what, if they get 3 more overs where they hoon it, they can get 20 off and over at this ground. So they've had to go back to Arshdeep. They've stopped bowling nonsense bowlers, but he's only got 1 left. So what do they do here? They keep going, don't they, surely?
Well, he gets hit for 4. No, great fielding out on the boundary there. Don't know who that was. Again, that was Vaishak, who couldn't stop a ball dribbling to him before and has now done a one-handed save with his wrong hand, I think, on the boundary as well.
Can you make a case for the 17th over being a 10.5 run line, Jarrod Kimber?
Yes. Oh, can I make a case for it? Now, everything should be 11.5 from here, surely. It's either out or 11.5. There's until this partnership is broken.
Yeah, I think if you wait a few balls and you can get 10.5 next over, I think you've got to be on, really. Because the non-Arshdeep, who's bowled another good ball there, the non-Arshdeep bowlers are all getting absolutely slotted right now. So I guess they could go Marco, but then they don't have any senior bowler to bowl if it does go horribly wrong towards the end. They probably got to save Jansen. Omazai did fine, but he was bowling when it was swinging earlier. Chahali's getting smashed all around the park. Vishak is even worse than that, and Stoinis has bowled 1 over for 17. So I don't get the theory of it being worth 10.5. But you've got to wait a couple of balls because they could easily lose a wicket with how hard they're going right now.
I'm going to read something to you from Cricket Info here. He hit this straight to mid-off. He's hit it straight to mid-off, but it just, actually extra cover where Marcus Stoinis was. It's just dropped ahead in front of Marcus Stoinis. So this is ridiculous so far. This is this is what the Cricket Info wrote. But just as the TV cameras pans where the ball is landing, Wadira is down on the deck, a little sheepish and completely done by some loose footing. Not sure how to further describe that, but it might go down as a missed chance.
See,
what other way is there to go out? He hit it straight up in the air, and it wasn't caught because a fielder fell on the ground. How is that not a missed chance?
This is why we need fielding statistics, because some of these players would be dropped from all franchises with how bad their fielding skills are. It's still not really kept, is it? Fielding stats. Like, people have had a bit of a go, but only a bit of a go.
CricViz did it for a little while. I mean, I still think they do it, but the problem is they do it off the TV, and you can't do fielding stats off the TV because you can't actually see if the player should have got there or not. Would that slip over? Can I just throw something wild to you? Is it Dewey?
Yeah, it should be, shouldn't it? Where they are, up that high, nighttime coming.
This should be out again, and it's not going to be. It's just a terrible miscue of a pull shot that's dropped in the middle of nowhere. I wouldn't say they need the wicket at the moment because obviously it's at 20 runs and over, and this over has done enough to probably slow them down. But I think they just want the wicket now, right? They just want the wicket to feel a little bit more comfortable going up. It's 149 for 5 now. I'm not sure Rob's going to get his under 160.
That is under it, the 160.
Arshdeep coming in again. This is a play and miss.
What a great over from Arshdeep.
Yeah.
He snuffed out the chance, didn't he? Just came in and went, no. You ain't getting 18 off me, lads, to keep up with the rate. And now they need a ludicrous run rate. And I am shoveling my cash on over 10.5 for this next over. So that is something that I think you should back. Is the 17th over 10.5. I think that is a bad line. I think I'd be 12.5 here. Because
sorry, I did the winner one. I meant this one, didn't I?
You now know that they haven't lost a wicket. You also know that the good bowler who has somehow bowled 4 overs, 3 for 16 on this deck. That is an outrageous performance from Arshdeep. He had the swinging overs early, but he also came back when they were hitting all the previous overs for bundles. The over before went for 17. The one before that was 10. The one before that was 16. The one before that was 21. So they go back to Arshdeep. He didn't get the wicket because no one can field. But he only went for 6. That is awesome. That's a proper good performance from Arshdeep. So you know it isn't Arshdeep, so they've got someone else. They need 22 and over, and they're both Samad striking at 200 and Badoni striking at 160. So how can it be due 10.5? It's not, is it? It's 12.5. So I think that's a very good bet. And because you've got a timeout here, you've got time. So go and have a look and find the over 10.5, which is still there as I'm typing. And punish those idiots for putting up that price because that's rubbish. It should be 12.5.
Punish the idiots. That's what we're here for.
Punish the idiots. I'm almost certainly going to order a Nepalese takeaway for the end of this game.
Momos. I prefer the mutton myself. If you've got a favourite Momo, let us know here at Cricket.
Yeah, let us know what your favourite Momo is, ladies and gents. And in our defence, we have been on air for 100 hours.
So my dad won't eat anything that hints at spice, right?
Oh, right. Okay.
And everyone else in our family loves curry. So when he comes over, it becomes a bit of an issue. So we have to get from the Nepalese place so we can have the momos. 149 for 5. Rob has a bet on under 160. I have a bet on 175. They're both looking in some trouble at the moment.
slightly under it. I found out the other day, I've never ordered either of them really, but I found out the other day that butter chicken is spicier than a korma. Now, that doesn't make sense to me, but apparently it is.
Is butter chicken a real meal though? And because korma is not a real Indian meal, is it? It's a meal made for white people.
Oh, is that correct? Oh,
I think I'm right in saying that, unless I've got it confused. And I've tried it with, I think we did the same thing with our kids. We got butter chicken because it has butter in the name in it, but it's actually, when they were kids, they didn't like it as much. Now they love it. Well, actually, they still don't like butter chicken, but they like proper curry now, so it doesn't matter.
Here comes Marco.
Wide from Marco, Hudson.
So we are cheering over 10.5 this over.
If you can have any, it doesn't have to be Indian, but Indian, Nepalese, Pakistani, Sri Lankan kind of thing. What are you doing?
I mean, I love all of those cuisines that you mentioned.
No, I just mean like one meal, like a prawn bhuna or something. Or
so I had a Nepalese curry recently that had some sort of red spices in it. It was absolutely unbelievable. I can't remember the name of it. I mean, I like spice, but I like spice that's cooked properly rather than what you get in a lot of English curry houses is they just keep pouring curry powder or putting more chilies in. That's how they think spice happens. So you can get a vindaloo in some places. It just tastes disgusting because they've just gone like that with the curry powder, or they put loads of those little green chilies in that, yeah, sure, you can eat them, but you don't want to just keep eating chilies all day. Like eventually you can do yourself some damage. But a good vindaloo, like that level of spice is fine if it's cooked properly. But yeah, lamb, it tends to be I mean, you can't really go wrong with chicken, but some of the mutton vindaloos can be pretty special.
Whipped off the hip. Get another couple of runs here. Yeah, I think just a tandoori of mixed whatever meat that the other place has is probably my favorite. But the saag dal, a proper yellowy, reddy saag dal, not the black ones. I don't enjoy as much. I think that's probably my ideal meal when I get a curry more often than not. But generally, I just eat everything.
I can get chicken momo or vegetable momo.
No, I mean, try chicken momo. I have had them. I like them. I don't know if they're at the same level as a mutton momo or a lamb momo.
How many times can we say momo? And why are they not scoring 11 runs off this over, Jarrod? It's going to really annoy me if they don't score 11 off this over.
Have you? Because you made a lot of money on the first game. Have you given it all back?
I'm doing my absolute best. I think I'm writing off my under 160. I feel like that might not happen now with them being 154 for 5. This partnership has gone on for a very long time. Caught
and bowled. Just as you say that, I wasn't sure. I called it, and then I was like, wait, maybe I'm wrong here. The two owners are just sitting together, clapping leisurely. I reckon it was a little bit shorter than he thought, and he tried to flat bat it back, and he just hit it straight at Marco Janssen off the stickers, I think. I want to have a look at it again. But that's what I saw on the first. We haven't seen many replays. We've seen the owners, the fans, the batter going off. I just want to see. Slower ball. Yeah, maybe not as much stickers as I thought. Good catch, though. It was dipping on him at the end. And to be honest, if you're 6'19", you don't really want the ball dipping on you at all.
Yeah, I think we backed Samad next man out about an hour ago at 1.83. So at least that one's home.
Yes, we did. You're right.
Got to take the winners, Jarrod.
That would have been a small bet, I would have assumed, for you.
Yeah. I had more on the over 10.5 this over than I did on the Samad next man out 100 years ago.
Now, is there a chance of Rob Barron's under 160 coming up here? Hey?
It would be just as good as your 0 runs off 2 overs with 2 set men on the roadiest road of all time. 0 runs in 2 overs. That's so good. Avesh has come in. If he blocks this ball, I am going round.
Oh, he's gone for the big slog here. I want to say he played a hook shot, but he played a hook shot like a man who'd never seen a hook shot, Rob, but had only had one described to him by a small child.
Yeah, fair enough. That's what I want to see from Avesh. This is how the under 160 wins, is if they all bat like that. Close your eyes and have a great big swing, and let's see what happens. Where is the run line now? How many has it come down for Samad getting out? It was up at the 195 range, wasn't it, a minute ago?
186 at the moment.
Okay.
So I still needed to drop down a little bit so I could get out of it if I have to.
I'm in the unenviable position of wanting an Avesh Khan 6 to get my over 10.5.
Well, he's swung wildly here, and this is down the ground. He's only got a 4, unfortunately for you.
That's literally the worst possible outcome off that ball. So with a wide first ball, we needed over 9.5 with the 2 set men going at 200, and we didn't get it. So it's another loser this innings. And for those of you that watch these watch-alongs, we don't do that very often, just give you piles of losers. But this game has not been particularly kind, particularly the innings runs. That I thought the collapse was such a big chance. But I think Punjab didn't really go for the throat, did they? They kind of went, "No, you can have a bit of have a couple of overs of Vishak, and there's 30 runs."
If they had bowled the way that we thought they were going to bowl, and they'd gone for the big net run rate win and to ice the game, so it didn't matter who bowled at the end, we probably, maybe you still would have struggled, but I probably would have got my bet. But because they didn't, it's just put both of us in jeopardy. That was a good hit by Avesh Khan there. Vishak's bowling again because...
Yeah, because he's 2 overs, none for 31, right?
He's been hit up in the air to long on and for 6 again.
It's very unsurprising. So Vishak and Stoinis have bowled 18 balls between them and gone for 48 runs. And when you want to win by a lot, which presumably Punjab do, those guys shouldn't bowl anymore because they're going at 3 a ball. And that run rate of 3 a ball has just gone up because they've given the ball to Vishak again. Now, they have Chahal and Omazai in their team who are allowed to bowl. I get why you might not want to bowl Chahal, but you can't bowl the guy that's getting absolutely smoked everywhere. Like, they could be back in it if they get 30 off this over, if he keeps bowling leg stump half volleys. Is that 2, or have they not gone for the run?
They didn't run there. That was whacked out to long on, and they instantly decided not to run. So it's 6-0 here for the Super Giants from here on in, which I'm not too disappointed with, Rob, from a certain point of he's going to take a lot of risks in the next couple of balls here. He's thinking, so he has a chance of going out, although he hit it straight up in the air and maybe someone will fall on their ass before catching it again.
Yeah, you've got to remember that nobody can catch anything. Let's not forget that.
He's hit this one up in the air and over again. Jeez, I didn't think he got that as well. He did. He almost hit the car. You know, good one over extra cover. He's smashing them.
He's a real talent, Badoni. Where's the most 6s market? They've got 11 now. They still need another 5, but if they face Vijay for much longer, they'll get another 5 6s. If he bowls his quota here, then they will get another 5 6s, because the way Badoni is playing here, he is in for 3 a ball against Vishak, and that is not an exaggeration. As I see the next over line going up, where would you put the next over line, assuming he doesn't get out this ball, which he hasn't, as he swatted it away for another very, very easy boundary?
No, 2. He's got 2. Yeah, there was no fielder out there. I thought it was going to be a boundary myself. The next over has to be 12.5, doesn't it?
I know. And I can see 9.5, 1.75 over. Now, you can't bet it right now because Badoni might get out this ball, sure. But he might also decide that he wants to face all of the balls from now on, which might not be a bad strategy with Avesh at the other end. You know what I mean? That might not be that dumb. But
he's
yeah,
flicked this off his pads for another boundary.
Yeah, it's such appallingly bad bowling, this, isn't it? And this is what Punjab should not be doing, is letting this net run rate massive win not happen. And usually, Jarrod, we do all right on second innings runs, don't we? By seeing the all out coming. But the way they've juggled the pack here and brought in the impact sub, who has, to be fair, made an impact because he misfielded his first ball that went straight to him in the field. He bent down and let it go through his legs for 4 that should have been 1. Then he let the next one through his legs, so they threw in the ball, let him bowl, and he is now bowled 21 balls. Nope, he's bowled 17 balls for 49 runs.
Well, it was a dot ball to finish the over, which is a bit unfair for Badoni, who was just trying to get a single to get back on strike as well. So we lost another one. I lost my under 175 there as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you've got the ground like this where the ball can fly, if you do get stuck into unders, I must confess I have got stuck into unders in this innings, you can be made to look very silly by the big partnership that is smacking these poor bowlers around. But the fact, as you've seen from the other guys that have come in, they didn't have any batting after those two. Unfortunately, those two put on absolutely loads for that wicket. It was 73 for 5 when they came to the crease, and they put on 80 in 6 overs. Fair enough. Like, I'll take my medicine. You know, that happened. We've now got Omarzai's back against Avesh. And unfortunately, like, the bookies are kind of given up now, which I sort of understand.
I reckon he's going to go bounces here. He's only got one fielder in front of square, I reckon, on the boundary. Bouncer and top edge, and it's gone for 4.
Of course it has.
So you went over 9.5.
9.5, yeah. Not with my powder's staying a bit dry, or I'm in grave danger of giving away all of the Andre Russell money in this match.
Yeah.
So there's no point in just going, well, I still think it's unders. I still think it's unders. They're scoring loads of runs every over. Annoyingly, the 10.5 was the one I did hit on the overs, and they only got
Avesh smashes down the ground. I told you there was no one down there, and he's just not timed it well enough, unfortunately, for him, but he's got himself off strike, which also helps Rob. 5 runs off the first 2 balls of this over. Rob needs 5 more runs.
So Chahal's going to bowl the last, right? And
why would you ask me that? I have no idea what they're going to do.
Could be Vish, couldn't it? I'm just looking for the stumped angle. You see, you know, if Chahal bowls the last, stumped is massively in the game. So
with him bowling, definitely.
I'm just seeing if there is a prize.
It can't be Vishak. They can't keep making him bowl.
I mean, he's going for three runs every ball, and yet they still.
And this is slog swept. Not even a slog sweep. It's like almost like a paddle sweep for 6. Rob finally gets a winner after a little while there.
This is Berserko. Where are we with 6s here? 8, 9, 10. Is that 12 they've got? Yeah, 12.
God, I thought that was a full toss. That was a half volley. It was a lovely, lovely shot. Like a proper sweep.
He's batted brilliantly well, hasn't he, Badoni?
Yep.
And he's made a mockery of the 17.5 run line, which was a really, really bad effort. He's in prime form here as he smashes another one away just for the 1. Or did they get back? Just 1, I think. So the bookies today gave Narine more runs than they gave Badoni. Riddle me that.
Riddle me that, Batman.
They gave Arya more runs than Shreyas Iyer, which was pretty incredible.
If you're just tuning in, 49 off 8 required. As Avesh Khan heaped this away over the offside. Could have been caught. Of course, someone fell over instead. And are they not taking a single? Shreyas Iyer is ticking here. He's thrown back an angry throw. Marcus Stoinis has just gone through this. I don't think it matters, buddy.
Yeah, it really doesn't, does it? I mean, this last over, if Badoni is on strike, is due a hell of a lot of runs, isn't it?
It's certainly over 12.5, isn't it? It's probably over 13.5. As the next one is missed by Avesh Khan. So it will be Ayush Badoni to finish off this match against who, Rob Barron?
See, that is the question, my friend, and I don't know the answer. It's had to take some serious medicine here with the unders in the second innings. The most annoying thing there was the 1 over that I really did hit on the overs was the one where the partnership was finally broken. However, Raxit has just sent a message. Is Justin Langer crying? Can anyone confirm or think of a reason?
I believe he's had his tear ducts removed.
Okay. Maybe it's that facial hair that somebody has painted on him in his sleep that he's just realised he's got.
I don't know who the key decision makers are for the franchise.
It's Chahal.
It is Chahal. What's the stumping?
Yeah, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't really blame him. But the bookies have gone home. I can't see any odds on anything, so we can't really talk about what bets we're going to have, which is probably just as well the way this innings has gone. But I can easily see 3 sixes coming this over. Badoni's mega in. The stumping would be more likely to come if Avesh was on strike, just doing something a bit silly.
Reverse sweep, straight up in the air, out.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you could say straight up in the air and out in the IPL. I probably should have waited, but it is out in this particular case.
Good knock, Badoni. That knock will be forgotten because they've not got anywhere near chasing these.
I wouldn't have minded if he'd gone out about 20 runs ago, though, Rob.
Yeah, that partnership was a real stinker, like really painful. But sometimes when you're betting, and we don't talk like usually when we do these watch-alongs, we're chopping it off, aren't we? We're having a really good time with it and throwing winners out left, right, and centre. But you've got to be prepared to get it wrong sometimes. And we got, like me particularly, got that innings quite badly wrong. But wind the partnership back. What killed us there was a partnership of 80 in 6.5 overs between Samad and Badoni. And that partnership was in for 20 odd when they came together. And they did brilliantly well. There was a lot of bad bowling. There was some drop catches and some bad fielding, but you're always going to get that. And sometimes when we're on overs, it's easy to forget that we sometimes get drop catches over the rope for 6 when we're on the overs as well. So sometimes you just take your medicine and you're just trying to win 6 days out of 10, really, and not lose 6 days out of 10 because that's what the league can happen.
This is where you want to be on the stumping.
Yeah. Again, I can't really blame the bookies for going home, but if your job is to trade cricket, you might as well do it.
Oh, he smashed this down the ground as the Prince. I mean, by smashed, I mean he's hit it with a feather down the ground and it's dribbled for long off.
The cameraman made that look like he'd absolutely hooned it straight down the ground for 4 or 6, and then it went about 30 yards to bring Avesh on strike.
Someone's going to run down at one of these. Wide of off stump. Slow it down. There it is. He's run down the wicket, but he smashed it for 6.
Yeah, Chahal is desperate to buy the wicket, caught long on or long off, and he's risking the 6 here. He could go for 2 more 6s if he bowls those balls again, because that was just tossed up very nicely right into the slot. And
I'm not sure he tossed it up. This one is tossed up. This one is a much slower. And it's hit into his foot. That was the stumping chance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was miles down the crease there again.
Funny cricket.
78 kilometers an hour. This is what we're talking about. Let's get it solid. Let's get 75. Let's see if we can get a Craig Brathwaite moon ball in there. He's come down the wicket again and he smashed his over covers for 4. I don't know if you can have a disappointing 30-run win, but they've certainly they have not been good for a long time with the ball.
So they had them at 58 for 4, 27 for 3, and 73 for 5 with Miller out, and no batting to come after the 2 that were in. And they've let them get 200, and that is awful. And if they do end up getting hoofed from this tournament, as Chahal tosses up another one that is obviously dropped last ball to allow the 200 to come up. If they get knocked out of this, they didn't take the run. Of course they didn't. I mean, what is cricket these days? How have they not run there, Jarrod?
I don't understand why. Yeah.
If they end up getting hoofed out of this tournament, Punjab, on net run rate, they have only got themselves to blame because they gave away 50, 60 runs in that chase by bowling silly people at silly times and not trying very hard in the field. It's hard to criticise a team that's just won by 37 runs on clearly quite a good pitch, but Punjab mucked about in that second innings. But they march on into the playoffs pretty much now, don't they, Punjab?
Let me just go through our winners. So we had Nope, that's not what I meant to press. We had over 17.5, a Badoni win. We had under 8.5 in the first over win. We had 2 losses for under 160 and under 175. We had, I think you packed 2 balls to be boundaries, and they both weren't
Oh,
boundaries.
that is true.
Next man out was Samad, which was a winner. The 17th over 10.5 was a loser, and the 19th over 9.5 was a winner. So about evens, I think, in that one. It was just the first innings that was pretty poor. But of course, if you were listening all day, you would have also got an Andre Russell top bat at 23-1. So that's worth several clangs. That is us for the day. We're going to come back on the same YouTube channel on the Cricket 8 one. So if you're following somewhere else, come over to Cricket 8, and we're going to do a podcast on not on these games, because I don't think these games are as important. But we're going to have a look at the points table and where everything is right at the moment. I'm Jarrod Kimber. That's Rob Barron. Thank you to everyone who stuck around all day, and we'll see you again very, very soon. Well, I mean, we'll literally see you in about a minute and a half here on Cricket 8. You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favourite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favourite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com.